Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Be seated. First item on the order paper is member statements. Call Carolyn Cullen.
Concola. I want to make a statement today to challenge some of the narrative and frankly mistruths that were spoken here regarding the Irish Amateur Box Association, the Ulster Council of Boxing. The IABA is reaffirming its alignment to the work of the Equality Commission and the importance placed by the association on the publication of its review of the Ulster Boxing Council in light of comments made by the Minister and others last week. The IABA acknowledges that the Minister has, in a statement to the Assembly, shared his personal view. This personal view is not supported by the findings in the Equality Commission report nor its recommendations. The Equality Commission's report does not make any findings of discrimination, and on that basis the IABA strongly and unequivocally refutes any suggestion that discrimination on religious or community grounds has taken place within the IABA or, for that matter, the Ulster Boxing Council. The IABA and the Ulster Boxing Council have and will continue to fully engage constructively with the Equality Commission throughout. The report makes a number of recommendations to strengthen governance, clarify selection processes and further embeds good relations practice within boxing structures, and also highlights areas for continuous improvement in governance and communication. In my experience, the IABA is well advanced in working to implement those recommendations. The IABA and indeed Ulster Boxing Council emphasises their work of equality, diversity and inclusion within boxing, and this is a proud tradition. And that commitment to equality and inclusion throughout Ulster and Ireland has long been proud tradition of bringing people together across community lines. Clubs are inclusive, community-based and welcome everyone, regardless of their background, faith or belief. So I welcome the opportunity to directly challenge some of the narrative last week and appeal to us all to engage in constructive engagement, cooperation that should remain central to ensuring the public confidence to and achieving a shared goal of making boxing a truly inclusive sport for all. Gormagat.
Dan Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to talk about the issue around pay rises for those social care workers in the independent sector. And first of all, before we go into the meat of the subject, can I just reflect on how all of us, and I dare say there isn't a family that's represented here in this chamber at this minute in time, is not grateful for the work of those care workers who go in and care for elderly or disabled loved ones at a time when we cannot do it for them ourselves. We do owe them a debt of gratitude, and I think it is right and proper that we put that on the record this morning. Now, the Minister for Health did the right thing, and actually earlier this year promised to provide those workers with the real living wage. The Permanent Secretary doubled down on that in the Health Committee and indicated that perhaps maybe even by September this would be the case. But now we find, given the issues with the budget, that the Minister has moved to a position where he is saying he is still committed to it, but only when it is more affordable, perhaps next year. Now, I think that providing the real living wage is the right thing to do. In fact, it's the only thing to do. But let's think for a moment about the position that the Minister has got himself into in relation to his budget. There are already huge pressures on next year's budget. We're talking about the potential of an overspend which he will carry into next year. He has also promised last week, I think it was, in this House, that he would prioritise pay for healthcare workers and indeed provide an upfront payment earlier in the year, even ahead of those pay review body settlements. And now he has promised that he will push the issue of the real living wage into next year as well. We are entitled to ask, what is the Minister's plan, financial plan for healthcare? Because it seems to be that we're kind of making it up as we go along. And that is simply not good enough. This year's pressures translated into next year's create massive pressures on the healthcare budget. Can I also say we will not relieve the winter pressures. We will not be able to take people out of hospital if we do not have a sustainable social care workforce. And the Minister needs to plan for this much more carefully than he has done heretofore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak with grave concern on the recent news regarding the confirmed serious and significant failings in central safeguarding functions of the Presbyterian Church in Ireland, found to be in the period from 2009 to 2022. This announcement also arrives following a report on allegations of bullying and harassment that was commissioned by Lord John Alderdice, a former member of the Presbyterian Church himself until 2018. Lord Alderdice commissioned this report, which was submitted to the Charity Commission, outlining allegations of members being shunned and gaslit by church leadership and the mental health concerns for ministers across the church. In a statement that was read out yesterday to Presbyterian congregations across this island, it informed members of an investigation and review into previous handling of safeguarding issues at an assembly buildings level. The results of this review are highly concerning, finding failures to make referrals to statutory authorities, inadequate responses to concerns expressed about individuals and congregations, and ineffective monitoring of offenders who sought to return to worship at church. This statement also contained an apology for the betrayal of trust and hurt and the failure to take action caused. This statement followed the resignation of Presbyterian moderator Reverend Trevor Gribben earlier this week, the first moderator to have stepped down in the church's history. These failings have been greatly disappointing to discover. In any organisation, safeguarding concerns must be taken with the utmost seriousness. But when considering this specific case, places of religious worship and faith are places where so many seek comfort and support, particularly those who are vulnerable. This trust for so many has now been put into question, and for some, it has been broken. It's essential that in any process moving forward, victims must be protected and at the heart of any future decisions made. I hope all organisations across our society, whether religious, community, sporting or other, reflect on their own policies and safeguards. My thoughts are, of course, with the victims of this. I would encourage anybody who wishes to make a disclosure and to come forward to contact the police or Victim Support NI. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, we were coming to terms with the aftermath of the Paris terrorist attack. It was on the 13th of November. It left 130 people dead, nearly 400 people injured, and France was left in a state of emergency for nearly 2 years. Such was the attack. Who can forget the scenes in the aftermath of the Bataclan massacre, where 90 people were killed in that venue alone? Truly devastating. The attack started off with a series of suicide bombs, and had somebody who has been directly involved in 3 suicide bomb attacks, I know just how devastating that is and the injuries that it causes. And Paris has come through a lot because it cost a lot on that particularly fateful day. But there's absolutely nobody in this room who would refer to those ISIS perpetrators as combatants. Nobody would do anything other than refer to those who were killed and injured as victims. The perpetrators were not victims. So why on earth do we in this place here and throughout Northern Ireland bend ourselves out of shape so as not to point the finger at those people who perpetrated atrocities and say, you are the terrorist and you terrorised, and point at the victims and say, you are the victims and we will make sure that we look after you and refer to you as victim, and we will not group you together with the very people who made you that victim. The Ulster Unionist Party is a party of the rule of law, and it doesn't matter who you are. A soldier, a policeman, a civilian, a politician, if you break the law, then you will face the law, and we will stand up for that. The Northern Ireland Intergovernmental Conference will meet on legacy very shortly. And we, as a party, are clear on 2 things for now. And the first is that we will argue that the term victim refers only to those who were killed or injured through no fault of their own. And we will also make sure that sexual crimes are added to the list of serious harm, because rape was used as a weapon of war during our Troubles. Paris is healing, and in some cases has healed, because they confronted the truth. They didn't hide away from the direct language, they used direct language. Terrorists are terrorists, they terrorise. Victims are the innocent people who were made victims by the terrorist. Let's get back to clear speaking, and we maybe sort this mess out.
Alan Boyle.
Ceann Comhairle, on behalf of Sinn Féin, I want to send our deepest condolences to the families and friends of the 5 young people who lost their lives on Saturday evening in a road tragedy in County Louth. The tragic deaths of Chloe Hipson, Alan McCluskey, Shay Duffy, Chloe McGee and Dylan Commons are dreadful and have stunned County Louth and County Monaghan and the wider area. The tributes that are being paid online and in the media show that all 5 young people were popular and had bright futures ahead of them. Their loss has cast a dark shadow over the community. Today I also think of the emergency service that attended the scene on Saturday evening. Having to take the injured to hospital and call to the 5 families' homes of those who lost their lives is devastating, and I hope those people receive the support they need. There are difficult and dark days ahead for the families in Monaghan and Louth, and we will continue to think of them as they face this unimaginable tragedy. For Emil Margaret.
Just McNulty.
A sense of shock and sadness is consuming communities in Louth, in Monaghan and in Meath. On Saturday night, 5 young friends were heading out for a night out, and we can all identify with the sense of joy and excitement and fun they were all experiencing. That was all turned on its head in an instant. My heart goes out to the families of Chloe McGee from Carrickmacross, Alan McCluskey from Drumconrath, Dylan Cummins from RD, Shay Duffy from Carrickmacross, Chloe Hibson from Lanarkshire. We offer them our sincerest condolences, and we pay tribute to the emergency services who attended the scene. Our thoughts are with the families of the deceased and with their communities and with their colleagues. Amashna Neve, Go Roshiv.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. On the outset, on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party, can I also convey our deepest sympathies to the families who lost their loved ones just outside Dundalk on Saturday. The pain and the grief that those families must be facing at the moment, and those school communities must be unbearable. Speaker, illegal immigration is tearing the UK apart. Illegal immigrants and foreign criminals are exploiting our human rights laws. Not my words, but the words of the new current Home Secretary for the United Kingdom, as she announced the most significant changes to our asylum seekers in over a decade. Now, that very point should be a point of eternal shame to the previous Conservative government, who has held power for the 14 years previous and presided over such significant issues in our asylum system. I mean, the difficulties caused by illegal immigration is something that our communities know too well. They've been talking about it for years, and statements like the Home Secretary has made a year ago, a Labour politician would have attempted to lock you up for saying it. But the fact remains that the political class seems to be going through stages of political grief. First, they ignore you. Then they laugh, sneer and ridicule you. Then they fight you. And then they claim your viewpoint as their own. This is what's been happening in the United Kingdom. The issues in which the Home Secretary has raised are issues that I believe are of common sense. They will not solve the issue of illegal immigration in its totality, but they will help. Visa bans for countries who do not take back their citizens who have arrived on the UK shores illegally. I mean, that's common sense. Restrictions on the ability of those who arrive here illegally to claim benefits. I mean, that's common sense. Restrictions on endless appeals against their removal. I mean, again, common sense. We only have to look at the legal aid bill to see that it's costing this country a fortune to deport those who shouldn't be here in the first place. And then we have reforms to prevent immigration judges from putting European Convention of Human Rights laws above the rights of citizens of the United Kingdom to control our borders and keep our people safe. Those are all issues of common sense, and it's high time this government got on with dealing with the issue.
I call, Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today to acknowledge and in many ways lament the closure of the Down Recorder, the local newspaper serving Downpatrick and Ardglass and Collock and many other areas in South Down. Over 189 years of age, it was one of the oldest papers on the island of Ireland. And I suppose that first and foremost, thinking of the staff and the journalists and the workers and the editors and the production staff at the paper, and just my thoughts are with them as they face in this uncertain period. On speaking of them, they were always proud to be known as a campaigning paper, highlighting local issues and championing the local communities of which they served. I suppose as well, in an era of social media and fake news, it is local papers such as the Down Recorder who are always so diligent within their journalism and the values that this profession held, that it is a sobering fact to see it unfortunately cease production. On that community aspect, I mean, it goes some way. I mean, I'm sure we've all parents, grandparents maybe here as well, that have seen the confidence that it inspires in our young people, from first P1 to sports days to all sorts, and the confidence that they see themselves in the local papers that it gives, but right the way through, Chair, as well, to helping journalists and other people involved in media with their first sort of tentative footsteps into that industry. But also, Chair, our Speaker, just on the final point about the local economy, the jobs it created, and also the local businesses it supported, and the promotional of community and cultural events. So its closure will be well felt, and we do hope that some sort of solution can be found. Thank you, Speaker.
Israel is a rogue state, it's a terrorist state, and it's a genocidal state. Its leaders are wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes and crimes against humanity. 65,000 people have been killed, have been confirmed killed in the Gaza Strip by the Israeli military. It is reckoned that there are tens of thousands of other bodies still buried under the rubble. 20,000 of those dead are children, and 500 are teachers. 95% of all the schools in Gaza have been destroyed. Every university has been destroyed. There has been a systematic destruction and obliteration of the education system in Gaza, what the UN describes as scholasticide. The Minister of Education recently thought it was a good idea to go and visit Israel and to engage in a propaganda exercise for the Israeli genocidal regime. And while there, he actually visited a school in illegally occupied territory. When the Permanent Secretary was in the committee last week, he didn't know at the time that that school was in illegally occupied territory. And we drew out from the Permanent Secretary last week that already another invite has landed on the Minister's desk for a trip to Israel again in the near future. The most recent trip caused palpable anger among teachers' unions, among parents, and among students. This Assembly, the majority of people in this Assembly voted a no confidence motion in the Minister. Similarly, the Education Committee had a vote of no confidence. It would be a huge mistake for the Education Minister to go back to Israel, especially in his role as Education Minister. And I am calling on the Minister now to state publicly that he has no intention of going back to Israel again.
The
15th of November marked the 40th anniversary of the signing of the Anglo-Irish Agreement by Margaret Thatcher and Garret Fitzgerald. As a teenager, it was the beginning of my personal journey into politics, and it sparked something in me that led me to where I am today. The agreement remains a stark reminder of what happens when political change is imposed upon the people of Northern Ireland without their consent. Delivered over our heads and devoid of democratic legitimacy, it sowed deep mistrust that continues to have ramifications to this day. The same disregard for democracy was repeated in recent years when the Northern Ireland Protocol was imposed by the United Kingdom Government. Again, rejected by Unionists and forced through without our consent. The Anglo-Irish Agreement struck at the heart of what it meant to be a Unionist. It wasn't just a constitutional issue, it was personal. This was a document about how the future of Northern Ireland could be shaped about us, but not with us. A document allowing a state which housed training camps, safe houses, supply routes and bomb factories for the IRA to have a say in our affairs. A state perceived as not doing its part to combat the evils of terrorism that resulted in the deaths of thousands of men, women and children in Northern Ireland. Betrayed by a Prime Minister who had famously said, out, 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 to the proposals of the New Ireland Forum, who had now let Dublin in. Mrs Thatcher, once considered a steadfast defender of the Union, had signed an agreement where the will of the people was not just ignored, it wasn't even sought, done without our consultation and without our consent. In later years, she herself would express regret and admit to underestimating the depth of Unionist anger across the UK and the damage the agreement would do to the trust in the government. However, such regrets do not change the past. While the agreement would be superseded, it marked a dark day in Northern Ireland's history where terrorist violence was rewarded.
I call John Burrows.
Speaker, it is in a similar vein. I want to mark the 40th anniversary of the Anglo-Irish Agreement that was gushingly referred to by the Northern Ireland Office on Saturday in a press release as paving the way for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Nothing, of course, could be further from the truth, and as the party that were, long before I was in it, the architects of that agreement, we could not recognise or agree with that tone-deaf statement. The Anglo-Irish Agreement is an example of how not to do peace-building or agreements in Northern Ireland. It was imposed upon the people of Northern Ireland without consent or consultation. It was negotiated in secret, certainly in terms of unionism, and as ever, it was negotiated with the aim of securing from the Irish Republic something that should be a basic duty of a normal democracy, that is cooperation in the fight against terrorism. It was George Santayana who said, if you do not learn from history, you are doomed to repeat it. And that is why it is worth reminding ourselves of those fundamental failures, because we've seen them time and time again. Negotiating things in secret, like the On the Runs letter, massively damaged relationships in Northern Ireland. Trying to impose things without consent is something that some people would still try and have done in Northern Ireland. And we are seeing our own government again making the mistake in legacy of trying to secure the cooperation of the Irish Republic by passing new legacy laws and creating new bodies. And as ever, the British government jump and expect the Irish government to follow. That's why we believe there should have been parallel legislation that meant the Irish government were committing to doing the things the British government is doing. So it is worth reflecting that the NIO and the British government can sometimes bend the knee to those who would use or threaten violence. And that's why we must be eternally vigilant to their manoeuvres. But it is also why devolution is so important. And while this party will never stand for collapsing Stormont, never has and never will, because the most power is in the hands of the people of Northern Ireland, that's where it belongs, to exercise the democratic wishes of the people here. Northern Ireland had a great year in 1985. Barry McGuigan was the champion of the world in boxing, Dennis Taylor in snooker, and Northern Ireland qualified for the World Cup the following year. But it wasn't a good year due to the Anglo-Irish Agreement, which was a stain in the otherwise proud history of Margaret Thatcher.
Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, like the previous member, I want to raise the serious concerns about the decision to exclude independent sector care workers from the latest pay uplift, and equally about the way the entire package has been managed. The Minister has confirmed that £209 million has been allocated to pay uplifts following the recommendations of the review bodies. Yet to deliver this package, he has already committed £100 million from next year's budget. That is a significant decision to plug an immediate gap. Despite this extraordinary step, the ward still excludes the independent sector workforce who provide essential home care and social care services on behalf of the system. We are now in a position where next year's health budget has been compromised in advance, but care workers who provide daily frontline support to many vulnerable people in our communities have been left out. It raises a very clear question: how can we justify spending next year's money on this year's pay deal while telling an essential part of the workforce that there is nothing for them? And also, why were pay uplifts not a priority for the Minister from the very beginning? The Department has already said that funding to support the real living wage this year is not being made available. This contradicts commitments to stabilise the sector and to shift left, and it flies in the face of the repeated warnings from unions and providers about low pay driving chronic staffing shortages. By refusing to fund proper pay for these workers, the Minister is effectively undermining the very reforms he keeps talking about. The whole idea of shift left is to invest in the community support so fewer people end up in hospital. But if care workers continue to leave the sector because the pay does not match the responsibility, capacity in the community will fall even further. That means more delayed discharges, more pressure on acute beds and more avoidable admissions. What we are witnessing is a fragmented approach to pay, poor planning and a refusal to address part of the workforce that will have huge impacts elsewhere in the system. Calling this unprepared would be generous. It is a repeated cycle of stopping one crisis while creating another. It is not credible to ask our hard-working care workers to accept this outcome while also expecting to reduce waiting times and to relieve winter pressures. These workers are vital to keeping people independent, preventing hospital admissions and easing pressure on acute care. Excluding them is just not unfair, it's strategically unsound. Thank you.
Thank you. That draws to a conclusion. Members' statements. Members will be aware that a valid petition was tabled under Section 25B of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 on the 21st of October 2025. The petition, which was signed by 31 members, expressed concern that a decision taken by the Minister of Economy may have been taken in contravention of Section 28A (1) of the 1998 Act and that it related to a matter of public importance. The petition related to a decision taken by the Minister to instruct officials to prepare additional measures to eliminate any risk of public funds being used to support the manufacture of components that are used for genocide. The decision was communicated to the Assembly by means of a written ministerial statement on the 16th of October 2025. In line with the requirements of Standing Order 29 and the 1998 Act, I have now undertaken the duties placed on me to reach a decision on this matter. This is a procedure which has been rarely used. This is the first such valid petition to be received in more than 10 years. Therefore, it is worth me briefly recording some key points for the benefit of the House. The fact that the petition was supported by more than 30 members did not in itself refer the matter to the Executive. Rather, the receipt of 30 signatures require me to do two things. Firstly, to consult the political parties in the Assembly. Secondly, it was then for me to decide only whether the decision referenced in the petition was of public importance, in which case it is required to be referred to the Executive. I can confirm to the House that I wrote to all of the parties and independent members in the Assembly seeking their views on whether the subject of the petition was one of public importance. I am placing those responses in the library. Two parties did not provide a response, but amongst the contributors that were received, there was a range of opinions. However, I need to record that many of those contributions focused on the views of the parties as to whether the Minister had power to make this decision herself, rather than on whether the decision related to a matter of public importance. I state for the House again that the Act is clear, that the only matter for me to consider is whether the Minister's decision relates to a matter of public importance. Whether this was something that should have been decided by the Executive is not a matter for me to take into account. Over the past few weeks, I have given this matter detailed consideration, and I want to thank Assembly officials for the work that they have done to provide me with advice. In doing so, I have reviewed the background to this matter and responses from the parties. I have also considered the frequency with which members have raised in the Assembly matters regarding relations with Israel. Finally, I have also taken legal advice. Having taken account of all of these different elements, I have concluded that the only credible position for me to take is that the Minister's decision did relate to a matter of public importance. I have therefore written to the First and Deputy First Minister today to refer this matter to the Executive. The next steps are therefore now for the Executive and not for me. At the beginning of my remarks, I reminded the House that this is a procedure which is rarely used. However, it is clear that there are some aspects of the procedure which would benefit from greater clarification, particularly in relation to timelines. Therefore, I intend to make a ruling on the operation of this procedure in the next few weeks. I don't intend to take any points of order in this matter, as I have set out my decision, and it is now for the Executive to consider and to inform the Assembly of the outcome within 7 sitting days. Let us move on. We have received notice from the Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. I call the First Minister.
Concordia, and in compliance with Section 52C(2) of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the 14th institutional meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council and the 30th plenary meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council, both of which were held at Farmley House in Dublin on the 17th of October 25. The Deputy First Minister and I have agreed that I will provide this report. So I'll begin with the institutional meeting. The Deputy First Minister and I represented the Executive and chaired the institutional meeting, and Taoiseach and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade, Simon Harris TD, represented the Irish Government. The first item of business was an update from the Joint Secretaries on actions since the last meeting, and the Council welcomed the engagement that engagement continues across all NSMC sectors on areas of importance to both administrations. Ministers noted that work is underway across the North-South bodies and their sponsor departments to develop 3-year corporate plans, which will set the strategic direction of the bodies over the years ahead. The NSMC welcomed that the next All-Ireland Disaster Risk Reduction Conference will take place in early 2026, and practitioners from both jurisdictions will attend and participate. Ministers welcomed the continuing opportunities for developing mutually beneficial cooperation, including through the Peace Plus programme, and work to develop a successor programme through the Shared Island Initiative. The Council then considered matters relating to the North-South implementation bodies and noted that the Freedom of Information Code of Practice is in the process of being reviewed to ensure that it remains aligned with principles regarding access to information across both jurisdictions. Ministers also agreed that an exercise be undertaken to collectively review the grading of the CEO posts of the North-South bodies. The Council then discussed developments in the wider policy environment, and the NSMC noted that the progress on the strategic partnership between the British Government and the European Union, which sets out the joint commitment to deepen cooperation. Ministers noted that cooperation between both jurisdictions will continue in the context of the evolving nature of relations and will be monitored to keep the NSMC appraised of relevant developments. The Council recognised the importance of continued investment in the Peace Plus programme, welcomed the Peace Plus project developing Irish Sea cooperation, known as DISC, being delivered with partners again in both jurisdictions. The next item was a technical matter relating to the pensions for those employed in the North-South bodies. The NSMC approved amendments to the pension schemes that will apply to North-South implementation bodies and Tourism Ireland. The Council then approved the appointment of 4 directors to the Board of Tourism Ireland, and the meeting closed with the NSMC agreeing to meet again in institutional format in spring of 26. Following the institutional meeting then, the 30th plenary meeting of the NSMC took place. The Deputy First Minister and I again led the executive delegation, and Taoiseach Micheál Martin led the Irish Government delegation and chaired the meeting. The first item on the agenda related to business and trade matters, and the Council had an exchange of views on international and domestic business and trade developments since the last plenary meeting, including on the UK-US and EU-US trade deals. Ministers recalled that in what remains an evolving international trading environment, the two administrations will remain engaged with one another on business and trade matters. The Council also recalled that, where appropriate, the NSMC sector should continue to consider how agreed collaborative approaches can contribute to the promotion of economic growth. Ministers noted that the most recent combined figures for trade in goods and services between the two jurisdictions showed a total value of £12.4 or £14.3 billion. The Council welcomed the hosting of the 28th TCI Global Conference on the 14th to 16th of October by Intertrade Ireland, in partnership with Invest NI and Enterprise Ireland. The next topic then of discussion was for emergency planning and preparedness, and the NSMC welcomed the regular and ongoing collaboration between officials in both jurisdictions on civil contingencies, on resilience and emergency preparedness. The Council agreed to enhance strategic cooperation between the Office of Emergency Planning in the Department of Defence and the Civil Contingencies Division within the Executive Office. Ministers welcomed the development and collaboration between the National Directorate for Fire and Emergency Management and the Fire and Rescue Service, including on investment cooperation and collaboration on the training facilities and capacity of both of the services. The Council welcomed the ongoing engagement between system operators to coordinate mitigations and supports in the event of power system emergencies in the single electricity market. The NSMC agreed that both administrations will remain in close contact during the upcoming winter storm season, given the significant impact in both jurisdictions that were experienced during Storm Eowyn and the support that was provided on a cross-jurisdictional basis. The Council then received a progress report from the Joint Secretaries and noted that the engagement on a wide range of policy areas continues across all NSMC areas of cooperation, and that NSMC meetings continue across all sectors and are in the process of being arranged for the autumn and winter period. The Council further noted that Ministers at the relevant sectoral meetings have discussed climate change and loss of biodiversity. We then discussed infrastructure and investment cooperation and noted the decision by the Department of Infrastructure to appeal the judgment against the A5 Western Transport Corridor and noted that the appeal is scheduled to be heard in December. Ministers noted that Waterways Ireland continues to progress Phase 3 of the Ulster Canal Restoration Project and that the Narrow Water Bridge main construction project is proceeding to schedule. The NSMC noted the continued collaboration to progress the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review's recommendations and welcomed the increase in passenger numbers through the hourly service introduced on the Belfast to Dublin corridor. Ministers noted the progress that's been made on the Ulster University McGee expansion project and welcomed the submission of the formal planning application for the construction of a new teaching block. The Council welcomed the progress that's been made on delivery of collaborative research and innovation programmes. The NSMC welcomed the official opening of the Carlingford Lough Greenway, noted the progression into Phase 3 for the Sligo to Enniskillen Greenway and recognised the continued cross-border collaboration on other Greenway projects, including the Ulster Canal Greenway. Ministers welcomed the significant stakeholder engagement undertaken by the Government of Ireland to aid the advancement of its programme for government commitment to establish air connectivity between Dublin and City of Derry airports, with a view to publishing a market sounding exercise this year and ongoing interaction with the executive counterparts on the approach. The Council welcomed the progress on the implementation of the Peace Plus programme and the discussions with relevant stakeholders on a successor to the current Peace Plus programme. We then moved on to have a very good discussion on ending violence against women and girls, recognising the unacceptably high levels of gender-based violence against women and girls that's prevalent across both jurisdictions. The Council agreed that there is an opportunity for more potential collaboration in respect of initiatives with a protection focus, including child protection in the context of gender-based violence. Ministers also agreed that there is an opportunity for joint working on prevention-focused interventions through all-island awareness-raising initiatives. The Council recognised that human trafficking for sexual exploitation is a significant issue in both jurisdictions, which also has a cross-border dimension, and agreed that there is opportunity for cooperation in this area. Ministers then approved an indicative schedule for future NSMC sectoral meetings and meetings in institutional format and the next plenary meeting in June of 2026. That concludes the Speaker. Concordia.
Lachlan.
This statement is littered with instances of the Council simply noting issues rather than actively engaging in them, and this is genuinely underwhelming. Strand 2 of the Good Friday Agreement was a landmark for all of us that wanted to build a new Ireland, yet under your watch it has been allowed to drift into near irrelevance. That was never the plan, and it doesn't have to be like this. We really need to build something new. Is that not precisely why reform is essential to these institutions, and particularly to Strand 2, so that they are effective and have real teeth?
Minister.
Well, I've set out in the paper updates in terms of where we're at across a whole wide range of areas of cooperation, and I think that the many varied areas of cooperation continue to grow from strength to strength, whether that be looking at things in a really practical basis, whether that be the Strategic Rail Review, whether that be in terms of the AFI, whether that be in terms of mother and baby institutions working together and ending violence against women and girls. I think I've set out very clearly for you to be able to see that there is such a wide range of areas of cooperation, and I genuinely believe there's a real strong appetite across ministers to actually continue to build on that into the future, and I have no doubt that they will continue to do so.
Bradshaw.
And thank you, First Minister, for your statement. I'm going to focus in on these new three-year corporate plans for the North-South bodies. I'm conscious but not yet concerned that there may be, with the language commissioners, there may be some duplication and overlap of work, and I'm just wondering what transparency there will be around these corporate plans so that we can ensure that they're all working within their own swim lanes. Thank you.
First Minister.
Yeah, I mean, it's important that every organisation has its corporate plan, but also that it's laid out publicly and everybody has a chance to scrutinise it and stand over it. Openness and transparency is key, and I've no doubt that all the reports that we discussed at the meeting will be on the department's, whether it be the Logs Agency website or any of the other forest website, any of the other bodies will all be public for everybody to scrutinise for themselves.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. Under Business and Trade Matters, the First Minister indicated that there was talks around the UK-US and the EU-US trade deals. The First Minister will be aware that President Trump issued significantly higher tariffs with the EU than that of the UK. So can I ask, as First Minister for Northern Ireland, did you advocate the desire that Northern Ireland exports would fall under UK tariff rates, meaning a lower rate than that of the EU?
We had a really good discussion in terms of growing our economy, including the opportunities that we have, but also the challenges that we have, not least the fact that we're caught in the middle of a trade war, and whether that be tariffs from a US level, whether it be tariffs at an EU level. My interest is ensuring that we grow our economy, and I think we have huge opportunity here to grow our all-island economy. I touched briefly in the statement in terms of the figures where you can see the economic growth, you can see the value of the all-island trade. That's going to continue to grow, so it's important that we fight our corner. I do so in every turn.
Yeah, Dennis.
And I thank the First Minister for her statement. The First Minister will no doubt be aware of the new figures released by the Department of Foreign Affairs, which shows that there were more than 120,000 applications for new Irish passports made from people in the North in 2024. So does she agree with me that the sheer volume of applications speaks to the need for an Irish passport here in the North, and would the First Minister be supportive of that?
First Minister.
Yeah, I did note those figures towards the end of last week, and I think it is a real strong positive endorsement. I think that it just shows that there's such a huge demand for Irish citizens living in the North that want to have access to a passport office, and I think it further underlines the case that I personally would make, and I know that many others would share that view, that we need to have a passport office here in the North. So I would ask that the Irish Government actually take heed to the fact that there are so many people that want to have their Irish passport, and they should provide that service, and I continue to raise that issue at every turn with the Irish Government.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank the First Minister for her remarks so far. Minister, under Emergency Planning and Preparedness, Article 23, he talked about the ongoing engagement between the system operators, particularly when it comes to the all-island single electricity market and to deal with emergencies. Obviously, one of the biggest problems is the fact there is no physical connection between North and South, and indeed, unless the North-South connector is built, that's never going to occur. So, was there any discussion about the impediments to actually building the North-South interconnector? And if there were any, what are we going to do about it?
Well, as the member knows, this is an issue that's been going on for quite some time, and we want to get a resolution. We need to get the interconnector built. I mean, that has always been our view. We know the challenges, the legal challenges and everything that's happened along that journey. We continue to discuss this at a North-South Ministerial Council level, and you referred to the paragraph in the statement where I talk about how we discussed emergency planning, not least in relation to storm, and I think there's lots of opportunities for us to cooperate on that way, and I think we'll continue to do so.
I thank the
Minister for her statement. I'm glad to note that the A5 was discussed at the recent NSMC meeting. Minister, you will be aware that the A5 has been the scene of unbelievable heartbreak and tragedy that has devastated families. Can you give reassurance that the A5 dual carriageway project remains a priority for the Executive and for the NSMC?
Minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for the question, and absolutely concur that this still remains an executive priority. We must have the A5 built. We know that we've been faced with the legal challenges and the setbacks, and I think even when we reflect on the sheer scale of loss of life on that road, this is a safety issue that it must be built in. When you think about what happened over the weekend, even on another stretch of road, 5 young people losing their lives and the tragedy that comes with that. But we have to get the A5 built. I know that the Infrastructure Minister is absolutely determined. She's taken it through the appeal process right now, and I hope that we can be successful in that, but we have to have the A5 built, and we're not going to let up on that. This has been going on for far too long. But it is a strategic project for the Executive, and it must be built in terms of what it means for safety, what it means for regional balance, what it means in terms of improving the connectivity and improving our communities in rural areas in particular.
Brett.
First Minister, when it comes to the North-South interconnector, Sinn Féin have a partitionist policy. Here in Northern Ireland you support the overground cables, and in the Irish Republic you say it's going to be underground. So when representing the Northern Ireland Executive when discussing the North-South interconnector, which wing of your partitionist policy were you advocating?
Sir.
Very good. I can absolutely assure the member that unfortunately the reality for now is that we have 2 jurisdictions across this island, but that's something that I'm hoping to change, and I'm hoping that others, maybe on this side of the House, will actually help us to assist us to do that. We've been very clear in terms of the North-South interconnector. It's much preferable that it's underground, and I think that we've been through all those legal processes here in the North. 2 different jurisdictions has led to 2 different scenarios, not of our making, unfortunately. This is the political reality for now, but I'm hoping to change that.
First Minister, you outlined in the statement the appointment of 4 directors of the Board of Tourism in Ireland. Can the First Minister outline the criteria and process in that, and also how these directors may aid and assist and strengthen North-South tourism cooperation?
Well, that would be their very role. In terms of actually how the process was set out, I'm sure I could write to the member and provide you that kind of detail. I wouldn't have that here, but I can say to you that the 4 members that were appointed on this occasion were nominated by the Irish Government. There are vacancies to fill, so Ruth Andrews, Stephen McNally, Des Annett and Pat O'Leary. And full details of those individuals and their appointments are actually all on the website as well.
Killian.
I want to thank the First Minister for her statement. As she knows, there is, and it's in the statement, an unacceptable level of violence and abuse towards women and girls across this island and beyond, which is really relevant to those victims. Can the First Minister provide an assurance that ending violence against women and girls will remain a key priority? Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, I can, and we've introduced this issue onto the agenda of the North-South Ministerial Council for some time now, and it certainly is an area where we are very committed to collaborating, and I think that all of us recognise that we have a similar problem right across the island, that the preventative work is absolutely necessary. So I do genuinely believe there's a great willingness to cooperate in this area, and the relevant ministers have been tasked with continuing to work together to look at potential initiatives, not least including looking towards the shared island unit. Is there some funding model there that actually could be brought forward that allows us to explore a coordinated approach in terms of how we can address and deal with some of the preventative work? So I think that our officials, alongside officials in Dublin, are going to continue to explore this even further and hopefully be able to make even more progress in this area in the time ahead.
Declan Kearney.
I thank the Minister for that statement.
Minister, you say in the statement that the NSMC noted the progress on the strategic partnership between the United Kingdom and the European Union, which sets out a joint commitment to deepen cooperation. With the All-Ireland economy thriving and our exports to Europe increasing, would you agree with me, First Minister, that we need to maximise our potential for the dual market access available to us?
Yes, I absolutely do, and I think that this is one of those, when we talk about our economy and we talk about many challenges we equally have many opportunities, and I think dual market access is one of those such opportunities. The fact that it gives us access to more than 500 million customers, the fact that it can give us access to a market worth almost 6 trillion shows us that this is something that we must reach for and grab for. I think that it'll benefit our domestic exporters. It'll also be a unique selling point, and certainly it's the message that we give whenever we are engaging with ambassadors internationally, visitors that come here, companies that we meet. We talk about the fact that we have this dual market access, and we continue to highlight that is our unique selling point. And I think that more and more people will be more interested in this place in terms of investment as a direct result of it.
Dixon.
Thank you, First Minister, for your statement so far. Minister, can you tell us how you will ensure that Northern Ireland is best positioned to benefit fully from the continued investment in the Peace Plus programme, and how will the Executive contribute to the work currently undertaken to develop a successor programme?
Yeah, so the potential of a successor programme to Peace Plus was discussed at the meeting and also at the summit between the Taoiseach and the British Prime Minister back in March. They had talked about, or they publicly said that they were agreed in principle to a successor programme, but we need to have an influence in terms of what that's shaped like, and so I agree with the member. We discussed this at the meeting itself. It's going to be an ongoing piece of engagement at both Department of Finance level here and the counterpart, obviously, in the 26 counties, but also there's a lot of work to be done around translating what is, at this moment in time, perhaps somewhat of a high-level agreement into what it actually looks like in detail. So I think we've got a bit of a road to travel yet in terms of shaping that, but we certainly will be wanting to make sure that it delivers maximum benefits for people here and that we actually see a continuation of some of the excellent work that went to the programme that came before that can carry forward.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I agree with my colleague Sinead McLaughlin. Sadly, 40 years on from the Anglo-Irish Agreement, 60 years on from Paisley throwing snowballs at Lamass outside the NSMC has become a bit of a dusty irrelevance. This is full of noting this, technical updates on that. So specifically on the North-South Interconnector, since it's come up today, Sinn Féin's position appears to be a bit like the Wombles, underground, overground, who knows whether it'll ever be built. First Minister, you're the First Minister here in this jurisdiction, but you're an All-Ireland party, something you guys make great play of. Can I ask, do you support the North-South Interconnector being built overground if it needs to be, and when will it be constructed?
Well, of course, you will know a lot about the North-South Interconnector, given it was your minister who took the decision, of course, when she was in post. So let's not play games. Let's be serious about growing. Let's be serious about growing areas of North-South cooperation. What I've highlighted in the report is to reflect on the high-level engagement that we had, but underneath the layer of an North-South institutional meeting, a plenary meeting, there are so many levels of work across each of the sectors, across health, across education, across infrastructure, and they're all reported to this chamber, and everybody has a chance to discuss them out. I think you can see real progress in areas of North-South cooperation. I think we have an awful lot more in which we can engage in, and I do think there's a willingness to do so.
Anja Murphy.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for her statement this morning. Minister, looking forward, how can the Executive build on the work of the NSMC in order to deepen all-Ireland cooperation in the likes of health, infrastructure and the economy to ensure that this benefits all of our people, north and south?
Yeah, thank you, and that's the point that I'm underlying. I think that underneath even the plenary meeting itself, across all the sectoral meetings, there's such a large volume of work that's happening, whether that be on violence against women and girls, around infrastructure investment, business and trade, all the different areas of cooperation to the betterment of the people here. And I think that we need to continue to grow in that, because we live in a small island. We have so many synergies across all of these areas. We look at 2 health services back to back. We look at 2 education systems back to back. Let's do something better for people. And I think the way we can do that is actually by more cooperation and by joining up our services.
Thank the First Minister for her statement. It was indeed, following on from that, both encouraging and reassuring as you set out areas of strategic cooperation and collaboration between departments on emergency planning and preparedness issues. Does the First Minister agree with me that where it makes sense for us to cooperate on such issues that matter to us all, then we should absolutely be doing that?
Yes, it's just good sense. I think it's just common sense that we cooperate where we can. When we look at our public services here in the north, starved of because of austerity decisions taken in London for so many years, services on their knees, then we need to continue to do whatever we can in terms of trying to improve things. But there's so many practical areas as well. When you look at Storm Eowyn that we went through, the fact that we needed to lean into each other to support each other through that, I think that undoubtedly these are areas where we can practically work together. But I think it's about also having the vision to do more, and I think that's what all of our ministers are there trying to do. Certainly, I know that across all the different areas, whether we've been able to cooperate on health issues, on infrastructure issues, these are all leading to improvements in people's lives, and ultimately, sure, that's what it's all about.
Ceann Comhairle, and I thank the First Minister for her answers so far. The First Minister will be aware in Derry that the North West Cancer Centre serves over 500,000 people, and it's hugely important in our area. Would she recognise that there is an opportunity here to develop more All-Ireland services and to recognise the importance of this service for the people of the North West?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I know that healthcare is of enormous importance for the North West, more wider, because of just the distance from so many other services. So I know that at the end of last month, one of the Joint Oireachtas Committee on the implementation of the Good Friday Agreement has continued to actually roll with this theme of all-island healthcare, which I think is something to be very much welcomed. In her remarks, Professor Heenan stated that cooperation is not enough. We need a collaboration of resources and agreed outcomes, and I absolutely concur with that statement. So I think that it's a challenge to everybody, how we can work together, how we can deliver better outcomes for people, because we shouldn't limit our ambitions whenever it comes to actually improving people's lives. And I think in terms of healthcare more generally, I think an all-island model of healthcare would absolutely lead to more and better outcomes for individuals.
Justin McDulty.
First Minister, your statement references how engagement continues across all North-South Ministerial Council sectors on areas of importance to both administrations. If all-island healthcare is so important, First Minister, why is there no mention of it in your statement? In my assembly question to your office, you responded by saying, I asked the TO to outline whether all-island CAR-T therapy was discussed at most recent North-South Ministerial Council. You said, your response was, Ministers provide updates on a wide range of collaboration, including healthcare issues. Can the First Minister detail if the important issue of relating to CAR-T all-island therapy for cancer treatment was actually discussed or not?
I've no doubt. I know that the members take a particular interest in this, and I too would like us to see a service across this island, because this is an area where actually there's a dearth of services, whether it be north or south. Unfortunately, some people having to travel to England to get treatment. This is an area where it actually just makes good common sense. And within the health remit, I've no doubt that that's where that was discussed. There are sectoral meetings for each area, whether it be health, infrastructure, education, agriculture and food. So no doubt that it was discussed in that meeting.
Annie Becker.
Thank you, Minister, for answers so far in her statement. Investing in infrastructure, case in Park and our people is to be welcomed and supported. Can the First Minister provide an update on the Shared Island Initiative?
Yeah, thanks for that. The Taoiseach has advised us that he is very keen to work with us in identifying and developing other areas where it can actually fall under the remit of the Shared Island Initiative. As a member will know, there's already been a lot of really positive developments. Casement Park is obviously one of those projects that's benefited. But we've also seen cooperation across a whole raft of areas, whether it be education, agriculture, bioeconomy demonstrators, cooperation between our enterprise agencies. I spoke at the TCI Global Conference, which was an Enterprise NI, or Enterprise Ireland, Invest NI, Intertrade Ireland, all coming together in terms of looking towards collaboration and growing our economy. So I think these are really positive developments, and I want to see a lot more of them.
Adjournment.
Thank the Minister for that answers.
The First Minister has been saying here today that cooperation and collaboration on an all-island basis is delivering positive outcomes for all our people, and yet there's much more that can and should be done. Would the First Minister agree with me that now is the time for the British Government to clarify both the parameters and the date for a border poll as set out in the Good Friday Agreement?
Minister.
Thank you for that. And actually, it's just interesting. Over the weekend, I saw the Irish Government, the Labour Party conference, Irish Labour Party conference. The weekend, and Ivana Bacik was actually speaking about again the need for clarification around and for the Irish Government to prepare. So I actually very much think that there is an exciting and energetic debate underway. More and more people are offering up their view, and that's a good thing and a healthy thing. And I absolutely encourage it. And I think that when you look at the practicalities of all-island cooperation, the North-South Ministerial Council actually demonstrates how we can practically improve people's lives working together. So yes, as we approach the 30th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, I believe now is the time in which the clarification is provided, and now is the time in which we know the parameters in which we're working with it.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph 7 of your statement deals with matters relating to the Freedom of Information Code of Practice. Currently, it's not possible to FOI the North-South Ministerial Council, and yet we pay millions of pounds each year for it and its tentacles. What steps are being taken to open this body up to scrutiny to permit questions to be asked and answered through FOI?
Well, you're right. Whilst the North-South bodies are not subject currently to freedom of information legislation in either jurisdiction, they do follow a code of practice which reflects similar principles regarding access to information. The code is currently undergoing a review to ensure that it remains up to date, and particularly given changes to legislation. So we will have to come back to this, and we'll consider the outcome of the review at a future meeting.
That concludes questions to the First Minister. I move to the next item of business. If members just take the reins for a moment while we change the table.
Okay, members, thank you. So the next item of business is a motion on challenging the harm posed by the Windsor Framework. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the findings of the Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee's inquiry on strengthening Northern Ireland's voice in the context of the Windsor Framework, agrees that the UK Government must work urgently to address the democratic deficit created by the Windsor Framework, as well as the overwhelming complexity of the present arrangements, is alarmed that 3,500 products supplied by Marks & Spencer require daily checks when moving to Northern Ireland, as well as 300 pages of paperwork per lorry. Stresses that such barriers are leading to added cost and delay for businesses, reducing consumer choice and causing the diversion of trade outside the UK internal market. Believes mere tinkering at the edges of a fundamentally harmful system will not suffice. Condemns the failure of successive governments to implement pre-existing agreements and honour commitments to restoring Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom, and calls on the UK Government to bring forward solutions which challenge the flawed foundational assumption at the heart of the Windsor Framework that the direct application of EU law in Northern Ireland is necessary.
Thank you, and I call upon Philip Brett to move the motion. Thank you, Philip. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Philip, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to move the motion standing in my name and that of my colleagues. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we can come to this debate that some parties seem to want to do in an attempt to refight the old wounds of the Brexit years. We can call out the democratic decision of the United Kingdom to leave the European Union. I can respond by challenging members' views on rigorous implementation of the protocol, and we can have back and forth on those issues. But from my perspective, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that doesn't move this discussion or this debate forward one iota. Each and every week at the Committee for the Economy, my colleagues and I hear from a wide range and diverse perspective of people who are concerned by the ongoing impact that the Windsor Framework is having upon them. And they don't come, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to have a discussion in relation to the constitutional consequences of that. And my colleague, Mr Buckley, will continue to set out our party's constitutional objections to the Windsor Framework. That is why we as a party on 2 separate occasions voted down the Northern Ireland Protocol in the House of Commons and opposed the Windsor Framework in both the House of Commons and in the House of Lords. But I do think, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this is an important opportunity for all members in this House to stand together and to state that the current operation of the Windsor Framework is not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, and that its impact that it's having on consumers, on businesses and on communities right across Northern Ireland is clear. some statements that have been issued by political spokespeople in advance of this debate, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, would set out that they wish to refight those Brexit wars. But at this stage, I am very happy to give way to any member if they want to articulate any objection to what we have set out in our motion today. Because, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, what that does is makes clear the impact on our businesses and on our communities. And I want to just read some of those into the record at this stage. Just 2 weeks ago, the Road Haulage Association came before the Committee for the Economy, and members of all political parties were united in supporting the views that they made clear. And I just want to read into the record a businessman from South Antrim who has been operating a logistics company here in Northern Ireland for the past 30 years. He operates all over the world, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, but he stated, and I quote, that the border in the Irish Sea is the most complex border in the world when moving goods, and that is the internal market of the United Kingdom. That company alone is being billed £250,000 as a result of paperwork, additional administration and additional staff having to be taken on as a result of the Windsor framework. As a UK-wide representative, he made clear that 450 haulage firms across this United Kingdom have closed in the past 3 years. In their evidence that they submitted in advance of the committee, they spelled out clearly the impact of the framework. Goods sales from Great Britain to Northern Ireland has dropped by 2.4% last year, and there has been a 30% drop in goods moved from Great Britain into Northern Ireland since 2002. And that is not just a unionist issue, that is impacting on every single community right across Northern Ireland who has less choice, who has higher bills, and who come the 1st of January will face even more difficulties. They made clear that the majority of businesses who source or transport their goods from Great Britain as a result of the Windsor framework have additional costs and delays have been created. But let's not just take the RHA's word for it, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Let's turn to the Federation of Small Businesses. Now, week after week, members from all sides of this House stand to praise the work of our small businesses because they recognise that here in Northern Ireland, over 90% of our businesses are either micro or small businesses, and they are proudly the backbone of our economy. They set out a report in the summer highlighting the implications of the Windsor framework for them. Trade disruption is widespread. Of the businesses that responded to their survey, 58% of those trading between Great Britain and Northern Ireland report significant challenges operating across the UK internal market, and over 1/3 have already ceased trade rather than deal with new compliance demands. Strategic confidence is plummeting, with 50% of those affected firms are not confident in planning the year ahead. Don't take my word for it, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, take the FSB. We'll now move on to the National Franchise Dealers Association, who appeared before the committee 6 weeks ago, who made clear that from the 1st of January, vehicles registered here in Northern Ireland must be done to an EU-approved vehicle, while cars registered in Great Britain will follow rules under the UK government. And as a result of that, consumers will have less choice. Car sales here in Northern Ireland will plummet, and taxes on consumers will be increased. Don't take my word for it, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Let's take the word of the member for Lagan Valley, who sits on the Committee for the Economy, who made clear that those regulations were, and I quote, a nonsense. And for car traders here in Northern Ireland, open quotes, it's the worst of every world for you, full stop, close quotation marks. So with that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I assume the Alliance Party will be supporting our motion. However, their words on the committee will be very different, no doubt, from the words in this House today, because they will want to make this into a constitutional debate rather than send a clear view from this House that businesses are being negatively impacted by that. The Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee and Lord Murphy have both produced reports in recent weeks. And I just want to read some of those into the record from the Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee, which are made up, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, of members who supported the United Kingdom leaving the European Union and those who did not. And they concluded that the current arrangements have created a complex and opaque structure difficult for businesses and civil society to navigate, and that they concluded that they strongly support proposals to enhance Northern Ireland's voice early in the EU legislative process. And it was clear from concerns raised by businesses, civil society and political representatives, by both formal and informal evidence, that the democratic deficit in Northern Ireland remains unresolved. And that is what is clear in our motion today. We make no attempt in this motion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, other than to reinforce the words by the Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee. I want then to turn to Lord Murphy's report. Lord Murphy, who came to our committee just 2 weeks ago, recognised the challenges that the Windsor framework was representing to businesses and communities across Northern Ireland. And despite his terms of reference requiring him to have cross-community support for any changes, he still set out a list of changes that needed to be made to the current Windsor framework. UK veterinary medicines was a huge issue in which he highlighted that on the 1st of January, up to 40% of those may no longer be available. This point, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, was reinforced by the former leader of the SDLP, who now sits in the House of Lords, Baroness Margaret Ritchie, who made clear that the current position on veterinary medicines under the Windsor framework is intolerable. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we have on the record the Federation for Small Businesses, the Road Haulage Association, the National Franchise Dealers Association, the member for Lagan Valley, Mr Honeyford, the former leader of the SDLP, all criticising the current Windsor framework arrangements. So this House has an opportunity not just to sit in committee and support businesses when they come here. They have a real opportunity today to send out a clear message that this House wants to see the government deliver on its commitments to the people of Northern Ireland, that the border in the Irish Sea is removed for the benefit of all people in all communities across Northern Ireland.
Thank you. Philip, I call Declan Kearney.
Just a few weeks ago, the DUP brought a variation on this motion to the Chamber for discussion. So I find it difficult not to think that Groundhog Day is beginning to get played out once again. And in the meantime, workers and families continue to face an ongoing and relentless cost of living crisis. Our schools are crumbling, the health service is under constant pressure, and we face an unprecedented ecological crisis within our waterways and lakes. But instead, the DUP chooses to fixate and rehearse on the fallout from the Brexit calamity, the mess which the DUP helped to bring about. Once again, our Assembly is subject to another DUP revisionist sham fight, and it's all to save your blushes from the ongoing onslaught and attrition from the TUV. I predicted in a similar debate only weeks ago that we would see a lot more of this type of negative politicking in the time ahead. So here we go again. We might as well all strap ourselves in between now and the next Assembly and Council elections, because DUP race to the bottom politics is going to become the constant order of the day. And all to shore up an electoral base which is now under pressure from the TUV. 10 years ago, the DUP was in the vanguard of the Brexit campaign. And at that time, its representatives told us on the airwaves that they didn't care about the consequences of Brexit, so long as we left the European Union. And I and others on those same airwaves warned the DUP that that was a wrong-headed agenda. But Like lemmings, and following their hero, Boris Johnson, the DUP quipped that really nothing else mattered. Not at the moment. It was a case of right-wing zero-sum politics. And since then, the DUP has thwarted and opposed every effort being made to find solutions to the Brexit debacle. But while the DUP was cheerleading for the hardest, most destructive exit from the European Union, thankfully, others were working to minimise the impact. And then, in another British government sop to assuage DUP anxieties, the Windsor framework was brought forward. Brexit inevitably created a whole new economic and trading context. And the Windsor framework is not a panacea, but it has mitigated many of the challenges which we have had to contend with. All the experts on business and trade say that it is protecting us from the worst effects of Brexit. Business exports are up 7% in the north. At the same time, other regions caught up in the Brexit headwinds have experienced significant declines. According to NISRA, sales from the north to Britain increased by over 12% between 2022 and 2023. Cross-border trade continues to flourish. Yes, our businesses do need support to help to navigate these new trading realities. And Sinn Féin believes firmly that whatever needs done should be provided. At no time in the Windsor Framework democratic scrutiny or other committee meetings have business groups challenged the potential within the Windsor Framework to actually drive economic growth. And the DUP knows this, because you sit in the same committees as myself and others. So, the framework, friends, is here to stay. And our focus needs to be upon how we can refine its further implementation. So, to my colleagues in the DUP this afternoon, stop wasting our and your own time. Deal with your TUV problems away from the Assembly and start to work with the rest of us to maximise opportunities for our businesses by building the regional and the all-Ireland economies.
Thank you, Declan. I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I too have a sense of déjà vu coming to this chamber once again to rehearse the damage of Brexit, and it was interesting that Mr Brett said that that was not his intention, but that is then what he proceeded to do. And he was keen to use not his own words but the words of businesses. I would say gently to the member, Principal Deputy Speaker, if only he had listened to the voices of the FSB and other business organisations during the referendum, we may not have found us in this position, for the consequences he listed were entirely predictable and inevitable. And it's been fascinating to watch as the proposers of this motion have slowly come to terms with what were the consequences of their own actions, seeking to rewrite history and blame everybody else for the Brexit that they campaigned for. You won, guys. Own it. Alliance warned that there was no such thing as a good or sensible Brexit, and that leaving the EU would inevitably mean increased borders, barriers and friction. The only question was about where that friction would occur, not whether it would occur. We said clearly that was much more likely to happen at ports and airports rather than a porous 300-mile land border, not because we wanted to see those checks happen there, but that's because our logic necessitated they would happen. Of course, logic was a concept that the DUP never applied during the Brexit process. Indeed, the DUP actually dismissed those concerns, telling those of us who warned of red tape and of food supply chain issues that we could, quote, go to the chippy. And their former leader said that he could live with 40,000 job losses as the cost of Brexit freedom. They were out of touch then, Deputy Speaker, and they are just as out of touch today. And this motion spells it out. It spells out the gulf between those on DUP benches lamenting the price of food in Marks and Spencer and those of us who we represent who are relying on food banks and expect us to be in this chamber debating the cost of living and how we tackle poverty in our society. But since M&S has been raised in the motion, I will say that supermarkets have a choice to go through the red lane or to go through the retail movement scheme, also known as the green lane. And the reason why some supermarkets can't avail of that is because they supply both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. M&S relies on being able to supply the Republic of Ireland through ports in Belfast, and so because they have mixed loads, the system is bureaucratic and complicated. That is true. That is true. And from my perspective, the way to address that is through a comprehensive veterinary agreement, which the Alliance Party campaigned for and which the government has committed to, and I hope that they will move forward with that agreement at pace. That will require building trust. No, I won't, because we've heard enough in terms of the opening from the member. Indeed, Alliance was calling for a veterinary agreement during the Brexit process when Arlene Foster and the DUP dismissed it. So I'm grateful that the DUP have undertaken probably the longest U-turn in history and got to a better position. But if you'd listened to those of us who were warning of these issues at the time, our businesses would be in a better place. The Windsor framework is far from perfect, but it is itself a function of Brexit intended to insulate us from its worst excesses. And it has contributed to a situation where Northern Ireland's economy has outperformed the rest of the UK. In 2024, the economic output in Northern Ireland grew at a rate of 3.6%, compared to just 1.4% in the UK as a whole. It is also, to be blunt, the only game in town, which the government has made clear. And of course, my hope is that over time, as issues arise, that it can change and evolve and become less bureaucratic. And the Lord Scrutiny Committee report and Lord Murphy's review can inform that process, but the framework itself is going nowhere. It will be the starting point. Alliance supports the framework not because it is seamless or perfect, but because it is the better option when faced with a choice between hard and soft borders, when faced with a choice between friction and facilitation, between stability and chaos. Those members who have railed loudest against it, including in this debate today, have provided no credible alternative over the past 8 years. And we've set out our own proposals and clear asks about how the framework could be improved to ease the burden on businesses, including enhanced support and advice, promotion of dual market access and relaxation of the at-risk category. But only a full reversal of Brexit can undo all of the tensions and contradictions it poses. We have a choice today, Deputy Speaker, about how we present Northern Ireland to the world. Are we going to continue to pick at old wounds and create uncertainty and instability? Or are we going to embrace the opportunities of dual market access and send a signal that we are open for business and serious about doing that business? And I hope members will choose that option today. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. I make a declaration of interest as both a member of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee and as someone proposed to the then Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and his official recommendations that evolved into the so-called Adjournment break. It's just a pity that Rishi Sunak and Prime Minister since didn't listen to the rest of our party's advice. For the avoidance of doubt, to some, our party supported Remain. We voted Remain precisely because we envisaged the chaos and damage to our economy that has occurred. We have pointed out time and time again it was never best of both worlds, rather the worst of both systems on steroids. It is also why, as the UUP, we opposed both the protocol and the Windsor framework when it was imposed. We did this because they were deeply flawed instruments that were drafted to solve UK and EU dilemmas rather than Northern Ireland trade. Northern Ireland was and remains a bargaining chip in UK-EU relations. 2 words: faithful implementation are the genesis of the problems we now face. The rigorous implementation of the Attar Acqui of the European Journals Rulebook that applies in its broadest interpretation to Northern Ireland. Implementation of rules that many EU members, including our Irish neighbours, don't even bother to rigorously implement unless they're forced to. These rules, which spread well beyond trade issues, impact on everyday life here. There is a huge democratic deficit, which, despite all the Windsor Framework spin, we as an Assembly have absolutely no say in. Safeguards, such as our ability to pray against legislative consent motions pertaining to EU regulations, don't work. They don't work because we're not even informed in time that they're happening, never mind the fact that our vote counts for nothing. The Adjournment break, the scrutiny, in inverted commas, of the closely misnamed Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee, all and every one of these has failed. Lord Murphy's view on the membership of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee to the Economy Committee is well worth a read, and I would encourage everybody here to read it. We have also been told that much of our problems are going to be settled by the UK-EU reset. But despite the hype last week that SPS talks were commencing, other ministers have made clear that it will be 2027 at the earliest that an agreement could be made. Anyone with even the faintest understanding of EU-anyone else relations will know that this is a highly ambitious timescale. So, what's to be done? If the government believes that it has been a good and faithful throughout, it's time to use provisions within the protocol itself to stop any further damage. If our government really believes that the EU is a faithful and not a traitor, it should activate Article 16 of the protocol to protect Article 6.2 to protect our internal UK market. If there really is faith between the UK and the European Union, and the protection of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement is really central to these relations, pausing the implementation of further provisions of the EU acquis until all is solved by the UK-EU reset and the SPS community should be straightforward. The evidence of hard damage to companies is certainly police-free.
Giving way, because I think that this is really, really important, and part of it is about the Labour government's inability or simply not doing the diligence that is needed in order to improve things. And no greater testimony in that than the issue of veterinary medicines, where from the 1st of January we are going to see a significant problem with veterinary medicines, even medicines that have never been opened in Great Britain but need to come to Northern Ireland. But yet the government last week in the House of Lords Committee is saying we are doing nothing about it, and we're still actually
members'
are not actually intervening. Would the member agree that it's important to get some progress?
I would definitely agree, and thank the member very much indeed for reading the latter part of my speech, so I'll not repeat it. Principal Deputy Speaker should be glad to know. But it's a very key point here. We are less than 50 days now to the fact that there's going to be real problems with our agriculture sector. This has been pointed out by our party for the last year. And even at this moment in time, we're not getting to a stage with a resolution. And indeed, government ministers have actually said, basically, suck it up, because we want to be seen as faithful implementers, even though it's going to do real damage to our Northern Ireland agriculture sector. This is unacceptable. But the evidence, Principal Deputy Speaker, the evidence of hard damage to our companies, to the UK internal market, and divergence of trade is abundantly clear. What we need is the will of our own government to actually act. Because quite frankly, the Europeans don't really care about Northern Ireland. What they want to see is an agreement between the United Kingdom and the European Union about things like defence. We have an opportunity to solve this problem, and we actually have in the protocol the processes to do it. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, calling on the Secretary of State and Labour to actually get off their proverbials and do something, let them do it. But more importantly, we will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Principal Deputy Speaker, Bob Dylan is playing in Belfast on Wednesday night. And Bob Dylan, someone asked who Bob Dylan is. He's a very famous musician from the United States. And this is almost like a greatest hits, except not so great. The Dylan's going to be playing, we hope, on Wednesday night. It's the same old stuff we've heard. Now, in many ways, I'm happy to play those tunes. I came into this assembly because of Brexit. I literally wouldn't have been here. I've talked about it many times in this chamber, my own personal experience and professional experience, and I can rehearse it, and I can give you guys all of the gory details of how the interests of this island, including the North, including those of Unionists, were ignored systematically through the Brexit process. But I won't, because I've only got 5 minutes. We've talked about it before, and we'll talk about it again. To be substantive, first of all, we're not going to be supporting the motion, but I want to go through the various bits of the motion in good faith in order to explain why we won't be supporting the motion. First of all, in relation to disruptions, practical disruptions that are being felt by different sectors of our economy, specifically in relation to East-West. They do exist. We have never trivialised them. We have always sought practical solutions. There are small retailers who need to move parcels, who are facing new barriers in terms of that. That's a fact. Clearly, there are questions around veterinary medicine. That's a fact too. We're not diminishing that. We've never diminished any of the consequences of Brexit. Those are consequences of Brexit. The ETA, the electronic transfer authorisation, which is now required for the 70% of tourists who come to Northern Ireland via Dublin, that is another consequence of Brexit, because it couldn't have happened were the UK not to have left. So these are all practical consequences that we need to resolve. How you do that is the next question, and how you do that is via a number of means, but none of those are outlined in the DUP motion or even in the previous remarks we heard from Dr Aiken. They are just turn the table over because we're angry about all of this. I'm angry about Brexit. I'm angry about Brexit. I don't like the disruption, the constitutional disruption of Brexit, nor do lots of people who vote for my party. But it's about practical solutions. One practical solution, I'll just list a few, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, none of which are mentioned in this motion. Number one would be in relation to most of the food checks and indeed veterinary medicine. The comprehensive veterinary agreement mentioned earlier by Mr Tennyson, we've called for it for ages. It is a critical part of softening these burdens. Let's just be absolutely clear. It is not possible for England, for Britain, GB, to be outside the SPS rules of the EU and Northern Ireland to follow in practical terms. Why? Not because the SDLP or Sinn Féin or the Irish Government or the Alliance Party or some inchoate mass of Liberals are trying to do down unionism, because there are cattle which graze in both Cavan and Fermanagh. That's the way our agriculture works. So we have to have an integrated SPS zone on this island. Our food production is integrated. Cattle that produce milk in Donegal are processed in County Tyrone. That's the way it works. That's literally the way our agriculture system works. So that's a comprehensive veterinary agreement. Number two, how we interact with the EU. That's mentioned in this motion. Totally agree, and lots of this was talked about in Lord Murphy's report. We need better mechanisms. I'm unabashed about saying we're the most pro-EU party in this place. We want to be back in the European Union. I think that's only going to happen via New Ireland if we're honest with ourselves. But in the meantime, I want to have representation for Northern Ireland in the European Parliament. Unionists, nationalists, left, we can go there and make representations on behalf of our constituents and businesses. We should also have an EU Commission office in Belfast. Why not? That doesn't change the constitutional position, given we had an EU Commission. I can see Ms Dodds, who was complaining vociferously about all the evil EU's things. Why not bring them to Belfast? They can set an office up. I'll give way. Can you make it sort of relatively concise so I can have a bit of time left to respond?
I will indeed. I often wonder when the member reiterates this nonsense why he doesn't want to do his own job and make laws that are for Northern Ireland here in Northern Ireland.
The member's an extra minute.
I'd love to be doing that in Northern Ireland, Brussels or Dublin. Any of those are great to me, but I just wish that the member would face up to the consequences of the Brexit that she challenged. She's a former MEP. She knows these things all too well. So that's all in a paper we have set out, our policy paper. More representation for the North in the here and now, and for businesses and workers who are facing those EU rules. All of those things can happen, and they should happen. Then, when it comes to to other practical consequences of Brexit, there are a whole range of other practical consequences. The traders and people who are and people who use veterinary medicine, those need to be examined, but so too do the consequences for the all-island economy, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The all-island economy is growing, as Mr Kearney said earlier on, rightly. Northern Ireland has massively outperformed Britain in terms of economic growth. Many economists think that is to do with us being shielded from a significant number of the consequences of Brexit. There's a reality the DUP will not engage with. Why has Northern Ireland grown faster than every other part of the UK over the last number of years? That's a remarkable thing. I think we also should be dealing with the disruption to people moving across the island of Ireland, whether that's French students who are backpacking in Galway and now can't come easily to Derry, whether that's tourists who are coming on coach trips to the Giant's Causeway. All those are consequences of Brexit. One way to deal with them is, rather than Dr Aiken's nuclear option, which is Article 16, is a very simple option. It's Article 14 of the original protocol, now the Windsor Framework. That allows the NSMC to raise specific concerns, the North-South Ministerial Council, to the Joint Committee on the Operation of the Protocol. I haven't heard, the Deputy First Minister wasn't even here, so I won't give away because I won't get another minute, but I'm happy to debate in another place. I haven't heard anything about Article 14 being triggered by the Executive. The First Minister was here earlier on. Are they doing anything via the NSMC to raise these issues? There are practical solutions to these problems. The ultimate one is, of course, rejoining the EU via New Ireland, but in the meantime, let's get real about solutions.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Emma Sheeran.
Gora Magat, Priulash Concordia. I laughed at the previous member's comments about aligning this with a Bob Dylan record. I wouldn't insult Bob Dylan now with that particular analogy, but I see his point, and it's one that I have to agree with. This is very much even the premise of the proposer in outlining that he didn't want this to be a debate rehashing the benefits or negatives of Brexit, but he wants to have a conversation about the part of it that he doesn't like. Look, we all make mistakes. You've made a mistake, and we are where we are now. And there are parts of this that you don't like, and that is fair enough. But we have to be real, and we have to be realistic and be pragmatic in how we deal with the problems that some of our businesses are encountering. People have referred to the FSB report, and I sat through the Windsor Framework and Economy Committee sessions where we dealt with that sector. And of course, we want to do anything that we can in aiding them in securing their recommendations in terms of easing of paperwork, bureaucracy and burdens. But the proportion of businesses that are affected by this, the respondents to their survey, 100 out of 130,000 businesses across the north, to present this in a way that is to suggest that this is a massive problem for the vast majority of our business sector is being disingenuous, because it's not. And even the reference, others have referred to Marks and Spencer's in the motion, at a time when most of our constituents are in a cost of living crisis, when we have constituents relying on food banks. The lack of touch that's been displayed in bringing this motion to this chamber at a time coming into Christmas when we have people across our communities who are in real, genuine hardship and facing real difficulties. They don't want to hear another debate in this place about why the DUP didn't get the Brexit that they wanted because they're following the TUV and afraid of them in the polls. And that's what this is about. So I think we have to be real and be realistic when we're having conversations like this. We're here to govern and to work for all of the people across the north. And I am really sorry that the British government have let you down again, but that's where we're at. Gormila Margaret.
I call Peter Martin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to just pick up on a few points that have been made already. Certainly Mr Kearney and Mr Tennyson. In fact, Minister Tennyson in his speech used the phrase, picking old wounds. And I feel listening to their speeches, certainly 2/3 of which wasn't addressing the motion, but was simply attacking us. Now, that's we have different positions on that, but they weren't actually addressing the motion. And Mr Honeyford finds it very funny. But actually, what we are discussing today are the impacts on customers and businesses that affect their real lives. To be fair to the member, the Leader of the Opposition, at least, whilst I didn't agree with what he said, at least he addressed the motion at hand. Hopefully, in the Bob Dylan reference, he wasn't suggesting that anyone was knocking on heaven's door. However, if he hasn't got the album Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, I would very much recommend that one to him, as it's one of Dylan's finest. I'm going to pick up on the veterinary medicines that have been touched on already, and the reason for that is over the last week I had a number of constituents actually contact me about this, and when I told them about this debate, they said, will you raise this? As some members have already reflected, the grace period for vet meds comes to the end on the 31st of December. I will.
I thank the member for giving way, because he points to the reason and the motivation why the DUP has put down this motion. It's simply because we have been contacted by our constituents, the consumers within, and the small businesses all contained within our constituents. Now, it seems to be the case that the only people who are being contacted, the only MLAs who are being contacted about these issues, are the members on this side of the House.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And I agree with my colleague. I can only reflect the correspondence we get through. And I would also say to the member that in bringing this forward, people out there have concerns. It is affecting people out there, and it is our job to raise these things in this place and actually to find solutions to them. And that's the most important thing in this debate. Some members have referred to the Scrutiny Committee that received evidence last week and reflected on the fact, and my colleague in opening up the debate reflected the fact that up to 40% of medicines could be discontinued from the 1st of January. And again, some reference has been made to colleagues who sit on that committee. In fact, Baroness Ritchie said that it was more or less her view that the government had essentially decided to do nothing until it sees how serious the situation becomes in 2026. Baroness Foster, picking up on comments from my colleague to my left here, very usefully pointed out that Article 16 of the Protocol allows His Majesty's Government to take unilateral action to resolve the problems if they see a diversion of trade. And surely this should happen. And in fact, the committee heard evidence that over 90% of current medicines supplied are likely to be diverted to Northern Ireland via Dublin rather than GB. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it sounds to me that the government are simply suggesting they will wait and see how bad this gets before they decide to do something. And this is an atrocious position when it comes to animal health. And it's also a deeply worrying concern for businesses and pet owners. And it's one that the government, I feel, has to urgently address. Pet owners are currently receiving notifications that important medications that they purchase online from GB firms are currently being discontinued. Things like eye gels and ointments. Are we seriously expected to believe that these products represent a clear and present danger to the EU single market? Such a position is ridiculous. And these constituents that I've had contact to are effectively people who are in supplier to customer relationships. And they will simply not be able to get these medicines from the 31st. And this is, for me, unacceptable, and they want some answers. And I actually spoke to 2 veterinary medicine firms in GB, one on Friday and one this morning, about this very issue. The government must acknowledge that with this trade diversion, including veterinary meds, it must be sorted out. And I want to thank my colleague Carla Lockhart, who has raised this issue in Westminster. In fact, also last week, my colleague, the Deputy First Minister, Emma Little-Pagelli, met with Nick Thomas-Simmons, who leads on this issue for the government, and again, directly raised with him the provision of veterinary medicine to Northern Ireland. But we do need to see His Majesty's Government ministers stand up for the integrity of the UK internal market and the United Kingdom as a whole. And Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to make clear that this party, and I would encourage anyone who is watching this debate, is concerned about the impacts of the framework, is concerned about the working of the protocol, if they be businesses, if they be customers who are simply buying products from GB. If they have concerns, contact us. And certainly the people on these benches will be more than happy to raise those on your behalf. Regardless, the government will not be able to resolve these challenges through the full-throated implementation of EU customs. And simply, I would say, whether it is on customs, food labelling, veterinary meds, movement of goods, inflicting more EU law on trade flows within the market is simply going to damage it. And Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I would encourage all members in the Chamber to support our motion this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm feeling really special today about the call-outs and the constructive debates that we're having, yet to spend all the time focused on ourselves. I'll repeat what I said in committee because I wasn't the one that brought this about. I wasn't the one that wanted any barriers to trade. I'm continue to look to see how we simplify this. Unfortunately, here we go again with the DUP, and we haven't heard the TEV yet, but they'll be exactly the same, and the Ulster Unionists continue to talk Northern Ireland down, to look to promote problems rather than delivering anything. They want everybody else to come up with the solutions. They don't have any thinking or thought from them. But their values are, no, I'm not giving way to you. Their values behind their slogan, Making Northern Ireland Work, hasn't changed from the 1960s, because it simply means make Northern Ireland work for us. And that attitude can be seen with the Irish language, with the GAA, with Casement Park, hosting the Euros in West Belfast, or simply letting our kids share a classroom. All reinforces the default entitlement that, no, I'm not giving way to you. I've heard enough of you, Peter, I promise. It's the default entitlement that we see and hear about again and again and again. And when we look at this motion, We need to be honest about the facts and not inflating problems and clips that are simply for TikTok and Instagram Reels. Facts that Marks & Spencer's describe themselves, that they view their entire store network on the island of Ireland, north and south, as one. Therefore, they don't use the green lane. Sadly, the DUP leave that bit out. But facts matter. The member referenced about one of the trade guys and saying that the problems they had, and they do have a lot of problems. And I asked them a simple question of why there was no problems coming into Dublin, and they said because there was one thing. So the member would need to be very careful about removing stuff that is trying to make Northern Ireland work to another constitutional difference, because that was the alternative that same person said. Again, left that part out. But ultimately, we as an alliance want to be back as members of the EU. But what we have got is the best we're getting, and we need to get on delivering for people, using the advantages to deliver growth. Northern Ireland's ability to sell both into the UK internal market and the EU single market is it's a unique opportunity that differentiates us, and unfortunately the positives are what the DUP are pushing against. In fact, the DUP, alongside the LCUs and TUV, go out of their way to talk this advantage down, to try and dismiss it, and we're hearing it again and again. But the fact is that dual market access is already starting to drive investment, jobs and expansion and decisions to manufacture here. And there's multiple examples in my own area, whether it's PRM, with 1,000 lines of, because we're talking about Marks & Spencer's, of Marks & Spencer's product from Europe, based in Lisburn, tripling their plant with major expansion. Whether it's Leprino Foods, formerly Gambia, moving production to Maryland, expanding and growing due to dual market access. Whether it's Coca-Cola, announced last week, another expansion after extending before with Monster drinks to ship to the all-island economy and to GB. The Northern Ireland Chamber, the CBI, the Federation of Small Businesses and individual business leaders do not want the framework scrapped. They want stability and they want the issues ironed out. Each of them is calling for to highlight the EU access advantages. Even in that FSB report, which is 700 businesses across the whole of the UK, 71% of those businesses said dual market access is an advantage and not a barrier, and they wanted it sold. Businesses want certainty, not constitutional fear, dressed up as economics, poking everybody else in the eye just for your video clips that MLAs can post on TikTok and Instagram, and I will be gutted if I'm not in today's from this morning. Alliance will continue to promote this region, this place to do business, to grow your business, to attract inward investment, because here's the facts. Northern Ireland has been in deficit since 1930s, almost 100 years, regardless of your constitutional position, regardless of the constitutional future of this place. That is not sustainable, and it must change now. That is our focus, and we need to drive that across this House to deliver growth, putting people front and centre, putting jobs, skills and opportunities to live in a place that's affordable for everybody, that we collaborate across this island, deliver better for everyone. Alliance is focused on delivering improvements that business actually asks for, not refighting Brexit. We all succeed when we turn everything, where we don't turn it into an identity battle and start acting like a modern economy. I'm not supporting this motion.
Thank you, David. I call Declan McAleer.
In 2016, the people of the North voted decisively to remain within the European Union. That democratic expression still resonates today, and many of us continue to believe that our long-term future will be best served by eventually rejoining the EU. We note with interest and encouragement that EU leaders have given firm assurances that in the event of Irish unity, the North of Ireland would resume full EU membership automatically. In the meantime, the Windsor framework has provided us with a means to deal with the trading realities created by Brexit, has prevented the re-emergence of a hard border on the island of Ireland, safeguarded the integrity of the Good Friday Agreement, and crucially preserved dual market access for businesses operating in this region. The dual access is a unique economic advantage, one that we must protect and maximise. And certainly from an agriculture point of view, for example, we export 1/3 of the milk that we produce in the north to the south of Ireland for processing. That's 800 million litres a year. It's important to acknowledge that the earlier backstop arrangement, which was negotiated by the former Prime Minister Theresa May, would have prevented many of the trade divergences we now face. Unfortunately, MPs opted for a harder Brexit, and as a result, we are dealing with challenges today, including those relating to veterinary medicines that could otherwise have been avoided. However, we also recognise that Brexit continues to present significant challenges in relation to trade agreements. These are not abstract concerns. They affect farmers, manufacturers, hauliers, pharmacists and families in every community. Throughout this process, we have consistently urged the British Government and the European Union to find practical, long-term solutions that do not undermine the essential mitigations currently in place to reduce the negative impacts of Brexit. Many of these challenges could be eliminated if the British Government were willing to make a political decision to align with the EU rules and regulations. Such alignment would reduce trade friction and bring clarity and stability to our business sectors. The EU-UK Joint Committee remains a vital mechanism, especially with agriculture and agri-food trade. Its work has been instrumental in identifying and adopting solutions to strengthen food security and support rural communities. We do acknowledge its importance and encourage its continued use. We also know that an EU-UK veterinary agreement would significantly ease pressures, yet the British Government continues to oppose such an arrangement. This is disappointing, but it should not deter us from pressing for progress. There has been some improvement in the risk of medicines being discontinued, with supply lines now able to reroute through the south rather than Britain. This is welcome, but challenges remain, including concerns about certain vaccines such as botulism vaccine. It's important that the EU and British Government continue negotiations so that these disruptions are further reduced and possibly eliminated.
Thank you. This debate will continue after question time, when Paul Frew will be our next speaker. The next item of business is question time, so I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Communities. We'll start with listed questions. Question 2 and 8 have been withdrawn. I call Melissa McHugh.
Cash to Hain, number 1, Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Housing Executive have indicated that an estimated 25 properties will be purchased in the current financial year, followed by 125 properties next year, 225 in 27-28 and 225 properties in 28-29.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer.
This far, Minister, you know that a very large percentage of those who require temporary accommodation are single males who often find it difficult to find accommodation which is suited to their needs, even in the private market. And what way will you ensure that the purchase of these 600 homes is done in a strategic way to meet the needs of this type of demographic?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, we're taking a holistic approach because first and foremost what I'm trying to deal with is the cost of temporary accommodation, and by allowing the reserves to be used in this way we will save significant sums of money that would otherwise be spent on hotels and B&B. So the nature of the temporary accommodation client groups such as single persons will be taken into consideration in that.
Frank Hickson.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Can he tell us more about how much savings the purchase of these homes will generate?
Mr Speaker, it's rare that ministers bring forward proposals that will actually save money in the long run, but that's exactly what we're doing through this scheme. It will save £75 million over the next 7 years, and it's important that we don't lose sight of that, because when we are in these times of financial constraint, we need to demonstrate ways in which we can protect taxpayers' money and look for further ways to do that as well, and that's exactly what I'm doing with the work in terms of fraud and error. Another way in which we can save tens of millions of pounds every year, and I look forward to receiving executive support for taking this work forward.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I appreciate that the 600 homes being used as temporary, or the new 600 homes being used for temporary accommodation will go some way to dealing with our housing crisis. But Minister, could I ask you if there's any plans for the Housing Executive to look at derelict properties across Northern Ireland to see if they could be added to that total?
Well, clearly we'll want to make sure that we buy properties that are fit for purpose. However, I share the member's concern about the extensive numbers of derelict properties that are in existence in Northern Ireland. I see it in my own constituency. I'm sure that she sees it in hers as well. And I hope that the dereliction dilapidation bill that her party colleague will be bringing forward will help in that some way. But it is very, very difficult to be going through the housing crisis as we are at this moment, to see so many homes that are there. Obviously some of those will require work, but we need to add up and weigh up the costs of that, because it's simply not right that we're spending so much money in hotels and bed and breakfast when other housing opportunities are there. And of course we do everything that we can to look at all options.
Minister for his answer so far. Can the Minister expand on the information that the Housing Executive will use to determine where these properties are located?
Minister.
They've said that the principal considerations in the geographical distribution of these units will include those geographical areas where exposure to high-cost temporary accommodation is most prevalent. Also the nature of the temporary accommodation client groups, such as single persons, couples or families, and the availability of suitable property in those areas that are available to purchase that align with that criteria, and then we'll also have value for money considerations that will be taken into account as well.
Minister, the need to purchase these homes is ultimately a failure in policy and a particular failure to build more social homes. You've cut the social housing grant, the Housing Association grant. You have pledged to build 6,000 social homes, just under 6,000 social homes by the end of this mandate, but that target looks like it is not going to be met. Do you accept that it won't be met, and do you accept that the need to buy temporary accommodation is a consequence of the failure to build enough social homes?
Well, first of all, I think the member misunderstands exactly what I'm trying to do with the Housing Association grant. I am not cutting the funding for social housing. First and foremost, that needs to be made clear. What I'm doing is cutting the amount of money that is available per unit so that that slack can be taken up elsewhere by the housing associations, by private finance that they are able to get, that unfortunately we are not able to get at this moment. So it actually makes sense to do that and to make sure that the money that we have go further, because I'm not happy with the status quo.
I don't think the status quo is appropriate, and that's why I'm trying to do new and innovative things, and that's what I have done since I have come into office, because he's right. We haven't got the social homes that we need. We don't have homes across all tenures, and I'm trying to do something about that, which is why I'm trying to get executive agreement and to bring forward a proposal so that we can have easier access to public sector land. It's why for the first time I brought forward intermediate rent to provide some relief for those who need it as well, which is why I have done more than any other minister to put housing executive revitalisation on the agenda as well. These are all of the new actions that I am taking. Of course, I will continue to ask for more funding to make sure that we can build more social homes, but ultimately, right now, we're spending huge sums of money every single year in temporary accommodation. So I have taken this step to ensure that we use housing executive reserves, and that will save over £75 million over the next 7 years.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Minister's proposals to generate savings to the current spend for emergency accommodation, but on that basis I'm very mindful of the neighbours that will be located beside these houses. It comes up time and time again where there is tenants causing problems. Because this is emergency accommodation, if concerns are raised, does that mean they will be able to be moved on, and then there'll be new people, deserving people, come in to these emergency accommodation units?
Well, the first thing I would say to Mr Gasson is I'm actually a minister that's taking antisocial behaviour seriously. I understand that it is a curse for many, many people, good, decent people that just want to live their lives, that are being plagued by others who, quite frankly, make their lives a misery. And that's why I am bringing stronger powers in place so that we can deal with antisocial behaviour and that people are actually held to account. And that's what I want to make sure happens, and that's why we're taking the actions that we are taking.
Tree.
Mr Speaker, my department does not hold data on developments which are impacted by wastewater infrastructure limitations. However, it is clear from discussions I've had with the sector that wastewater capacity constraint is having a significant impact on house building.
Mr McNulty.
Thank the Minister for his answer. I find it extraordinary that the Minister for Economy doesn't know what level of economic stoppage is happening. No drains, no cranes. Can I ask the Minister for Communities to what extent the construction of new housing development has stalled due to insufficient water and drainage infrastructure?
Minister.
First of all, just to clarify, I am the Minister for the Department for Communities, not the Minister for the Economy any longer. And I think he simply just asked the same question twice. I don't hold that data, but as I've said, there has been a significant impact on that. So we need to make sure that we have sufficient infrastructure in place. We need to be looking at the areas where sufficient infrastructure does exist as well. That means making sure we make best use of the public land that is available, and that is why I have a paper that I hope will get executive agreement so that we can build more homes where there is capacity, as well as making sure that we put in place the infrastructure where there is need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, are you having any conversations with your counterpart in the Infrastructure Department regarding, and also with the construction industry, to ensure that you can start on new builds within the social housing sector?
Yes, I have met and have recently written to the Infrastructure Minister to again press for the need to identify substantive actions that will begin to resolve this issue. We are already seeing better collaboration between departments as a result of the housing supply strategy and that common thread that runs through that and wanted to build more homes. But ultimately, we need to make sure that that continues, because it is having an impact and we need to do something about it.
Keith Buchanan.
For his answer so far. Minister, the Infrastructure Minister has blamed the wastewater capacity issue previously on Tory austerity. Now it's British Government austerity. Change the line there. Does the Minister agree with that assessment, that it's their fault? Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, my party have long made the case for fair funding models for Northern Ireland, but we do have ministers in post for a reason. Why we want to see more funding and believe that we are entitled to more funding, we have to take decisions ourselves. We have to decide what our priorities are. It's for each minister to decide how they prioritise their budget. It's for each minister to take their own decisions, even if they're unpopular or difficult. So I hope that housing is a priority for the Infrastructure Minister and for Sinn Féin. I hope they back that up with sufficient funding for both the social housing development programme and investment in wastewater infrastructure, because we need to get real. This is a serious issue and we need to make sure we're doing something about it. I'm playing my role in bringing forward proposals that's going to save money. That means that we can redirect funding that we would otherwise be spending on hotels and bed and breakfasts into helping people stay out of homelessness. It's up to other ministers as well to make sure they're allocating the funding to where it needs to go.
Dan Armstrong.
Minister, thank you for your responses so far. Minister, can you tell us what impact this is having on the process used by NIHE to determine where homes are to be built?
Yes, well, of course, it does have an impact. The Housing Executive obviously manage the day-to-day operation of the Social Housing Development Programme. They regularly engage with Northern Ireland Water. They have provided Northern Ireland Water with a list of social housing developments that potentially require a connection to the public wastewater system over the next few years. NI Water review each development site in terms of a potential connection, and both wastewater treatment and network capacity will have to be assessed, and then that is put into the risk assessment for the programme. That's why it's so important that we get this right.
Egan.
Number 4, please.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, issues faced by people in North Down in relation to poverty are similar to those throughout Northern Ireland. I'm working to address these through the development of the anti-poverty strategy and interventions such as the extension of welfare mitigations, the adoption of the new housing supply strategy, the provision of inclusive pathways to work for everyone in Northern Ireland, work on fuel poverty, and the development of a new people and place strategic framework. Specifically in the Ards and North Down Council area, my Make the Call outreach team supported over 1,200 people to access just under £7 million in additional benefits last year. And between the 1st of February 24 and the 30th of June this year, the Housing Executive funded private sector grants, including affordable warmth, totalling over £3 million. And this supported 91 home improvement grants and helped 155 homes through the affordable warmth scheme. In this financial year, the Neighbourhood Renewal Programme has invested almost £500,000 in 13 projects, and I've also provided £500,000 of funding to the independent advice and debt sector and social supermarkets, all of which play a critical role in addressing poverty.
Ms. Egan.
Minister, community organisations in North Down deal directly with individuals who are living in hardship and poverty, and they're feeling the loss of the hardship fund from your department. Would you consider reintroducing that fund or a similar fund to support organisations dealing with individuals living in poverty?
I'm aware of the impact that that has had, and should be aware of the genesis of that, and that the funding is no longer in place for us to continue that. But of course we will assess the implications of that, and as part of the wider work that we're doing on anti-poverty, take whatever steps we need to make sure that we make the best use of the resources that we do have for maximum impact.
Leanne Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will be aware that home heating costs are particularly challenging for those who are feeling the cost of living pressures. Could he please give us an update on the fuel poverty strategy?
Yes, I've said I will be presenting the fuel poverty strategy by the end of the year, and that's still my intention. We know that as we head into the winter, these issues become more pressing for people, and I'm well aware of those costs and those difficulties that many people are facing. So I will have that strategy before the executive by the end of the year, but let's not forget, a strategy does not heat people's homes in and of itself, and that's why I'll also be announcing interventions as part of that strategy that will help us as we seek to eradicate fuel poverty in Northern Ireland.
Moving on, Peter Martin.
Mr. Speaker, Sport NI has advised me that it received 44 applications to date. 16 projects have been approved, 3 applications have been declined on grounds of project ineligibility, and 25 projects remain under review.
Mr. Martin.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and can I firstly thank him for coming down to see Bangor Cricket Club juniors who are very interested in this funding. Can I ask him how Sport and I will ensure that the Olympic Legacy funding will provide, for example, an equitable split of funding? Is that either geographically by region, or will it be by sport?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this issue has been addressed by Sport NI on its webpage that advertises the fund. This isn't a competitive grant, and I want to acknowledge that not all clubs or sports may have the same capacity to access this fund. I knew it would be popular, and I'm pleased to see a big uptick. So, to ensure a fair distribution of funding by sport or geographical area, Sport NI may apply a cap within the programme, and applications impacted by a cap, should it be implemented, will be deferred to future investment rounds, subject to eligibility criteria and funding being made available.
Holyford.
Sir, can I just confirm next year we have a lot of sporting clubs here that won't be ready for this round of funding. Will in the next financial year will this reopen, and if so, is the budget likely to increase?
Well, it's certainly my intention, Mr. Speaker, for this to be in place again in the next financial year. I think the number of applications that we've received so far are indicative of the need that exists within sport in Northern Ireland, so I want to see that continue. I hope we can have the same budget or an increased budget again, because this is what makes the difference. And I was delighted to have been invited on Saturday to Larne Leisure Centre to visit Larne Swimming Club, and they were very pleased with the Olympic Legacy Fund being open. They were delighted that they now have a way through, because a lot of clubs don't always have those funding opportunities, and so I want to thank them for making me so welcome, and for welcoming the fact that this is in place. And I want to help more clubs like that to ensure that they can have the equipment that they need. I think we have got the right approach with the crowdfunder element that's needed as well. I think it's bringing communities together. I think it's ensuring that local communities are being part of that, and that there's a buy-in there as well. And that is welcome, and I certainly hope it's something that can continue.
Hunter. Mark Durkin.
Question 6.
Summer of 2026.
Mr. Durkin.
Thank the Minister for his mercifully brief answer, and unusually. While all of us welcome any investment in the city, people in Derry will be glad to see the work finished and roads restored. Has the Department any further public realm plans for Derry City Centre, and would the Minister encourage collaboration with DFI to identify and address flaws in a previous scheme at Newmarket Street that has left a particularly perilous pavement that poses a real risk to pedestrians?
I understand that I can't comment on that particular issue because of ongoing legal issues. However, I think it is always a good thing if we can learn from previous schemes and any issues or difficulties that arise, and there will certainly be a willingness from my department to do that. He will be aware of the significant investment that will be coming through for the North West, in particular through the Regeneration Fund, and there will be other opportunities for that fund to be used for regeneration purposes.
Orlia Flynn.
Question number 7, please.
There's currently no set date for the publication of the Executive's anti-poverty strategy. However, work remains ongoing at pace within the Department to drive forward this vital work. The public consultation on the draft anti-poverty strategy ran from June to September this year, and input was received from a wide range of stakeholders. Officials are currently analysing all of those responses received throughout the process, and this analysis will be shared with all departments and with Executive colleagues, and the Executive will then give direction on any further development required on the strategy, including any changes deemed appropriate.
Ms Flynn.
Minister for his response. Minister, I'm conscious that obviously the strategy it hasn't been fully launched or implemented yet, but if there is anything even at this stage that he could indicate around any immediate actions that would flow from the strategy that might be able to help offset some of the real harsh impacts around the cost of living that people are feeling at the minute. If there's anything within the strategy that might be able to sort of, you know, in terms of when it's launched, short-term immediate actions that can be delivered on that issue. Thank you.
Well, in fact, we have taken some moves already as an executive, and we haven't waited until the full publication of the strategy to move forward. And we've been criticised for that, but we have included some of the work that we are already doing, and good progress has been made on the implementation of some of those issues. And we've had the discretionary support fund, which is run for some time, which is continuing within the Department for Communities, and other actions will continue. So I think it is important that we don't wait for the final publication of a strategy before we help and provide support in different ways. And she'll be aware that we are always willing to look at how we can help outside of the timelines for these strategies as well. Take, for example, the action that was brought forward after Labour took a callous decision to remove the winter fuel payment. I was able to bid for funding from the Department of Finance and get executive agreement so that we could put that measure in place. That's something that we will always look at depending on the circumstances that arise. But from the point of view of the executive, we want to make sure that the anti-poverty strategy is fit for purpose and makes a real difference, and has long-lasting impacts, and importantly tackles the root causes of poverty.
Mulholland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. It is a wee bit disappointing that we still don't have a timeline. I feel like we waited quite a long time until we got to the point of the initial draft being released, and now it feels like we're back in that holding pattern. Will your department be releasing the responses that you have received from those stakeholders? Can you give us an indication now about how many responses you received, whether they were supportive of the current draft document, and I suppose just a real timeline of when we'll actually hear from the sector in terms of their responses?
So, Mr. Speaker, we certainly haven't been in a holding pattern. We had a consultation period, and we put the consultation period in place for 14 weeks to give people the opportunity and the time to have their say. It's been less than 2 months since that closed, and during that period we have actually been looking at the responses, analysing those as well and taking those forward, and I'm very keen to be able to share those with the public, and it will inform executive conversations as well. So absolutely, we will be releasing that in the normal way. I'm looking forward to that happening so that people can understand what the public have had to say in relation to this, and then taking all of that information and presenting it to the executive so that they can make their final decision on how we take this forward and get it ready for publication.
Colin Killian.
In July 24, I established the Heritage, Culture and Creativity programme, and through that programme I will fill the void created by the absence of executive policy for the arts and for the historic environment, and look forward to bringing that forward soon.
Mr. Killian.
I thank the Minister for his response. The question was in relation to the publication of a strategy for the arts. So in relation to that, could the Minister ensure that that publication happens? And I'm sure he will appreciate the economic and the health and well-being that the arts sector contribute to the economy and indeed all our lives.
I'll just repeat the answer. Through that programme, I will fill the void created by the absence of executive policy for the arts. That means I'll be bringing forward that policy.
Hello, Brett.
Minister, you've done an important job in ensuring that the Arts Council and the arts sector is now more reflective of working class communities across Northern Ireland. Can the Minister commit that he will continue to ensure that all communities benefit from arts funding and it is not just one section of society?
Absolutely, and the member will be aware that I have set this trajectory already, and I've sent a letter of expectation to the Arts Council outlining some of the issues that he has already raised. I've also had the privilege of welcoming Nora Dowds as the new chair of the Arts Council along with new board members. I'm absolutely delighted that she is in post. I've been reassured by their response, and I will continue to work with them to ensure that the arts is for everyone, regardless of class, religion, geography or background. The arts are not just for the few, the elite or the privileged.
Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you've just stated there that it is not reflective. I'm just wondering what support you're giving to ensure that it is reflective.
Well, I'm not sure if the member has been aware, but certainly from my constituents I've received many letters of correspondence, and I had meetings with people that feel that there hasn't been the support there for them. For many people outside of Belfast and Londonderry, they don't feel that there has been enough funding for the arts and for their organisations. Some very small groups, some groups doing great work in disadvantaged areas, some great groups in the arts and amateur dramatics in particular that feel that they haven't got the support and feel often that no one is interested in them. And that has been a common theme that has been recurring, that they feel that no one is interested in what they are trying to do. I'm surprised that the member hasn't received some of that feedback, but from my point of view, I want everyone to have confidence that they can apply and that the funding will be there on that fair and equitable basis. I know the big challenge for the Arts Council is that they don't have enough funding, but I want to make sure that we do get extra funding, but the funding that is there feels to people that it's there for everybody.
Colin Gildernew. Question 10, Ever Ajay.
My programme of private rented sector reform is focused on addressing the key issues of affordability, security and quality in a way that balances the rights and responsibilities of landlords and tenants. Key actions I have already delivered are improving safety for tenants by setting minimum standards for fire and electrical safety, transferring the landlord registration scheme to councils to help increase landlords' knowledge of their duties and responsibilities, and restricting the frequency of rent increases to once in every 12 months with a 3-month written notice. The remaining actions that I will deliver in the current mandate are introducing much longer notice to quit periods, amending landlord registration regulations to make the scheme a more meaningful tool in raising property standards, and exploring minimum energy efficiency standards for the private rented sector.
Mr. Gildernew. I'm going to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, Westminster recently passed their Renters' Rights Act, which ushered in a significant number of reforms to private tenancies in England, such as a ban on no-fault evictions, abolishing fixed-term tenancy contracts and increasing rates for pet owners. Will you commit to bringing forward legislative reforms to strengthen renters' rights before the end of this mandate?
All of that will be kept under control, and if we kept under review, and if we need to bring in additional measures and if legislation is required, we will do that. I note what he says in regards to banning no-fault evictions, but of course that isn't watertight. There are always reasons why people can be evicted. In fact, in Scotland there are 18 reasons and exemptions for that. So in all of these things, it's about getting the right balance. But what I am progressing with right now are the measures that this Assembly had agreed to in the previous mandate. Always happy to keep open, to keep under review some of these other issues, but we also need to be aware of the unintended consequences that might come from that.
Right, Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, do you believe rent controls work?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I go by the evidence, and the evidence indicates that they don't. In fact, that's all of the evidence is demonstrating that. So for some, the solution to affordability is the introduction of regulation on rent control, such as freezes or reductions. But the independent research has highlighted the potential unintended consequences of such action, and this includes landlords exiting the private rental market, resulting in greater shortage of properties in an already stretched market. I had previously discussed and debated this with members in the House. I'm glad to see Mr. Carroll in his place. I had asked him just over a year ago that if he had evidence in relation to rent controls, that he should bring it to me, but unfortunately we have, it's coming. It only took him 11 months, but it's on its way, so I look forward to seeing that research, but I'll be guided by the research on this one, Mr. Speaker.
Murphy. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my officials are currently undertaking a scoping exercise on the feasibility and sustainability of a Northern Ireland industry levy, which is anticipated to be completed by the end of the financial year. The outworkings of that exercise will be used to help inform decisions on a way forward.
Ms. Murphy.
And Colin, I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, just in terms of the work that you've taken to date, what discussions have you had with counterparts in other jurisdictions?
Well, clearly there's been engagement with relevant UK government departments in relation to this issue, and there's also been significant cooperation here in Northern Ireland, because in my correspondence to the UK government we have also written jointly, because this is an issue that just doesn't affect the Department for Communities alone, but I've worked closely with the Health Minister and the Education Minister on this, and we have made a joint representation around this wider issue, and I look forward to working with others, because I think it is important that we have this in place and that we use the funding that is there for the right purposes.
Minister,
can I ask the Minister to explain and describe how the engagement is with the Department of Health on this very serious issue?
Yes, absolutely. We have been engaging with them at official level, both in our correspondence with the UK government and to make sure that the other departments are aware of their responsibilities as well, because as he will be aware, the purpose of the levy is to help tackle gambling harm, for which the Department of Health actually has responsibility. So they have an important role to play in advising my officials on gambling harm, and they should also be advising on the type of projects and services that a levy could support.
Moving to topical questions, Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sport can be a real roller coaster. There's the highs of victory, which supporters of both our international football teams on this island have enjoyed recently. There are the lows of defeat, and then there are draws. Sometimes a draw will feel like a win, sometimes a draw will feel like a defeat. Can the Minister tell us how he feels about the draw that Belfast will host for the European Championships 2028?
Well, first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that we're not going to be hosting any matches here in Belfast. I would have very much have appreciated the opportunity for that to have happened, but we know the reasons why that hasn't happened. So in the absence of that, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to look at the ways in which we might still be able to benefit from the Euros being hosted by the UK and Ireland. And that's why I'm glad that the first step is ensuring that the draw will be taking place here, and we'll have 54 nations and many journalists coming for that. But now, that's no substitution, obviously, for holding matches here, but I think that we should be in the mindset of doing everything that we can to promote Northern Ireland and ensure we can play whatever role we can. That's the first of what I hope will be more announcements. What's more important will be the legacy that actually comes from the tournament as a whole, and I'm delighted that the IFA have already signalled their intention to put a significant amount of money into that, and I look forward to executive colleagues also providing support so that we can build a sporting legacy from it.
While we host a draw for this prestigious competition, Dublin will host 6-7 matches and generate hundreds of millions of pounds. Does the Minister have no regrets that more wasn't done by the Executive to secure the investment needed for Casement Park that would have allowed Northern Ireland to play a proper role in hosting and benefiting from one of the biggest sporting tournaments in the world? And will steps be taken to ensure that we don't miss out on future similar opportunities?
My goodness, Mr. Speaker, I have to say the member is very brave in asking the question that he has just asked. He's wondering why we were not able to host any games here. Well, obviously we know that Windsor Park didn't have the capacity for it, and he has mentioned in the past Casement. Well, we all know that to build Casement in time for the Euros required cash, and lots of it. And my skills and abilities do not extend to magicking £300+ million out of nowhere. So yes, I am disappointed that we didn't get matches, but maybe the member for once would like to consider the role that he played in all of that as well. Because if you really want to, we can go back to the original planning application in 2014. And why did the original planning application fall at judicial review in 2014? It was because of the member, because a judge ruled that he acted unlawfully in granting planning permission. He didn't take into consideration all of the relevant factors. He says it was irretrievably flawed. There is more blame to go on Mark Durkan than anybody else in this House. It was Mark Durkan who unlawfully approved the original planning application. That is why we are in the situation that we are in today. I would rather all of these projects had been completed in 2011. We wouldn't be facing the cost that we are facing now. So maybe if the member wants to blame someone, he should look in the mirror.
Very cool.
Expected, or hope rather, in the coming days that the budget announced by Westminster will retract its cruel, Victorian and deeply damaging two-child benefit cap. Can you give an update on any discussions that junior officials have had with the British government on reversing this decision?
He shouldn't be surprised to hear that the UK government haven't provided us with information on their intentions. I'm not sure how much use it would be anyway. It would probably change within a few hours.
Thank you. Minister, if they do decide to scrap the policy, presumably there will be a financial benefit, extra money coming here to cover the cost, and if not, will you give a commitment that your department will cover the cost?
Well, of course, that's the difficulty, is that it's of huge cost to us to do this on our own. I hope that the government do the right thing. I hope that they reverse this policy. That has been the united position of the Assembly. But of course, we will look at all options as we finalise the anti-poverty strategy to ensure that we provide the help where it is needed most.
Diane Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker and Minister, it's great to see your work and engagement to realise the full potential of the US 260 celebrations here in Northern Ireland, and I've been a bit disappointed to hear some members voicing their opposition to your attempts to increase awareness, knowledge and understanding of Northern Ireland in the United States. Minister, why do you think this is?
Yes, well, I heard some of the comments from the Chair of the Communities Committee in the Public Accounts Committee last week, where he was very negative about what it is we're trying to do around our connections with the United States. I don't know whether that's because of his own distaste for Ulster Scots culture, or the fact that Northern Ireland is going to get special status in that celebration next year. But I think it is important because of the benefits that it can bring to Northern Ireland, the tourism, investment, greater understanding in the United States about who we are. But my goal is clear: to promote Northern Ireland, who we are, what we've done in the past, and what positively lies ahead for us in the future.
Ms. Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. And you know that I'm very passionate about the Ulster Scots culture, and I look forward to welcoming you down to some more events in the morns. Minister, can you give an outline of some of the tangible outcomes that you foresee from the investment around the US 250 celebrations?
Yes, well, Mr. Speaker, obviously we're getting that standout on the international stage next year at the special event that the US are organising. We've also got the Memorandum of Understanding, which has a number of key benefits for Northern Ireland in that as well. We're also raising those cultural connections, which I would have thought the Chairman of the Communities Committee would be welcoming. We'll also be hosting our own event in the US next year, which will give us the opportunity to tell people about Northern Ireland, and through the US 250 Commission we're getting some significant players in the room with us, and that should be welcomed by all.
Declan Kearney.
Minister, it's not lost on the public that of all the towns in the north, the three to which you awarded £150,000 for Christmas lights were either in your own constituency or within the wider Mid and East Antrim Council area. So why did you deem Larne, Ballymena and Carrick as the only towns which were deserving of that significant financial uplift?
Mr. Speaker, it's up to individual councils to identify their priorities for regeneration funding. My department applies a consistent approach based on those applications and priorities, and it's great to see towns taking the initiative to apply for funding and deliver projects that enhance their town centres. Funding for festive investments has also been provided to 5 other council areas in current and recent years: Ards and North Down, Lisburn and Castlereagh, Armagh, Brambridge and Craigavon, and Newry, Mourne and Down.
Mr. Kearney.
Thank you, and my thanks for that answer.
I'm sure that you would agree with me that many councils are now struggling with the effect that the slashing of the rates support grant has had on their financial management arrangements. In my own council, they have been faced with the invidious challenge, in Antrim and Newton Abbey Council within my own constituency, it's been faced with the invidious challenge this year of trying to work out which towns will get Christmas lights and which not. So are you saying, Minister, that this was the only application that you received for financial support to invest in Christmas lights this year?
I'll confirm that with him, but the information that I have is that this is open to everyone on the same basis to apply to. This is up to councils to decide how they allocate their regeneration fund. Look, let's cut to the chase here. You think something untoward has gone on and that I am prioritising my own constituency. I will always want to stand up for my own constituents, but I can assure you this is here on the same basis for everybody, and I think he's barking up the wrong tree.
Ross Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister for an update on his Community Infrastructure Fund and any scope for that fund to receive additional funding from any other department?
Yes, I'm pleased to confirm that the fund has received over 800 applications, and I'm also very encouraged by the fact that we have had interest from a wide range of sectors spread well across every council area in Northern Ireland, and this is a clear indication that we have a great need for this fund, and my officials are now working to ensure this becomes a rolling programme of support which is much needed by the voluntary and community sector.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Could you tell me, Minister, will you evaluate the scheme and the positive impact on communities and perhaps roll this scheme out year on year?
Yes, there certainly will be an evaluation taken, and I hope that it can be funded again next year. And apologies, I didn't answer the second part of his first question, which was in relation to funding from other departments. And I have had correspondence and discussions with the DAERA Minister, and I'll be writing to him formally to request his support for this fund, because the majority of applications for the fund come from rural communities, and as the member will know, the primary policy remit for this area falls to DAERA. So I hope we can actually work together on this, because there's a huge demand and it will have a hugely positive impact.
Shell Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what actions his department is taking to support those organisations who will be putting 650 staff on redundancy notice at the end of the calendar year due to uncertainty around the Local Growth Fund?
Yeah, this is one that we'll all have been contacted about, and one which I am concerned about, because there are so many really good organisations doing brilliant work that have uncertainty. They've had uncertainty for some time, and there doesn't seem to be any clarification coming their way. So as an executive, and in particular the Finance Minister, who will lead on this, have made and will continue to make those representations, because what is certain is that they do brilliant work and they deserve to have that long-term certainty, which they just don't have right now.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. But can I ask you exactly some detail around what you have done to put pressure on Westminster to actually provide support that we need for these organisations?
Well, obviously, all work with the Treasury goes through the Department of Finance. It's how the executive operates, but I can assure her there has been very strong support right across the executive, including from myself, for the issues that the Finance Minister is raising. I know that doesn't bring much comfort to those organisations that are so badly affected, but what is clear is that we need answers on that, and we need answers very soon, and I'll play whatever role I can in that.
Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, the funding allocations for Casement Park and the Northern Ireland Football Fund were set in 2011. Given inflation and the rise in construction costs, the real value of that money has been significantly eroded. Does the Minister agree that the actual value of what was committed in 2011 should be matched today, that we see both delivered?
Well, it absolutely is the case that the funding is not worth as much as it did back in 2011. That was the commitment that was made at that time, and I'm disappointed that progress hasn't been made in the case of the football fund, because of ministers not taking that forward when they should have, and in the case of Casement, Mr Durkin acting unlawfully in terms of Casement Park and holding it up for that reason. But obviously any further allocations would be subject to executive agreement. We have to balance those up against the other pressures that are there.
The question is, do you agree that the value should be increased with inflation today? As your position in the Minister on that executive, will you be arguing that those two values are uplifted to the same value or as what it was in 2011?
Sure.
Look, of course, I want to see more money for sport and for sporting infrastructure, but I have to be aware that there are a number of other pressures within my own department and across the executive as well. So do I want to see more money for sport in Northern Ireland? Absolutely. Should it be on a fair and equitable basis? Absolutely. But there's a huge financial requirement on us right now. Those increases in and of themselves will not meet some of that need, but those things have to be weighed up altogether.
Time to move on to questions to the Minister for Economy, and I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That'll be question 1, please.
Sure.
Regional balance is a key priority of my tourism vision and action plan, and rural tourism presents a valuable opportunity to support regional balance and promote the sustainable development of our rural communities. We know that visitors, particularly those from international markets, come to experience our amazing landscapes and scenery, whether it's our coasts, lakes, countrysides and parklands. Our rural areas have this in abundance. Tourism NI will continue to work directly with tourism businesses in rural areas, as well as in collaboration with local councils. This focus on business development supports and promotes their authentic and unique appeal across all regions to develop their profitability, innovation, visitor appeal and long-term sustainability. This work will be further enhanced by an upcoming destination stewardship approach that will have a focus on achieving regional balance both in rural and urban areas through carefully designed sustainability and regenerative plans.
Mr. Harvey.
Minister, for our answer so far. Minister, our local councils play a vital role in the promotion of many of our rural tourist sites. However, success varies from one local authority to the next. What can the department do to ensure best practice models and ideas are shared across Northern Ireland? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question, and I think that some of our council areas in particular have a very strong focus on tourism, my own for example, and I know the members as well, and will have very strong tourism development departments within their local councils. So I think working alongside Tourism NI there is that opportunity to share best practice, and certainly through the Tourism Vision and Action Plan that's something that I encourage and will continue to encourage Tourism NI to play that important role. I think our local economic partnerships that we have recently established, there's an opportunity there for each council to design its own economic plans and where it's relevant and where members feel it's appropriate to do so, ensuring that tourism is appropriately represented within those. And again, that's something that I would actively encourage councils to do.
Call Andrew McMurray.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, what representation are you making with your counterparts in the Republic of Ireland to ensure that all island branding, such as Ireland's Ancient East, is extended into Northern Ireland, as to do so would benefit for the many within the tourism industry, not least in South Down?
The member for his question, and I completely agree with him. Work is ongoing with Tourism NI, Tourism Ireland and Fáilte Ireland to bridge those visitor experiences across the island. For example, the Causeway Coastal Route and the Wild Atlantic Way has a shared island project, some 7.6 million in respect of trying to do that. A review of the current Causeway Coastal Route visitor offering has been completed following consultation with public and industry stakeholders, gathering insights to shape an infrastructure strategy, and that has the potential to develop things like discovery points along that route, similar to what there is along the Wild Atlantic Way. That project also includes delivery of a small capital investment scheme to improve interpretation provision and the visitor experience. Recognising the brands that are owned by Fáilte Ireland, Tourism NI is in final discussions with Fáilte Ireland in relation to licensing the use of Ireland's hidden heartlands to the Fermanagh region, and I hope to be in a position to welcome progress on that in the very near future. Regarding Ireland's Ancient East, and I think I have updated members in the Chamber on this before, Fáilte Ireland is currently evaluating that brand's effectiveness and considering the next steps, and I would be keen for the North to be represented in any discussions in relation to that, and we'll be continuing to make that case to Fáilte and Tourism Ireland.
Cara Hunter.
Minister, we share the beautiful constituency of East Derry. It has outstanding areas of natural beauty, a stunning coast. What developments do you have to expand on rural tourism in our constituency?
And I completely agree with the member. We are blessed with significant important tourism landscape and a number of hugely important visitor attractions. And I think that our council does do a very good job in terms of promoting our tourism offering, and as recently as today we've seen the success of the Open, which was hosted in Causeway Coast and Glen. So I think we as a council area show the ability to host those major type of sporting events and other major events, and I think that's something that we can continue to build upon. And similarly, as I said to Mr Harvey, I think there's a real opportunity for our LEP to look towards tourism as part of its plans, and of course working alongside Tourism Ireland and Tourism NI and all of our councils, I will be continuing to promote the best that we have to offer.
Philip Brett.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer question 2 and 5 together. My written statement of the 16th of October concerns matters within the statutory responsibility of my department. The measures outlined in my statement are driven by the clear moral case for action. Insofar as my statement outlined that the North would not participate in British government trade talks with Israel, which are currently paused, I do not consider that to be controversial. In its report published on the 16th of September, the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, found that Israel has committed genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Genocide is not only abhorrent, it is illegal under international law. In addition, the International Court of Justice advisory opinion of last July concluded that Israel's continued occupation of Palestinian territory is unlawful and that states have an obligation not to recognise or assist in maintaining that situation. This position is further reinforced by the UN General Assembly resolution of the 18th of September 2024, which called on all states to cease trade or investment relations that assist in maintaining Israel's unlawful occupation. This resolution reflects a broad international consensus that states should not facilitate violations of international law. In relation to the other measures designed to provide reassurance and eliminate any risk of public funds being used to support the manufacture of arms or components used for genocide, I have outlined my intention and will provide further information when those steps have been progressed. My decision does not represent a unique policy toward Israel. It is based on the principle that public funds must not support the manufacture of arms or components used for genocide. This approach will be country-neutral, principles-based and grounded in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. The measures announced will apply consistently to any country found to be committing genocide. They are designed to align our economic development policies with human rights obligations and ethical investment principles. I do not consider it a controversial position to adopt to ensure public funding is not associated with the genocide.
Mr. Brett.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, given you described genocide as abhorrent, last week as Economy Minister you met representatives of the Chinese Communist Party. Could you outline to this House today what discussions in relation to genocide you had with them, or is it in fact your hypocrisy approach when it just comes to the issue of Israel?
Minister.
I note the member attempts to deflect from his party's position in relation to the genocide being committed by Israel in Gaza. I have raised, I think there are challenges in relation to China's human rights issues, and I have raised those and will continue to highlight those concerns. But I would also emphasise that one of the measures being taken as part of my announcement is the development of an ethical investment framework, and that will apply consistently across the board.
Sorry, Timothy Gaston first.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, given Sinn Féin's well-documented historic links to paramilitary and international terrorist organisations, can you share with the House what specific evidence you relied upon in deciding that your department, of all departments, is in any position to lecture anyone on ethnical international engagement?
As I outlined very clearly in my opening answer, I did not decide that. It was set out by the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry that found Israel has committed genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, and the International Court of Justice, which has found the Palestinian occupation to be unlawful. What I have announced upholds international law. It is a basic moral position that has been adopted to not associate ourselves with the public funding going to the manufacture of arms or components that would be used for genocide. As I have said very clearly on a number of occasions, I don't consider that position to be in any way controversial whatsoever.
Philip McGuigan.
Can Collier, and I thank the Minister for her answers, and I agree that her announcement isn't controversial, and I thank her for her clarification on international law, and agree that public funds from the North should not be used in any case to support genocide in this instance in Gaza. Can I ask the Minister, because she mentioned an ethical investment framework, maybe if she could update us on the development of this framework?
So, as part of the measures I announced on the 16th of October, my officials are developing an ethical investment framework. The initial scoping for the framework will be based on the UN Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights, which set out clearly that are based on 3 principles: protect, respect and remedy. It will also be informed by a variety of stakeholders, including arm's-length bodies at the Department, as well as the business and human rights sectors. There will be a formal consultation period and an opportunity for members of the public to input their views. It will be completed before the end of this mandate.
Jerry Carl.
Minister, you'll be aware, obviously, unionist parties are trying to say your action is like for like what the Education Minister did in recent weeks, but would you agree with me that doing all we can, including ministerial directions against a state that's involved in apartheid to try to isolate it, is not the same as a minister engaging in a propaganda trip to a rogue, genocidal apartheid state?
Completely agree with what the member has set out. I think the Education Minister's trip and his cheerleading for those who are perpetrators of the slaughter of tens of thousands of innocent civilians, who have created more child amputees per capita in Gaza than in any other place in the world, who are responsible for the acronym Wounded Child, No Surviving Family, who have destructed civilian infrastructure and who are enforcing starvation on a population. That's what's controversial, and the measures that I have announced to have absolutely nothing to do with the perpetrators of such abhorrent actions are in no way controversial, in my opinion.
Minister, why are you breaching your obligations under Annex 2 of the Ireland-Northern Ireland Protocol, which indeed our party chairman Declan Kearney was just earlier this afternoon praising, on the Euro-Mediterranean Agreement on Trade between the EU, the single market and Israel, which you are?
I don't agree with the member that that is the case. In fact, I don't believe that my announcements in any way breached the Windsor Framework Agreement.
Emma Sheeran.
Gora Magath, Concordia Kesha for 3, let a whole question 3, please.
The independent review of Invest NI, commissioned to assess the organisation's efficiency and effectiveness, identified significant challenges and called for profound transformation. In response, my department, working closely with Invest NI and key stakeholders, published a comprehensive action plan comprising 35 strategic actions to drive meaningful change and align the agency with my economic vision. To date, 28 of these actions have been fully implemented, delivering improvements in leadership, organisational structure and operational delivery. The remaining 7 actions are on track for completion by December 2026. Through this collaborative effort, I am committed to ensuring Invest NI is better equipped to support businesses, foster regional balance and drive sustainable economic growth across the North.
Ms. Sheeran.
Gora Magath, Gora Magath, Lish and Ira Venue Fregrishan. Minister, could you provide an update on the new leadership team?
The independent review of Invest NI made clear there was a need for a refreshed and dynamic leadership team to drive that organisation forward. So I'm pleased to report that decisive steps have been taken to implement that recommendation, with the appointments of Anne Biggs as the Chief Commercial Officer, Catherine Hill as the Chief Operating Officer and Alison Curry as the Chief Development Officer. These appointments reflect a commitment to strong, inclusive leadership and bring a wealth of experience and expertise to Invest NI at a pivotal time for our economy. I commend Kieran Donoghue for his decisive leadership in ensuring the organisation is well positioned to meet the challenges and opportunities ahead, and I look forward to working closely with the new leadership team as we continue our shared mission to foster innovation, attract investment and deliver prosperity for communities right across the North.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. Invest NI are crucial in ensuring that our businesses reach the full potential right across the world. And with that in mind, the Minister will be aware that Invest NI recently talked about the importance of the defence sector to the Northern Ireland economy, representing some 10,000 jobs and £2 billion in output. Can I ask, does the Minister agree with that statement?
Minister.
The member will be well aware of my position in relation to the funding of militarisation of the funding of the British Government's militarisation agenda in favour of public services and infrastructure and things that would be beneficial to the population. In relation to the specific sectors of our economy, the member will also be well aware that advanced manufacturing and engineering is one of the priority sectors and attracts support from the Department and Invest NI accordingly. There are other initiatives that are funded and supported by the British Government that businesses here have the opportunity to avail of directly themselves by engaging with the British Government.
Mr McDulty.
Thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, historically Invest NI have had a ridiculously low number of FDI visits to my constituency of Newry and Armagh. Can the Minister say with any degree of confidence that Invest NI support reflects regional balance across all of the North, including Newry and Armagh?
I thank the member for his question, and he will be aware, I'm sure, of the sub-regional economic plan that was published last year, which put a new focus on regional development, including by Invest NI, and included a target for investment outside of the Belfast metropolitan area of 65% over the 3-year business period. That in the first year had increased to 59%. So I think actually we can point to some success in the short space of time that has been in place and that the sub-regional economic plan has been in place. But certainly I think regional balance is increasingly important, and something that I put a particular focus on. Is one of my 4 priorities as under the economic vision. And certainly I will be encouraging Invest NI to look at regions right across the North. Indeed, just last week I was in Boston supporting a delegation from the North West to attract investment and trade opportunities. So I would look for further opportunities to do so for regions right across the North.
Paul Fruit. Minister.
The utility regulator announced on the 30th of October 2025 that it has launched a formal investigation into this matter. The investigation is being carried out in accordance with the UR's enforcement procedure. The details in relation to the investigation are confidential while it's ongoing in order to allow for due process.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Given the Minister's worrying differences with Invest NI, and given the fact now that utility regulator has had to step in on EP Ballylumford Limited, can we be assured, or can the Minister assure this House that she is fully across her brief and is ensuring that Energy Branch within her department are there to protect the consumers of Northern Ireland?
I think the member is well aware that I am across my brief. I don't have differences with Invest NI, so I'm not sure what you're talking about in that regard. And in respect of what the utility regulator is doing for Kilroot, it's part of what its job is to actually do. So I can assure you that Energy Branch in my department are fully engaged in ensuring that our consumers are protected and that all of the appropriate functions are being carried out.
Speaker, Minister, on the subject of electricity generation, critical to meeting our targets and reducing consumer bills is clearly the North-South interconnector. When I asked your colleague, the First Minister, earlier on about the North-South interconnector, she didn't answer the question. So can I again ask you, given that it's going to be delayed by several years, do you accept that it is critical that it is delivered? Do you accept the North-South Interconnector cannot be undergrounded within any meaningful cost. Do you want it to be delivered, and do you accept that it has to be delivered over ground? Please be clear.
I'm not sure why the member thinks that I haven't previously been clear on this issue. The North-South Interconnector is critical infrastructure. It is really unfortunate that it's going to be delayed because some of the issues that we have been dealing with recently in relation to security of supply would not be happening if we had the North-South Interconnector. And in relation to it being overground or underground, the member is well aware of my long-stated party policy in respect of that, but also that we have a planning application that has been approved, and that we as government departments have to ensure that that is progressed and implemented as it is set out.
Aoife Finnegan.
And I want to thank the Minister for her answers so far. What measures are in place to safeguard security of supply for winter 2025?
As a mitigation to meet security of supply demand up until the run hours reset on the 1st of January 2026, my department officials have been engaging with the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and provided evidence that under the circumstances it is necessary to increase the running hours at Kilroot. This has happened because of unexpected and issues with Kilkira, which had been taken out for repair and has not yet come back on, and therefore to ensure security of supply we have increased the run hours that are permitted at Kilroot. Those will reset on the 1st of January, and that is something that has obtained the agreement of the Executive.
Question 5 is withdrawn. Mr McGlone's not in his place. I call Nick Matheson.
Question number 8, please.
The Minister for Education and I met in May to discuss his proposals for 16 to 18 legislation, and we will meet again at the end of this month to continue that discussion alongside other cross-cutting issues relating to 14 to 19 education. My officials have maintained ongoing engagement with the Department of Education on these matters through the established 14 to 19 structures. I would note that it is vital that this work is underpinned by strong interdepartmental collaboration, clear operational planning and meaningful engagement with young people themselves. Legislation alone will not be enough. It must be matched by adequate funding and a whole systems approach to ensure equity and meaningful change for every young person.
Mr Matheson.
Thank the Minister for that answer. As the Minister with responsibility for further education, how will you ensure that when this legislation is delivered, that our young people, regardless of what school or school sector they are in, are given the full suite of options and pathways available to them to ensure that access to further education pathways, apprenticeships, are promoted to all our young people, so that we don't end up, by virtue of this legislation, locking them into pathways that are not right for them?
I thank the member for his question, and certainly I support the broad intention of the legislation to ensure that all our young people have opportunities. I think that currently there is a lack of sufficient detail to properly comment on the specifics, and as I mentioned, it is a case that we need to see all pathways appropriately funded to ensure that they deliver. I think it's important that we don't see duplication, and that we're working together to avoid that and to make the best use of our combined resources. I believe that we have world-class further education facilities. I've had the opportunity over the past year to open 2 of our new campuses, and they're fantastic, and I think there's a real opportunity there to be world-leading in terms of the type of initiatives and programmes we're putting in place for our young people, particularly across the remit of apprenticeships. So certainly from my perspective, I will be engaging very closely with the Education Minister to ensure that our priorities align, and I think they do in general terms, in terms of what we're trying to achieve for young people, but to make sure that we are working together and that we do have a whole suite of options that young people can pursue, regardless of where they come from or what their aspirations might be.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far, and indeed for her commitment to this topic and this broad area of work. Minister, can you outline, you've mentioned already about duplication, Can you talk some more to exactly what you will do to ensure that there isn't duplication, and how you'll continue to support our further education colleges, who we know do brilliant work in my area and right across the board?
I thank the member for his question, and I think we're all aware of the financial pressures that the Department of Education is under, and that increase in student numbers into its remit may further stretch that available funding. My own department is also under funding pressure, and I have tried very hard to prioritise skills within the funding envelope that I have, but certainly with more funding we could do an awful lot more. So that's why it's more important than ever that we do work together to avoid duplication and make the best use of the combined resources that we have. And as I said, I'm absolutely committed to collaborating closely with the Education Minister to ensure that our facilities are properly utilised. I think that if we align our planning and our delivery, we have appropriate sharing of data and a coordination of different programmes, we can provide learners with the best possible opportunities while also ensuring value for money. So our focus needs to be on delivering a joined up offer that meets the needs of all young people and avoids unnecessary overlap to maximise the impact of every pound we spend.
Question 9, please. Minister.
Apologies. A review of grid connection charges here remains a priority for me. I intend to publish a decision paper later this year with implementation planned for 2026. My department has consulted on options for transitioning a more socialised grid connection charging policy. Greater socialisation of grid connection costs will make it easier for individuals, businesses and communities to connect to the electricity network. This is particularly important in our rural communities. All of those of us who represent rural constituencies will have no doubt had constituents raise this issue with us on many occasions. It's also important for the rollout of low carbon technologies and electric vehicles, and in terms of meeting our objectives in relation to the transition to net zero.
Mr. Buchanan.
Minister, so far, Minister, you've indicated I think, the back end of this year you make some form of decision. When will that roll out in a timeline for people on the ground actually seeing a cost reduction? Obviously, there's a bit of a process that. When will that actually hit the ground and people see savings?
So, as I indicated, it's my intention to publish that decision before the end of the year, and then the implementation of that will progress over the course of 2026. As I said in my opening answer, I know this is something that rural constituents in particular have lobbied for a long time, and sure, obviously I have to consider the options that are in front of me in the consultation responses, but it's something that I'm keen to progress as soon as possible.
Mark Durkin.
Speaker, Minister, the Audit Office recently found that your department had achieved just 1% progress on the energy strategy, despite spending over £100 million. Given that record, how can the public have confidence in your department's ability to deliver lower costs and renewable energy at pace?
I thank the member for his question. It gives me the opportunity to address the issue. There were 3 targets that were reported on by the Audit Office, and on 2 of the targets progress was being made. The issue with the 3rd target, energy efficiency, is an issue of data, and it's something that we do need to resolve as a department. In terms of the funding that has been utilised to date, over 70 million of that funding has went to invest to save projects across the public service, and those are saving in the region of 8 or 9 million annually. So saving the public purse money for that investment that has been made. So I think that's something to be welcomed. It shows public sector leadership, and something obviously we will take on board the recommendations of the Audit Office report. One of those was a mid-strategy review, which we intend to publish before the end of the year.
Anna Armstrong.
Thank you, Minister, for your responses. Minister, can you give us an update, please, on the smart meter programme?
Yes, I think I'm not sure I have the full details of it in front of me, but the consultation has completed and we will be publishing the way forward in the very near future. And if the member wants to write to me, I will furnish you with further details in respect of that. But that's the broad gist of it.
Shane.
The J, question 10, please.
Mr.
The setting of air passenger duty is a reserved matter which is legislated for and collected by the Treasury. I consider APD to be an unfair tax which continues to have a significant detrimental impact on domestic aviation, as acknowledged by Sir Peter Hendy in the Union Connectivity Review. This needs to be addressed by the British Government. As an island, we rely heavily on air travel. The current rate of air passenger duty set by the British Government is the highest in Europe and disproportionately impacts us, adding an extra cost burden that undermines our competitiveness and accessibility. This impact is heightened when we look at the South, where APD was abolished in 2014. The Executive has since 2012 been given the delegated authority to set APD rates for long-haul flights. This has been set at zero as part of our efforts to encourage more flights. Any change, however, to the rate of short-haul APD for here must be weighed against the financial consequences, and I believe that the British Government should bear the responsibility for those financial consequences in recognition of our status as an island and requiring air travel. While there have been no recent studies on APD's economic impact on the local economy, I've asked my officials to examine a number of policy options, including potential APD reform. Officials have recently met key aviation stakeholders and are preparing a consultation document which is to be issued in coming months.
Topicals, call Shane McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, you've promised a good jobs bill by the end of this mandate, yet time is running out. And despite saying that it will be introduced in January, we haven't even seen a draft. This afternoon, your party is bringing forward a cost of living motion to the Assembly. But isn't it hard to take that seriously when Sinn Féin hasn't delivered the workers' rights bill that you promised? How confident are you that that can actually be delivered in time? And Minister, workers deserve delivery, not motions. Can you guarantee that that bill will be passed in full before the end of this mandate, and that you just won't build up hope and then break that promise to workers?
Well, the Good Jobs agenda is about putting more money in workers' pockets. It's about prosperity. It's about ensuring people have access to a good job and good work-life balance and good work conditions. I'm a little bit bemused by the question, because when I announced the way forward in April, I indicated that it would be January before the legislation would be introduced. So I don't see that there is any delay at this point that we are discussing.
Ms McLaughlin.
Minister, we haven't got any clarity on the contents of that bill. So there is great concern, even within the Economic Committee. What does it look like? And speaking through all of the elements in it, it's quite a complex bill. And are you guaranteeing now that it will be brought in January and delivered before the end of this mandate?
When I set out the way forward on the Good Jobs Bill in April, set out what will be contained within the bill. Drafters are progressing the legislation. I don't see why you would anticipate seeing the content of the bill before it's actually introduced into the Assembly. So, as I said, I view it as being on track.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the High Street Task Force report highlighted the need for coordinated place-based support to sustain local retail and hospitality businesses. Can you please outline how your department is using these recommendations to support independent traders in the run-up to Christmas?
I thank the member for her question. And the High Street Task Force had a number of recommendations. My department has taken forward those within my responsibility. As we're saying, in terms of place-based regeneration, recently, along with the Communities Minister, announced funding for community wealth building pilot projects in both the North West and in Larne, and I think those are good initiatives in terms of giving power to local communities to design the type of support that they want to see in their local areas, and initiatives that will support their local areas. I am more than happy to work across the executive with other departmental colleagues to ensure that our high streets are vibrant places. Most of the responsibilities sit more directly with the Communities Minister and to some extent with the Finance Minister, but as I said, I am very open to any initiatives that can support our high streets. One of the things that recently, along with a number of executive colleagues, the Infrastructure Minister and myself brought forward the initiative in relation to the nighttime economy, something that is aimed expressly at getting footfall back into our city centre at night. And I think that's something, a pilot for this year, that we can build upon, hopefully in coming years.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you for your answer, Minister. So I was on Botanic Avenue last night, and it's wonderful that there's so many independent hospitality businesses there. But I know from speaking to many of their owners that they find it difficult to expand because they are outbid by these multinational, multi-chain restaurants. And in the Republic of Ireland, they have put in place a moratorium in terms of the numbers, or a cap on the numbers. Is that something that your department would consider to allow independent hospitality businesses to flourish?
I thank the member for her question, and it's not an initiative that I am aware of, but something I'm happy to look into and for my officials to evaluate what the objectives are and what the outcome workings of that is, because I too would be lobbied by hospitality businesses that find it challenging in the current circumstances, and we all know that last year's budget from the Chancellor had a number of measures that were damaging to small businesses in particular, and hopefully in the coming budget we will see a reversal on some of those measures. We also know that the level of VAT, comparatively speaking with the South, is something that impacts on hospitality businesses here in the North, and I, along with the Finance Minister, continue to make the case that we should be a pilot to see a reduction in hospitality VAT, and again that's something that we will continue to pursue.
Donnelly.
Speaker, last Monday I attended the North West and Larne Community Wealth Building event in the Long Gallery, and I know the Minister was there also, and she's just referred to it. In the context of addressing regional balance, how important is alignment between locally designed initiatives such as community wealth building and local economic partnerships?
I thank the member for his question, and I certainly see a strong synergy between the type of initiative that is being taken forward underneath under the community wealth building pilot projects and what can be done with our local economic partnerships. I guess the intent behind the local economic partnerships was democratising power back to local areas to design what best meets their needs, and certainly I would encourage that tie-in strongly with community and voluntary and other third sector organisations to ensure that place-based approach to economic development that's actually meeting the needs of everybody across our communities. And I think that there is a real opportunity there between our local economic partnerships and those types of initiatives to make a real difference in local communities.
Mr Donnelly.
Thanks to the Minister for that answer. Could I ask her what long-term impact she thinks these projects might have on those areas?
I thank the member for his question, and I suppose I don't have a crystal ball in terms of understanding what the impacts might be, but I certainly would expect that there will be robust evaluations of what the initiatives have achieved. I expect that they will be successful. I expect there will be positive outcomes, because when you have the buy-in from a community and you are building something from the ground up, it will meet the needs of those that you're trying to serve. So certainly that's the intent behind the community wealth building partnerships, that they are leveraging local assets for the benefit of the community, and I would fully anticipate that they will be positive, and that there will be something, although that we have the 2 pilots, that can be rolled out across the board to support other communities to do likewise.
Morris Bradley.
To ask the Minister, in light of the ongoing cost of living pressures and persistent skills gaps across key sectors, what immediate actions is the Minister taking to attract higher value jobs to disadvantaged and deprived areas, and to ensure that people from low income households can actually access employment through apprenticeships, retraining and upskilling programmes?
And I thank the member for his questions. And skills is the top priority for me as Minister. I think it underpins everything else that we're trying to achieve across the four priorities under the economic vision. We need to have people with the appropriate skills to fill the types of good jobs that we are trying to create in regions right across the north. And certainly when I'm engaging with businesses, it's still the top issue that they raise. So we are ensuring that there are pathways there, and that those are designed in partnership with industry. So our sectoral partnerships, that the programmes and traineeships and apprenticeships and other programmes under those are meeting the needs of the businesses that are trying to grow and expand. In terms of how we take that regional approach, as I mentioned, we do have now the sub-regional economic plan to guide us, and I think that is showing success. I think that the local economic partnerships, working alongside the labour market partnerships that are under the remit of the Department for Communities, can ensure that there is better alignment in local areas in relation to ensuring that the skills needs meet the business needs.
Mr Bradley.
Thank the Minister for her answer, but can she set out what specific targets she has put in place to ensure that people from the most deprived communities actually benefit from these higher value jobs? And will she commit to publishing area-based data relating to these programmes?
Minister.
The member for his question, and I agree. I actually think data is really important in evidence and progress, and certainly is something that we are looking at within the department to ensure that the objectives that we are setting ourselves under the departmental plan are being met, and how we are performing against those. In terms of specific targets in relation to jobs and job creation, InvestNI have targets. They have sub-regional targets across the different council areas, and that's something that they will be progressing underneath their business plan, but that we will be closely working alongside, as I said, in terms of that regional focus, and in particular through the local economic partnerships. There is an opportunity to ensure that the skills needs are being that are in each of the areas are being met, and I would very much encourage that collaborative approach. Our regional colleges are represented on all of those, so there is a real opportunity for tie-in there in a very effective way.
William Irwin.
Speaker, has the Minister any further action planned to support an increase in the availability of apprenticeship opportunities?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and just recently we published the Apprenticeship Action Plan, and that is about ensuring that apprenticeships are readily available, that they're accessible, that they meet the needs of business, but also that they are person-centred and meet the needs of our young people, but increasingly people of all ages. There are a number of initiatives underneath the Apprenticeship Action Plan that are about ensuring that businesses have the capability and support in terms of offering apprenticeships that I certainly think are really important, and I have had significant correspondence from MLAs and others over recent weeks about the challenges that young people face in terms of obtaining apprenticeships. Our numbers in apprenticeships have increased significantly over the past number of years, which is a sign of success. But we still have more young people who would take up the opportunity if they had an employer to do so. And so my work is very much now about encouraging more employers to offer those opportunities, but to ensure that they have the appropriate support with which to do so.
Mr. Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can thank the Minister for her response. The Minister agreed with me that there's a scarcity among tradesmen in our workforce in Northern Ireland. Therefore, it's vital to encourage as many as possible into apprenticeships.
Minister.
Yeah, and I agree with the member, and certainly if you try to find a tradesperson, you could be well challenged in getting somebody to do a job for you because they are so busy. So you would also probably be surprised to know that our apprenticeships in construction trades are our most popular apprenticeships, and that it's something that we do need to put a focus on, because we need those trades in areas, whether it's construction, whether it's electricians, plumbing, in terms of the types of initiatives coming forward in relation to meeting our net zero targets, for example. We need to have the appropriate labour to support meeting those targets, and also in relation to the house building targets that we have for ourselves. So I certainly see it as critical that we are ensuring that we have people coming through in our construction trades.
Orlia Flynn.
Can I ask the Minister for a readout of a recent trip to Boston, please?
Mr.
I thank the member for her question. I was in Boston for 2 days at the end of last week, and it was a trip that was specifically about promoting the North West as a leading location for investment and trade. On Thursday, I had the opportunity to meet with representatives of the American travel trade hosted by Tourism NI. I delivered a keynote address at the Golden Bridges Conference, which highlights the best of the North West to an influential Irish-American business audience. I also had the opportunity to meet with former US Envoy Joe Kennedy when I was there, and we discussed building on the momentum that he had created and strengthening those transatlantic economic ties with US companies. And I also had the opportunity to meet with one of our current investors who is planning further investment here. That was Thursday. On Friday, I attended a business leaders event organised by Invest NI, which had again a particular focus on the North West, and I then had the opportunity to attend the signing of an MOU between Ulster University and the University of Massachusetts. I think there's a huge amount of positive economic news coming out of the North West with recent investments and announcements, and I was delighted to take that message to the business community in the States.
Okay, that brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for Economy. Point of order, Mr. Malone.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Just my apologies, I wasn't in my place for the question in the previous section. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. If members just take their ease for a moment before we move back to the next debate.
Point of order, Peter.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in the last debate, some interventions were called, but none were taken. Do you have? I've seen sometimes more debate in my old Bangor Grammar School debating society. Do you have a view on members not taking interventions? Because otherwise, we could just come to this chamber and just read out speeches, and there'd be no debating at all.
I do have a view, but at the end of the day, it's down to individual members whether they accept interventions or not. And there's nothing standing orders. Okay, Peter? Yes, Colin.
Last in the question time, the Minister for Communities asserted that I, as in my role of Communities Chair, had a distaste for Ulster Scots culture. That is simply not true. The Minister may not be comfortable with scrutiny. However, it is not appropriate for him to make untrue inferences or assertions. In light of that, can I ask the Speaker's office to review his remarks in that light?
Certainly, I can ask the Speaker's office to review Mark's remarks. And I also know that ministers can respond in any way they like, but it's normally within a cordial fashion. Okay, members, we're going to continue with the debate, and as said before suspension, our next speaker is Paul Free. Thank you, Paul.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise, of course, to support the motion because this is a very topical and very serious issue for many of our constituents, many of our businesses, small businesses and large, and a big issue for so many consumers out there who are trying to buy their ware from GB companies who are finding it increasingly difficult. And I know with my mailbag, my email lists, the amount of concern out there. Now, we as a party have a very good organisational sense whereby when we get emails in this regard with regards to the protocol, we pass it to Central Party and they then engage for us on our behalf with the relevant departments in Westminster. It's proven to be a very good way of getting information down to constituents. But it seems to me, listening to this debate, that Sinn Féin, the SDLP and the Alliance have no concerns about these issues, have no complaints about their constituents. And it seems to me, going by the level and tone of their debate, that when they do, if they do, they basically reply, "Suck it up, Buttercup, you should have listened to us," during the Brexit debate. That's simply not good enough. The Brexit debate and referendum was run nearly 10 years ago. It's time for the parties here to get over themselves, get over the result, and to move on. I know they're angry. I know they love to be EU fanatics. Well, most of the parties are. Sinn Féin have only really adopted this policy over the last 10 years because before that they were EU sceptic. In effect, probably the most militant party against the EU on this island. So they changed tact. Why did they change tact? Because they've seen a point of division that they could exploit. And boy, have they tried to do that. Not that they're trying to resolve the issues, they're just trying to divide. And of course, we have all the other parties aligning in. But suck it up, Buttercup mentality just won't work in North Antrim, Lagan Valley, or Upper Bann. With so many people, first of all voting for Brexit, but then of all having the ill effects of the protocol. And that's where the violence was done. The violence was done at the protocol. And of course, the Windsor framework came and it was labelled as some sort of remedy when we know it wasn't. And it was this party that said that it wasn't. It was this party who fought against the worst excesses of the protocol and fought against the Windsor framework in order to make it better for all of our people. All of our people. But yet these parties just cannot get over themselves with regards to the decision that was taken by the UK citizens nearly 10 years ago. And so we are where we are. The practicalities of the protocol and the Windsor framework are upon us. So it's incumbent on all of us in this chamber to make sure that the people out there who we represent, no matter what church they go to or no matter what their political philosophy is, that they are not damaged, their relationships are not damaged, their trading relationships are not damaged, and their consumer practices are not damaged by the protocol and Windsor framework. But yet we have a really serious issue facing us with regards to veterinary medicines. This is a really serious issue. And we have brought this motion today so that we can air those concerns. But instead of having that echoed across the chamber, the concerns of our people, it's threw back in our faces. But it's not threw back on our faces. It's threw back on the people who we represent. And on this issue, it's everybody. No matter who they vote for, it's everybody. And once again, it's the DUP stepping up, raising concerns where there are legitimate concerns for our people there, and these other parties are very flippant about it. And members can laugh from the other side of the House, but we'll keep continuing to fight for our people and to ensure that these barriers are removed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Kate Nicholl, please.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. When I came back, I was determined that my contributions are going to be positive, they're not going to be snarky. and I'm going to try so hard, but oh my goodness, I suppose there's comfort to be taken in the fact that we know exactly what the arguments are going to be because we've rehearsed them so many times. One positive thing I will say for this DUP motion is that its call is to the UK government. And in terms of finding solutions and working through issues with the EU, the responsibility is with the UK government. So we really are grateful that the DUP now acknowledge that. It would have been nice if that had been before we had the collapse of the Assembly. The suck it up buttercup mentality is a difficult one for me to listen to. We know that the Windsor framework is not perfect. We know that. And I listened to the same people in Economy Committee who came and said these are the problems that we're having, and of course sympathised and empathised with them. Of course, we need to find solutions. And the one thing that I took from Lord Murphy's contribution when he came to committee was that we need to work together and we need to find practical solutions. The issue is, and me laughing was not being flippant and not that I don't appreciate that the magnitude of these problems. The issue is that when the referendum happened, we said, these are the bad things about Brexit. You said, we want to have Brexit. Now you're saying these are the bad things about Brexit. And we're, I suppose, in a stage of disbelief sometimes because these are the things we were worried about. We live in a complex place and there are significant sensitivities that have to be managed. And I think the reality is that none of us are ever going to get the perfect post-Brexit landscape. We're not going to get everything we want, but we have to move on and work together. And what people want is an Assembly and a government focused on solutions, on problem solving, on making things better. I think there is something we need to talk about how we do more upstream. That is a problem that we see in the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee, is that we're not able to be, and we talk about democratic deficit, of course, like we left, that's the reality of it, but we're not able to influence further upstream, which I think is a pity, and I think we should be doing more to see how we can do that. Good relationships with the EU, with our European neighbours, is so important and should be welcomed. And I think the UK government's attempt to reset relations has been a welcome relief from the chaos and division that has characterised previous governments' engagement with Europe. I think that reset presents a window of opportunity to implement an ambitious SPS agreement with the UK government have now taken forward with the EU. My colleague David Honeyford, who is such a fierce champion for dual market access, talked about it. 71% of those businesses in FSB report said they would like us to be talking about it more. Our executive needs to be speaking with one voice on this matter, ensuring that there are opportunities for people to invest in Northern Ireland and that is properly marketed. And we're not doing it. Let's sell it. Let's sell Northern Ireland. There is so many wonderful things about this place. Our business landscape is amazing. We look at what's happening in tech. We should be selling the opportunities in Northern Ireland, not focusing on the negatives. So we want to focus on solutions, not just diagnosing problems. And what our economy really needs is stability and certainty and clarity. And there are issues to be worked through. It's not that we're oblivious to them. It's not that we haven't been listening to them. But the constant negativity undermines the very stability that businesses are actually craving. Brexit put up barriers to building more positive relationships. And as Northern Ireland's cross-community party, Alliance remains completely committed to making sure that the connections and collaboration across and beyond jurisdictions deliver the opportunities and benefits that communities deserve. So in the spirit of what Lord Murphy said, let's work together, let's look at the practical solutions and try to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. When I first read this motion, I was surprised at how much I agreed with particular parts of it, particularly the recognition of the real challenges facing businesses under the current trading arrangements. But as ever in this chamber, it ends on a note of political point scoring. The proposers of this motion simply could not resist turning what should be an economic discussion into another constitutional crusade. And I find that deeply regrettable. And it is equally regrettable that they have failed to acknowledge their own role in creating this mess. It was relentlessly demand for the hardest possible Brexit that led us here. And let's be clear, Speaker, this is not a debate about identity. It's about economic survival, especially for small businesses right across the north, and particularly in my own constituency of Foyle as well. These businesses are facing real difficulties, and one of these businesses said it's a cliff edge for her. They are trying desperately to keep their heads above water, knowing that without support they will soon drown. Just last week, I met a number of business owners in Derry, and to be honest, I left those meetings shaken about how serious things have become and how time is running out for some of them. Michael, for example, who owns Angry Cherry, it's a small independent shop in Foyleside selling memorabilia, music, comics, told me about the nightmare of getting deliveries from UPS. Before the full implementation of the Windsor framework, he followed every single bit of guidance published by the UK Government and submitted all the necessary paperwork. Yet by April this year, he was being hit with duty demands on almost every order. Despite doing everything right, he's now paying import fees of up to 10% per order, on top of delivery charges and admin costs, and this experience isn't unique. A large part of the problem lies with courier firms, particularly UPS, DHL, but not exclusively. Those systems and customer support have been nothing short of disastrous. But the blame doesn't stop there, and that's kind of the point that you're missing. There can be two truths. You know, small businesses can be affected by this. Brexit is a disaster, but the Windsor framework is there to protect the all-island economy, and you forgot about that in this motion. So, you know, I hate to go on about it, but you do go on a wee bit about it as well. But you did champion Brexit, and it was Boris Johnson who pursued the hardest possible withdrawal, no matter what the cost. And now we know that there has been a significant cost to the UK economy. The Windsor framework isn't perfect, and I think I've made that clear in my first comments, but it is essential for shielding Northern Ireland from the very worst impacts of Brexit. It does safeguard our all-island economy, it does prevent a hard border, and it does provide unique protections for people and businesses here. Those who want to dismantle it without offering any credible alternative are now again acting recklessly. Will you ever learn? Putting stability and prosperity at risk once again. That's not what those small businesses that I'm talking to in my constituency actually need. They want practical solutions. We welcome many of Lord Murphy's review recommendations, including the proposals to strengthen the Assembly's scrutiny and increase resources to it. And I think it is vital that these recommendations are adopted by Westminster and support is given to the Executive to support our small businesses overcoming the barriers to east-west trade. But the review also missed a key opportunity in its work to explore a deeper North-South cooperation that could provide growth and uphold the Good Friday Agreement. Meanwhile, small traders are paying the price for dysfunction between London and Brussels. Many are turning away from GP suppliers, entirely sourcing from the EU instead, simply because the red tape has become unbearable. We will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. I call Timothy Casson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and at the start of my remarks I want to put on record that I'll be voting for the motion here today, just in case during my remarks that message gets lost. This motion admits that the Windsor framework is fundamentally harmful, that it burdens business, that it diverts trade, that it creates a democratic deficit, that tinkering at the edges won't fix it. All of that is correct, and I agree with the wording and the comments. But what's astonishing is that the members whose names appears on the motion before us is in a party that is implementing all of that through the executive every single day. I remind the party to my right that they all won their seats on the basis of a manifesto which rejected devolution under the protocol. A non-binding motion here today and the videos that it will produce does not absolve you from the lies told by your party. The system is unbearably complex. The framework imposes costs and delays. The demographic deficit remains. EU law still applies. Yet those are the same arguments the DUP told the public had been transformed. If anyone said anything or to dissent from that message, we were simply dismissed as a dead-end unionist. Let us remind the House of what was said regarding the deal. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, the then leader of the Democratic Unionist Party, told the public, "These proposals remove the border. Zero checks, zero paperwork. Our place in the UK internal market is restored." Today, as the motion rightly outlines and reminds us, Marks & Spencer tells us that 3,500 products require daily checks, accompanied by paperwork thick enough to choke a horse. The FSB tells us small firms are drowning. The Lord Scrutiny Committee tells us the so-called democratic safeguards were oversold. Oversold? That's a very polite way of saying to the public that they were lied to. And my goodness, who lied to the public? But nothing captures the contradiction more starkly than the DUP's own Gordon Lyons, who said in the DUP statement, which is still on their website to this very day, "If there is a choice between remaining in office or implementing the protocol in its present form, then the only option for any unionist minister would be to cease to hold such office." Principal Deputy Speaker, the Windsor framework is the protocol. EU law still governs vast areas of life here. The Irish Sea border still operates every day, and yet the DUP ministers sit in office and implement precisely what they once said no unionist could touch. This motion is not bold. This motion isn't radical. This motion isn't a challenge to the foundations of the framework. It's more political theatre, condemning on one hand but complying with the other. Happy to give way, Mr. Brett.
Mr. Gaston giving way. He's always up for debate. I know he's probably going to come on to the rest of our motion where it calls on the UK government to honour the commitments that it made to the people of Northern Ireland. But I just want to put Mr. Gaston on the record as his view then that the Assembly should be collapsed, that we should hand power for this place over to Keir Starmer, the very man who continues to implement the Windsor framework.
The members in we have the boogeyman once again, Keir Starmer. I hope come 2029 Keir Starmer will not be in office. But I'm very clear, Mr. Brett, Mr. Buckley, Mr. Martin, if there's a choice between the protocol or being ruled from London, this place shouldn't exist. If you don't have any leverage, and you might shake your head and think you've got a TikTok video, very good, that's grand. But my goodness, you're sitting in with Sinn Féin, IRA, and you're trying to say Starmer or Stormont. I don't think that washes, because come 2029, Labour won't be anywhere near 10 Downing Street. Unionism needs more than rhetoric, and it's rhetoric that we hear. It needs unionists who, when they say that they won't administer the Irish Sea border, to really mean it. It needs unionists who will not operate EU law. It needs unionists who refuse to implement north-south institutions as normal, while our east-west institutions on our links are being absolutely trashed day by day. It needs unionists who don't go into government with IRA, Sinn Féin after winning seats on the basis of
Mr. Gaston, stop using that term. It's Sinn Féin. You use it again and you'll not be called.
Well, Principal Deputy Speaker, you'll be very well apt to tell me what the right term is, whether it's Sinn Féin IRA or IRA Sinn Féin.
Right, sit down.
On that basis,
Mr. Costin, take your seat. Okay, so Jonathan Buckley is to wind on concluding waiting the motion. Jonathan, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And who'd have thought a debate on challenging the harm posed by the Windsor framework would cause such a debate, or lack of it in some instances. I think it's fair to say that a lot of political parties have been on a journey when it comes to the Windsor framework, because I actually genuinely believe today that every party is now in a position where they feel, and perhaps in varying degrees understand, that there is harm being caused to some aspect of business in Northern Ireland because of its particular outputs. Now, Northern Ireland is largely an economy made up of small businesses, and that's largely who the major weight of trouble has fallen upon. And I want to just say to members, sometimes gently, again in the chamber we will always have more robust conversation, but it is incumbent upon us as elected members in this assembly to speak up where harm is caused. And quite often what has happened in this place is that business who have been impacted by the Windsor framework, and indeed other provisions from the Brexit process, right from the withdrawal agreement right through, have felt that they needed to keep their head down rather than speak up on an issue that's affecting them, their business, their employees and the Northern Ireland consumer. And just at a time whenever some of them actually go on the record to talk about their concerns from a business perspective, they're shot down. The FSB report, shot down, is not a relative example by some members in this House. Too small a proportion. M&S shot down because it's M&S. The RHS shot down because it doesn't represent a wider section of those that are impacted. I think this is deeply disingenuous to those businesses who have felt the need to speak up on what impact these arrangements are having on their respective industries. At the start of the debate, and I mean some parties have reiterated old ground, Sinn Féin have talked about the need to start talking about a cost of living strategy. I think the member for Southdown, the chairman of Sinn Féin, Mr Kearney, talked about stop wasting time. He fails to say that his party has brought more motions about Gaza than they have about the cost of living crisis since they came back to this place. And I think it's a bit rich for the champagne socialists to talk about cost of living strategies whenever they're now the richest party in these islands, I think estimated last time of net assets of over €8 million. So when we talk about cost of living crisis, as was mentioned by the member, I think the reality is...
Mr Buckley, I know you're enjoying yourself, but can you return to the substance of your motion, please?
I will indeed, Principal Deputy Speaker, and as someone that's winding the debate, I think it's important that we capture the totality of the debate. Imagine being in such a wealthy position that you don't even know how many properties you own. I'll give way to a member of Sinn Féin if they want to tell us. No, I suspect not. Again, we then look at the Alliance Party's contribution in this debate. We had the Student Union Debater-in-Chief, Mr Tennyson, telling us that it's your fault. You should have listened to us. Well, if we'd have listened to them, we would have had the rigorous implementation of the very protocol which preceded the Windsor Framework Agreement, which would have caused even more catastrophic difficulties for our businesses. We had the SDLP talking about Article 14 of the agreement, which would enable the EU to have direct conversations with business representatives and Northern Ireland stakeholders about the impact. And I think, I will just briefly, I know.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with as the SDLP pointed out about that particular article is, of course, that's been tried, of course, with the EU joint committees refused to engage.
Yes, and that's exactly the point that I'm coming on to, because I think it was, again, the member for South Belfast that also talked about good relations with the European Union. Members, be under no illusions. The EU have played a blinder. They have hoodwinked the United Kingdom when it comes to the Brexit negotiations. Why do I say that? Let's look at Lord Murphy's review. Now, we can look at Lord Murphy's review and point out the very clear limitations to it. But one of the most startling aspects of his evidence at the Economy Committee just a couple of weeks prior to this debate was the fact being that despite him reaching out in good faith to the European Union, they wouldn't even afford him the courtesy of a meeting. Now, what does that say? Are we so blinded opposite by the needs and wants of the European Union that we will close our eyes, that we will cover our ears to the genuine concerns of businesses which are represented in this very motion? We've already heard about M&S and the challenges that they face. Let's look at some of the evidence contained within the independent report. Products are being delisted locally because GB businesses, particularly micro and small businesses, are choosing not to supply Northern Ireland. Supermarkets feel that the government's push for 100% compliance with the Windsor framework is unnecessarily disrupting trade to Northern Ireland. And I think that goes to the very heart, because the UK's insistence on 100% compliance is not being met with any form of goodwill from the European Union. It's being met with meek responses and indeed disengagement from the very organisation that could unlock a lot of these problems. We talk about the democratic deficit, and all in which Mr Gaston said at the start of his contribution about the wrongs that this motion contains in relation to the Windsor framework. I have always held that position, always will. The Windsor framework's root problem, as has been the other agreements subsequent to it, was that EU law still applied. And whilst EU law still applies in Northern Ireland, we will still have these major issues affecting large swathes of our economy. When we want to talk about democratic deficit, members across the floor want to talk very keenly about the need for an assembly to debate these issues. But in a debate pre-Christmas, a 6-hour debate on Articles 5 to 10 of the Windsor Framework, this Assembly sent over 300 areas of law controlling large swathes of our economy back to Europe, so it could have no democratic say on the laws that affected our people, our businesses and our consumers. They covered industries from agriculture, the environment, electricity, state aid, VAT, duties, goods, customs. These are large sections of our economy, members, but yet whilst we recognise in this House that the Windsor Framework presents some difficulties to some of our businesses, whether that's small, medium or in some cases large, we essentially voted off the ability to actually take decisions to benefit those businesses. And that is great shame to those members who, at the behest of the European Union, sent those laws just there. We then look at the Road Haulage Association, and I think they capture some of the issues facing the haulage sector quite well. People may want to rubbish what M&S have said on the record, but when we look at the Haulage Association and how they have identified that whilst the position remains that all goods are classified to be at risk unless it can be proved otherwise, there is large swathes of checks placed upon those businesses and in particularly those trade. At the point of sale, the end destination is known. So why not change that so that it is deemed to be not at risk? In doing so, we would save our businesses from vast swathes of paperwork that is destroying them economically. Bureaucracy, I mean, it's mentioned in the motion, but 300 pages of paperwork per lorry is quite simply ridiculous. It will only increase as time goes on unless members are prepared to open their eyes to the challenges and stand up to the European Union. I mean, I would love to know, why are you so compelled to believe that the European Union has Northern Ireland businesses' interests at heart over the democratically elected members of this House? I don't see it. And I just hope that members would understand that. My colleague Mr Martin mentioned how we're going down the road towards an incredible, difficult position in vet medicines, affecting pet owners, not just farmers, but indeed those of domestic held pets. Over 40% of medicines in Northern Ireland for pet medicine could be discontinued by January. For the UK government and Europe to bury their heads in the sand, to me says that there is very little genuine interest in dealing with the issues affecting Northern Ireland. I would say that this House is the best place to determine those laws, and I would ask members to reconsider their opposition to this motion and ensure that we can have a democratic input into the laws that affect this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Jonathan. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Aye. No. Aye. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order. Order, members. Close the doors. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay, do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Peter Martin and Jonathan Buckley. Tellers for the noes are Andrew McMurray and Gemma Dolan. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Order, members. Order, members. Clerk, would you please read the result?
71 members voted, 27 members voted aye, 44 members voted no. The motion falls.
The motion falls and fasten the doors. Members, would you take your ease before we go on to the next item of business? Thank you.
Ready, Colin? Minister? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on the impact of the ongoing increase in the cost of living. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes that, according to data published by the Office for National Statistics on the 22nd of October 2025, the inflation rate is at 3.8%, which is higher than the EU average. Further notes that this rate of inflation is nearly double the Bank of England's 2% target, is deeply concerned with the persistent rise in the cost of living and the impact it is having on workers, families and communities, commends the Executive on its firm refusal to impose unfair taxes and charges on already struggling workers and families, recognises that many will face increased financial pressures in the weeks leading up to Christmas and throughout the winter, further recognises the vital work being carried out by voluntary and community sector organisations in supporting vulnerable groups who are disproportionately affected by the rise in the cost of living, acknowledges the ongoing concerns expressed by the sector with regards to the shortcomings of the draft anti-poverty strategy published by the Minister for Communities, and calls on the Minister for Communities to revise his draft anti-poverty strategy to set out what actions he will take to support and equip those organisations and communities dealing with the increased cost of living challenges.
Okay. Thank you. I call on Colin Gilden to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshal list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Colin, please open the debate on the motion.
Christmas is only a few short weeks away, and I'm sure that most of us are looking forward to taking some time off to relax and spend time with our families. For many of us, the next few weeks will be full of the joys of the festive spirit as we make plans, put out decorations and buy gifts for friends and family. But unfortunately, members, far too many families will be facing the Christmas period feeling anxious about all of the extra costs which come with celebrating Christmas. Recent statistics show that families in the north spend on average £850 more during the month of December on things like gifts, food, nights out and travel, on top of all of the usual heating and other bills which many people are already struggling to pay. As our motion highlights, the current rate of inflation is 3.8%, which is significantly higher than what it was this time last year, when the inflation rate was only 2.5%. What this means in practice is raising costs for basic necessities, such as food and fuel, for already hard-pressed families. We have to understand that the cost of living crisis is very much still with us, and it is continuing to wreak havoc on the least well-off in our society. This morning I held a roundtable discussion with some of the organisations who are on the ground tackling poverty every single day, and they painted a picture of a worsening situation, and they are very clear that more needs to be done to help those in need. They spoke about a feeling of hopelessness amongst many of the people whom they assist, and a belief that no one is listening to their very real concerns. Research carried out by the Trussell Trust in 2024 shows that 21% of households in the North are currently experiencing food insecurity, which is a dramatic increase from 2022 when the figure was only 16%. The research also shows that 77,000 emergency food parcels were delivered to households facing hardship in 24-25, including over 31,000 children. That's an increase, Lascian Corlia, of 71% over the last 5 years. The most recent Poverty and Income Inequality report for the North, which was released in March of this year, shows that the rate of poverty in the North has been steadily rising over the past 5 years, and that 18% of adults are currently living in relative poverty, with 15% living in absolute poverty. The same report also revealed that 23%, or almost 1 in 4 children, are currently living in relative poverty, with 17% of children living in absolute poverty. These figures are shocking, and they underline the urgent need for more ambitious measures to tackle poverty. We also must recognise that British austerity and underfunding must shoulder much of the blame for the growing levels of poverty in our society. Policies like the two-child limit have pushed thousands of children into poverty, stealing from them many of the life chances which they need in order to live fulfilling and prosperous lives as adults. So far, this British government has taken the winter fuel payment from pensioners, attacked the sick and disabled, and just last week they were threatening to raise taxes on the least well-off. It's no wonder then that Keir Starmer is the most unpopular Prime Minister in living memory. There have been some media reports suggesting that they may decide to remove the two-child limit, and whilst this has not been confirmed yet, it is absolutely essential that the British government scrap this disgraceful policy once and for all and fully in the upcoming budget. We must also ensure that we here in the North are doing everything within our power to alleviate the worst impacts of poverty. Earlier this year, the Minister for Communities published the first draft of the anti-poverty strategy, and to say people were underwhelmed would be an understatement. The strategy was weak in both substance and ambition, and indeed many anti-poverty organisations stated that it was not fit for purpose, including many organisations who helped to co-design the strategy. The draft anti-poverty strategy does not contain any targets or measurable outcomes. This is despite the fact that the Public Accounts Committee, which I also sit on, recent report on child poverty made a recommendation that targets and outcomes should be included within the strategy. The absence of targets and outcomes renders the strategy largely meaningless. It leaves it reading more like a stocktake document which lists a range of departmental actions that are linked to poverty, with many of these actions already enacted or currently in operation. The strategy does not give any clear indication of what level of funding will be forthcoming to support its implementation, nor does it state how it will obtain this funding. Sinn Féin understands the Executive is in a difficult position financially, but it is absolutely vital that the anti-poverty strategy provides costed proposals so that we can have a full understanding as to how much finance is needed to fund actions that could reduce poverty and deliver prosperity. Another key criticism of the current strategy, and one I heard from the sector again today, is that it doesn't follow a life cycle approach. This means that it doesn't take into account consideration how poverty can affect people differently at different stages of their lives. We need to see a life cycle approach adopted which would recognise the unique causes and barriers to exiting poverty at each life stage and ensures that actions are tailored accordingly. Lascian Corlia, fuel poverty is another huge issue which is affecting many families across the North, with recent figures suggesting there has also been a significant increase in this in recent years. National Energy Action carried out a survey in September 2024 which found that nearly 40% of households in the North were experiencing fuel poverty. Fuel poverty often results in people cutting back on the amount of money they spend on essential items such as food or clothing so they may be able to afford to heat their homes. These figures bring into sharp focus the urgent need for a modern, fit-for-purpose fuel poverty strategy that will make a meaningful impact on reducing fuel poverty. The Minister needs to urgently bring forward a final draft fuel poverty strategy, and it would indeed be helpful if the Minister could update the House on when this is likely to happen. It is also important to mention some of the steps that the Executive has taken to alleviate poverty in recent years. Welfare mitigations were initially secured in 2016 in order to protect the most vulnerable here against Tory austerity. The welfare supplementary payments were automatically paid to anyone who would otherwise have been impacted by cruel welfare changes such as the bedroom tax, benefit cap or the rollout of PIP. The Welfare Supplementary Payments Act 2022, brought by the previous Communities Minister Deirdre Hargey, extended most of the mitigations until March 2025, with the bedroom tax mitigation being extended indefinitely, ensuring that over 37,000 social housing tenants would be permanently protected. In this year's budget, the Executive allocated £47.3 million towards the welfare mitigations, signalling their continued commitment to fund these mitigations in full, while also extending them until March 2028. These mitigations are absolutely vital for so many people in our society. In many cases, they are the difference between having enough food to eat or going to bed hungry. The Executive has also protected households from unfair taxes, such as domestic water charges, which would disproportionately impact those who could least afford to pay. Another huge step forward is the work done by Sinn Féin ministers in the Finance Department, who have secured an agreement with the British Treasury that the North's funding will be increased to more accurately relate to levels of need. So whilst it's important that we recognise the important steps the Executive has taken, it is clear that more needs to be done. Tackling poverty and supporting people during the cost of living crisis needs to be the #1 priority of every one of us here today. Far too often, the issues which have been debated in this chamber have only served as distractions from the very real suffering which people are enduring every day. We have a duty to do all that we can to come to their aid and return a sense of hope that things can be better for them and for their families.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Andy Allen to move the amendment. Andy? Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Andy, please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our amendment is offered in a constructive spirit. The main motion rightly highlights the pressures households are facing, and we support its intention. The amendment seeks to complement it by adding a particular focus on an issue that is becoming increasingly urgent: the rising cost of food and growing food insecurity. Headline inflation may have eased somewhat, but for many families the pressure has not. The essential items people rely on week in, week out have not returned to previous prices. Food costs remain significantly higher, and while some products appear unchanged, the reality of shrinkflation means households are getting less for the same money, or in many cases paying more for less. These changes may appear minor in isolation, but for families already stretched to the limit, the cumulative impact is substantial. That is why we have also highlighted the recent decision by the Education Authority to increase the cost of school meals. A 50p rise, around a 20% increase, may not seem significant to some, but for many families already under pressure, it will hit hard. Some will point to the fact that school meal prices have not risen since 2017, and I do indeed commend all involved for keeping costs down for so long. But we will hear throughout today's debate why increasing them now, against the backdrop of severe cost of living pressures, is the wrong approach and sits uneasily with the aims of an anti-poverty strategy. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I perhaps should have declared an interest as a father with 3 school-aged children. Balancing the books on the backs of those who are already struggling is not a sustainable or fair way to tackle poverty. I would also like to briefly mention the crossover from the previous debate. When products become more expensive to move, the pressure shows up in the cost and availability of those everyday products. These costs don't fall evenly across society. It is low-income households who feel them most. The evidence, Deputy Speaker, is stark. Around 520,000 people in Northern Ireland are now food insecure, including 130,000 children in the last year alone. As we've already heard from the Communities Committee Chair, 77,000 emergency food parcels were issued. Those referred to food banks were living on an average of 171 a week after housing costs, roughly 30% of an ordinary household's income and most had no savings. The overwhelming majority were already in debt or arrears. These are not exceptional cases. They reflect everyday reality for far too many people across Northern Ireland. At the human level, we all know what this looks like. A recent BBC report featured a working mother who said she regularly skips meals so her daughter has enough to eat. She summed it up simply: "My daughter comes first." That sentiment is familiar to many parents who are quietly making sacrifices, not because of poor choices, but because the cost of feeding a family has outpaced their income. These pressures are especially visible in our schools. For many children, the school meal may be the most reliable and nutritious meal of their day. When the cost of school meals increases, families already struggling face even greater difficulty. Hunger affects behaviour, concentration, learning, and it can affect the entire classroom environment. That is why our amendment emphasises the importance of affordable access to food, including school meals, as a central part of tackling child poverty and reducing health inequalities. The programme for government acknowledges the clear link between poverty, education and long-term health. Alongside this, we also call on the Minister of Education to review the recent increase in school meal costs and consider whether the current eligibility threshold for free school meals remains appropriate. Many families sit just above the threshold, yet cannot absorb rising costs of food. Supporting these families would be a fair and practical step that directly benefits children. Food pressures are part of a wider picture, and fuel poverty remains a major concern. As we've already heard, National Energy Action (NI) reports that nearly half of households are worried about energy bills this winter. 39% are already in fuel poverty, and 1 in 5 households have gone without heat or power at least once in the last 2 years because they could not afford it. A quarter of households say rising energy costs are harming their health and well-being. These figures underline why a robust anti-poverty and fuel poverty strategies with clear, measurable and time-bound targets is not just helpful but necessary. I want to acknowledge the work of the Minister, the work that the Minister has taken forward. He has moved this strategy further than many of his predecessors, and it is fair to say that, and he has made progress in relation to other areas such as fuel poverty. That should be recognised and commended. But the scale and seriousness of the challenge mean the final strategies must be robust and ambitious as possible. Clear outcomes, measurable targets will give the strategies structure, direction and credibility. They will also provide transparency. Deputy Speaker, families and organisations need to see where progress is made and where further action is required. The voluntary and community sector also deserves recognition, and I declare an interest as a charity trustee. They are often the first to see the pressures facing families. They support households, or they support thousands of people every week. They contribute an estimated £1.71 in value for every £1 invested, yet the sector is reporting rising demand, recruitment difficulties and burnout among their staff. If we want to support them properly, we must address the pressures driving people to their doors, including food and fuel insecurity. Our amendment reinforces that link. I also want to acknowledge the pressures on unpaid carers. Northern Ireland has around 220,000 unpaid carers providing support that saves the Executive an estimated £5.8 billion a year, yet they are among the groups most affected by rising costs. 1 in 4 carers are living in poverty. When in receipt of carers allowance, that rises to almost half. Many carers are cutting back on essentials, including food and heating. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the anti-poverty strategy is an important piece of work, but to meet the scale of the challenges we face, it needs firm, measurable, cross-departmental targets, particularly on food and fuel poverty. Targets that are time-bound, transparent and informed by both data and lived experience. That will help ensure the strategy has impact rather than becoming a document filled with aspirations but lacking delivery. This amendment strengthens the motion by highlighting one of the most fundamental pressures households face, the ability to afford food. It aligns with the motion's recognition of the vital work of the voluntary and community sector It supports the call for a revised anti-poverty strategy, and it identifies practical, realistic actions that can be taken now to help families, particularly through the school system. The cost of living crisis is not experienced through statistics alone. It is felt in households making choices no one should have to make, in parents skipping meals, in children arriving at school hungry, in families rationing heat and power. While we cannot control every global event, we can take decisions here that improve the circumstances of those who rely on us. This is the purpose of the amendment, and in that spirit, Deputy Speaker, I commend it to the Assembly.
Thank you, Andy. I call on Maurice Bradley. And Maurice, and all other speakers have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In considering both the motion and the amendment, I think we can agree on one thing, and that is the cost of living crisis is still real for workers and families across Northern Ireland. Inflation may have fallen from its peak, but at 3.8% it remains higher than the EU average and almost double the Bank of England's target. Families don't need these statistics to tell them what they already know. They see it in their grocery bill, their heating oil delivery, and now potentially in the cost of school meals. For us, the key question is not just how we help people cope with rising prices, but how we help them move beyond long-term reliance on benefits. And we have heard stark figures on poverty by the motion proposer, Mr Gildernew, and also the amendment proposer, Mr Allen. The best long-term defence against poverty is meaningful, fairly paid employment, supported by a strong safety net for those who cannot work or who face additional barriers. Work, when it pays, changes lives. A secure job gives parents the ability to plan ahead, manage their bills and provide stability for their children. That is why we welcome the focus on getting more less able people into better jobs and reducing the disability pay gap. It is why we have supported measures such as the childcare subsidy scheme, intermediate rent, co-ownership and investment in skills and apprenticeships, all of which help people into work and help keep them in stable employment. But employment on its own is not enough. The amendment rightly highlights the sharp rise in food prices and the importance of affordable access to food, including school meals, in tackling child poverty and health inequalities. Any increase in school meals costs will be deeply worrying for already stretched families. That is why we agree that decisions by departments and arm's-length bodies, including the Education Authority, must align with the Executive's anti-poverty strategy. And why there must be a coordinated approach between the Minister of Education and the Minister for Communities to support those on low income. At the same time, we cannot ignore the reality of constrained budgets and statutory duties. Difficult choices are having to be made right across our public services. That is why it is essential that every pound spent is clearly focused on reducing poverty, supporting families and enabling people to move into and progress in work. We also recognise the crucial role of the voluntary and community sector, which is often on the front line of this crisis. Reaching people in places government alone does not. The anti-poverty strategy must set out not only high-level ambitions but measurable targets and clear actions on employment, on food and fuel poverty, and on supporting those organisations working directly with vulnerable households. Our approach is clear. Help as many people as possible into good sustainable employment, maintain a strong targeted safety net including welfare mitigations, and ensure a coordinated executive-wide strategy that turns warm words into real practical help for families. If we get that right, we will not only help people through this winter and this cost of living crisis, we will give families across Northern Ireland a realistic route out of poverty and away from long-term dependence on benefits. Mr Speaker, I am happy to support the motion or the amendment.
Maurice, I call on Sean Mulholland. Sean.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this motion, and I thank the members who have brought the issue to the floor today. The anti-poverty strategy consultation may now be over, but poverty is not pausing. It is tightening its grip on households across such a wide swathe of households. But for me, it's the depth that should trouble every one of us in this chamber. At a recent JRF roundtable that we attended, Baroness Ruth Lister of Burderset, one of the UK's leading social policy thinkers, set out with absolute clarity what an effective anti-poverty strategy must look like. It must, she said, work with the grain of everyday life. It has to start with the lived realities of the families who experience poverty, not in abstract policy documents, but in the heating they cannot afford, the food that runs out, and the impossible choices that they make week after week. And she reminded us that lived experience cannot be a token exercise. It has to shape the design, the delivery and the accountability of that strategy. Without clear targets, independent monitoring and a rights-based framework that treats poverty as a breach of dignity and equality, any strategy loses legitimacy and impact. So her message to us was powerful. Income matters, accountability matters and political will matters. So do we have all three in this House? Unless people living in poverty can see their fingerprints on the solutions, it won't have their trust. And Mr Deputy Speaker, that brings me to a point that this motion implicitly recognises that it's not how many people that are struggling, because we all know too well the numbers, we've heard them many times before with many other motions. It's how deep the struggle has become. And across the UK, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation shows that poverty is not only widespread, but it is deepening. Hardship is intensifying and becoming even more entrenched here in Northern Ireland. And I refer to the Trussell Trust Costs of Hunger and Hardship report that estimates 200,000 people, including 62,000 children, so that's roughly 1 in 7, now face hunger and hardship. These are people who are managing and experiencing the deepest and most damaging forms of hardship. That's severe food insecurity, destitution and hunger and hardship that go far beyond what the headline poverty rates capture. In Northern Ireland, persistence, depth and the poverty gap are not routinely measured. We rely entirely on absolute and relative poverty rates, despite all the evidence showing that these headline figures are no longer capturing the severity of the hardship. So I would ask that the draft anti-poverty strategy, which at this moment contains no targets or indicators for any of them, have them included. We cannot continue with a broad stroke approach when the evidence shows that hardship is concentrated, severe and worsening. To come to the UUP amendment, we welcome it and we share the concerns that it raises. Rising food costs have placed significant strain on households across Northern Ireland. It's deepened food insecurity and it has widened health inequalities. And we have to say with concern, the recent increase in the cost of school meals by the Education Authority will only add to these pressures, particularly for those families who are already struggling to make ends meet. Access to affordable food, including school meals, is essential in tackling child poverty and improving those health outcomes, so we will be supporting the amendment. It is vital that decisions by all departments and all arm's-length bodies align with what we are constantly reminded that it is an executive anti-poverty strategy. So we would urge the Minister of Education to review this decision, raise the eligibility threshold for free school meals and work closely with his colleague, the Minister for Communities, to deliver a coordinated response. The Minister tends to bristle a bit when I mention Scotland used as a benchmark, so we'll maybe look at instead at the Republic of Ireland. That is a jurisdiction that has placed a real emphasis on measuring the depth and the level of deprivation. It measures at risk of poverty, enforced deprivation and consistent poverty, and recent ESRI work identifies children who are deprived even when their income sits just above that poverty line. When you look at the child benefit work and family payment, the free school meals and school books, it has lifted 150,000 children out of income poverty and 94,000 out of consistent poverty. That's what happens when depth and deprivation are taken seriously. We need targeted interventions that shift the outcomes and, above all, an anti-poverty strategy that's worthy of the name, grounded in objective need, framed in a life cycle approach.
Member, draw remarks to a close, please.
Shaped by lived experience. A strategy without delivery is not a strategy at all.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The cost of living crisis is a term that has kind of slipped from our daily lexicon, not because it's gone away, but because people have become so accustomed to hardship that it no longer shocks the way it did and the way it still should. I remember looking on in horror as welfare reform was rolled out across the water and warning here that it would drive families to food banks. Today, food banks are no longer a rarity, but are a staple in all our town centres. Trussell's work tells us what this means in human terms. Some 520,000 people across the north are food insecure, including 130,000 children. The arithmetic of everyday life is now almost surreal. A block of cheese is a fiver, a bottle of red sauce is about £6. Even small, formerly cheap and cheerful family treats are beyond affordability for many. And that's the small, humiliating cruelty of this crisis. The things that used to bring comfort are now priced out of reach, certainly.
Member also recognised that when highlighting those products that have increased, as I said in my remarks, many of them have increased in size, so they don't go as long or as far for families.
I thank the member for his intervention. I think he means decreased in size, but yes, I see the role of shrinkflation, that food just doesn't go as far. This motion also commends the executive on its firm refusal to impose unfair taxes and charges on workers and families. Rates have increased with no effort being made to cushion our poorest councils and, by extension, poor families from those costs. Public transport fees or fares have increased 3 times within a 15-month period. And then let's look at our public service workers, our poorest staff being penalised by executive decisions, or in many cases, executive indecision. We've heard today of the thousands of care workers, the backbone of the social care system, locked out of a pay award that would deliver a real living wage. From EA support staff to health workers, thousands of workers in receipt of universal credit won't benefit from a backdated pay award. In fact, they'll be worse off, left for 1, maybe 2 months without a UC payment. My pleas to all ministers to fix this oversight, and it can be done, there was a mechanism found to do it with COVID payments, remain unheeded. Meanwhile, staff continue to be penalised for being poor. Band 2 health staff received an additional 8p uplift this year to bring them up to the minimum wage. But that money is now going to be absorbed into the upcoming pay award. In other words, the uplift designed to correct low pay will disappear once the new award lands. That's not progress, it's stagnation. And on the subject of disappearing, the First Minister happily stood alongside the Communities Minister to welcome the draft anti-poverty strategy, but disappeared when the fallout came. And today's motion, I fear, is another attempt to deflect responsibility. Every executive party signed off on this strategy. Disappearing when the going gets tough isn't leadership. To the party with the finance and economy portfolios and the top office, what are you doing to tackle this crisis? But at least they see the glaring flaws in the draft strategy. Gaslighting Gordon says it's grand. Community and voluntary organisations, as the motion correctly identifies, remain an absolute lifeline, and they have my deepest gratitude. But they are tired. I spoke with the Focus Project in Craigan recently. They're under unbearable pressure, trying to meet soaring demand in a community where thousands of households would now be considered vulnerable, working families included. Poverty is a political choice, and the irony of this motion calling for action while executive parties continue to implement policies that deepen it isn't lost on anyone. This week, the cost of school meals increased by 20%, which will impact primarily the working poor. That decision was taken alongside the failure to raise the threshold for school meal support. A decade ago, the criteria were more generous than they are today, which is utterly preposterous in the context of soaring inflation. 3,000 fewer children receive support now than in 2023. This isn't an accident. It's the consequence of bad government decisions. Mr. Speaker, this motion delivers motherhood and apple pie, but not bread and butter. Poverty isn't just for Christmas, and it's frankly insulting to see a motion like this brought forward by the party with the most power to change things. The reality is that the executive needs a Scrooge-like epiphany. It holds the purse strings, it holds the power, and it continues to deliver a bad deal for all the Bob Cratchits, underpaid, undervalued workers. But it doesn't have to be this way. If we spent less time arguing about the past, if we could spend more time in the present, delivering positive policy rather than debating meaningless motions, we can change the future.
I hate to be the ghost of Christmas present, but bring your remarks to a close. Thank you, Mark. I call on Cathy Mason.
The cost of living continues to rise, and families across the north are feeling it every single day. Inflation sits at 3.8%, higher than the EU average and nearly double the Bank of England's target. But what exactly does that mean? That means families are afraid to turn on their heating, that food costs are rising week after week, and school uniforms are pushing parents into debt. And in the middle of all of this pressure, as the amendment states, we now have the Education Authority increasing school meal prices to £3.10 a day, a decision that will hit already stretched households hard. That's £20 extra per child per month. For many, that's just simply not within their budget. And let's be very, very clear about this. This comes from years of chronic underfunding from the British Government, along with years of poor decisions within the Department of Education and a complete lack of leadership from the current Minister. Families simply can't take another blow, yet this Education Minister, under this Education Minister, it just seems to continue coming. School meals are up, uniform costs are still sky high, childcare pressures are rising, and now more and more parents are being asked for so-called school voluntary contributions. But Cancunlia, this is what happens when a department fails to plan, fails to prioritise and fails to protect families. But this, of course, isn't solely about education. Across our communities, food prices have soared, fuel poverty is deepening, and more families are turning to food banks, including many who never imagined that they would need this help. Our voluntary and community organisations, a number of whom we met with this morning, are holding the line. They're stepping in where immediate support is needed, and they are doing incredible work, but they are doing it with such limited resources and such rising demand. And Cancunlia, that's why the anti-poverty strategy really, really matters. But the draft that was published by the Minister for Communities simply doesn't match the scale of the crisis. It lacks measurable targets, it lacks clear actions, and it lacks the urgency that families are crying out for. And it needs intervention urgently, so that the organisations who are on the ground are properly supported and low-income families aren't left to shoulder this alone. Cancunlia, families are not asking for the earth. Every weak decision, every delay, every missed opportunity in these departments lands directly on a family's kitchen table, in the food that they struggle to afford, in the school meals they now can't pay for, in the heating that they ration, in the childcare bill that wipes out their wages. Workers and families deserve better than this draft anti-poverty strategy, and that is why we brought forward this motion and why we will be supporting the amendment which we feel adds to the motion. Because the cost of living crisis is real, it is urgent, and the Department of Education and the Department for Communities need to step up and strengthen their plans and start putting families first. Workers and families need action, they don't need excuses. They need leadership, not deflection, and they need real support, not weak draft strategies. People need hope, and people need hope now.
Brian Kingston. Brian.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and the Democratic Unionist Party is dedicated to providing opportunity and support for all families across Northern Ireland, many of whom are feeling the squeeze on their finances. It was the DUP Minister for Communities, Gordon Lyons, who led engagement with other departments and ministers to create and publish a draft anti-poverty strategy for Northern Ireland this year, some 19 years after the last anti-poverty strategy was published in 2006. The new strategy sets out a long-term approach to addressing poverty by minimising risks, minimising impacts and helping people to exit poverty. On the 5th of December last year, Minister Lyons took the decision to announce that all existing welfare mitigations would be extended to March 2028. This should help give stability to families. In all proposals to address poverty, the critical questions are: how will it be funded, and what is the evidence that will make a real difference? Answers to those two questions are often lacking. The DUP is committed to ending the two-child limit on universal credit payments, and we will strongly support such a move if announced by the Chancellor of the Exchequer in her budget speech next week. Indeed, I joined the campaign photo at the front of Stormont this morning with a number of charities and other MLAs in support of such a move by placing our handprints on a sign, and I still have the paint under my nails to show for it, as others may do. Creating opportunities for those from disadvantaged backgrounds, be it through greater educational attainment, training or employment, is crucial to breaking the cycle of poverty and dependency for many. Minister Lyons has announced a new strategy that aims to provide more disabled people to help them get better jobs and to reduce the disability pay gap. The Local Growth Fund is being created by the Labour Government to replace the Shared Prosperity Fund, which was to replace the European Social Fund. However, many voluntary sector groups who are doing tremendous frontline work to assist people who are considered to be economically inactive get into employment and vocational training. Those groups currently have no certainty over their funding beyond the end of this financial year. The UK Government has a responsibility to provide clarity on the future of the Local Growth Fund without delay. Over the course of the past 3 years, the DUP has repeatedly sought clarity on when this funding would be available, how it would be administered, and the degree of input for local ministers, but the responses have been lacking in information. Regarding the Ulster Unionist Party amendment, the Education Minister has made clear that education has been and remains significantly underfunded. Currently, the EA faces an overcommitment of £280 million, and as a result, the EA board, on which all parties sit, has had to make very difficult decisions. We should note that in their statement, the Education Authority outlined that the price charged for school meals has not increased since 2017-18, as was acknowledged, and will remain well below the cost of producing the meal. The amendment calls on the Education Minister to increase the eligibility threshold for free school meals, something he has already done. In July this year, the Education Minister announced an increase in the income threshold for free school meals and the school uniform grant, committing to link future increases to the rate of consumer price inflation. This support will keep pace with the cost of living. Yes, I will.
I just wonder if the members got the information to hand as to how much the Education Minister increased free school meals eligibility.
No, I don't have the information. I don't have that information to hand, but I will get that for the member. The UUP calls for a coordinated approach between the Minister for Education and the Minister for Communities. Mr Deputy Speaker, we believe that all executive ministers should work in a coordinated approach to support low-income families, whether this be the Education Minister supporting educational attainment, the Health Minister addressing health inequalities, or the Economy Minister supporting skills growth and good employment opportunities. The anti-poverty strategy is a full executive strategy with responsibilities for all ministers. Thank you.
Kelly Armstrong. Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As my colleague Shan Mulholland has already said, that we will be, as Alliance, supporting both the Sinn Féin motion and the Ulster Unionist amendment. The motion rightly highlights the stark reality that inflation in the UK now stands at 3.8%, nearly double the Bank of England's target and higher than the EU average. This is not an abstract figure. It's a daily burden on workers, families, carers and the wider community. The amendment adds an equally urgent dimension: the sharp rise in food prices, the growing levels of food insecurity and the unacceptable pressures being placed on household budgets by increases in things like, for instance, school meal costs and the cost to heat a home. It is becoming more difficult given you need to have a smartphone to access benefit apps and online portal. It's all costs. Both the motion and the amendment recognise the vital role of the voluntary and community organisations, and both call for stronger, more coordinated action from ministers. And we've just heard Mr Kingston saying the anti-poverty strategy is an executive strategy, so we should be saying something in that from all ministers, but we don't. But I have to ask, Deputy Speaker, how many times must this Assembly debate poverty and the cost of living before we see a completed anti-poverty strategy and for that strategy to be put into action? How many speeches must we give before families see relief in their bills, before children are guaranteed affordable access to food, before communities feel the impact of a plan that is not just drafted but delivered? I will.
More with Ms Armstrong. Does she agree with me that more important than this motion put down by Sinn Féin today is that, in addition to the Communities Minister putting meat on the bone of the anti-poverty strategy, that the multi-year budget, hopefully published by the Finance Minister before the end of this year, puts in place a multi-year strategy for poverty reduction?
Thank you. I hopefully won't need that, Deputy Speaker. I agree. The two must go hand in hand. For instance, in the past, this House has agreed to mitigations to protect people, but mitigations alone are not a strategy. I acknowledge the draft anti-poverty strategy and its limitations, but I acknowledge it alone is not an action plan. Families cannot heat their homes with words, and children cannot be nourished by debates. Communities cannot be sustained by motions alone. The amendment is right to call for measurable poverty reduction targets. That's what we need to see for the multi-year budget. We need to see a clean programme for government with very clear objectives, and one of those would be to reduce poverty. The motion is right to demand a revision of the draft anti-poverty strategy. No more ministers should be making decisions that exacerbate the effects of poverty. For example, and others have mentioned the Minister for Education, but the cut in holiday hunger support is the type of action that is contrary to ending poverty. What we need now is urgency, clarity and delivery. We need ministers to work together. Communities, education, finance, health, economy, they've all been mentioned today, to align decisions with the objectives of a strengthened cross-executive anti-poverty strategy. We need timelines, we need accountability, and we need to know when households will feel the difference. Deputy Speaker, I support both the motion and the amendment because they reflect the real concerns of our constituents. Very recently, as many of you have done, I have been working through the energy scheme. The vouchers allocated to me were gone in a day. That's how much pressure we are facing through our constituency offices, and the community and voluntary sector and advice sector are facing this all the time. But can I also say, unless we move beyond speeches to strategies, and from those strategies to implementation, and from implementation to measurable outcomes, we will be back here again in a few weeks talking about the families that continue to struggle. I hope that this will be the last debate we will have in this House without an anti-poverty strategy. Let this be the moment when we stop talking about poverty and start tackling it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I call on Anya Murphy. Anya.
Can I raise today to highlight the rising cost of living and its devastating impact on workers, families and in particular our rural communities. The cost of living has risen everywhere, but in rural areas the pain is more acute. Higher fuel costs, higher heating bills and barriers to accessing services. These communities are always asked to do more with less. For many, a car isn't a choice, it's a necessity. Yet the cost of filling the tank and the steep rise in insurance premiums, especially for younger motorists, is making it nearly impossible for many families to get to A and B. Food prices have also surged. In rural areas, food banks are reporting unprecedented demand. Community groups and charities are stretched to breaking point. Yet, these groups are doing extraordinary work. They run warm hubs, deliver food parcels and support isolated older people. But they can't carry this alone. They need clarity, sustained support and proper funding. Last week at the Committee, we received an update on the new rural policy framework from officials, which highlighted many of these areas. But even the department themselves have admitted that it's going to take a number of months for support to get out on the ground at grassroots level. The draft anti-poverty strategy needs clear goals and firm action to tackle food and fuel poverty, these issues that hit rural families the hardest. We need policies that don't just sound good on paper but deliver real help on the ground. Because Leis Ceann Comhairle, rural families are hard-working, they are resilient and they are resourceful. They should not be punished by geography. They deserve a fair chance and to be protected from a crisis that they did not create. Yes, we can't control every global force driving inflation. And yes, we are subject to the decisions of yet another British government that prioritises everyone but workers, from proposing inheritance tax on family farms to cutting support for the most vulnerable in our communities. But we can choose how we respond. We can strengthen welfare mitigations, oppose water charges and invest in our community organisations that hold our rural areas together. I urge members to support this motion. Let us act now to protect families, support workers and strengthen our rural communities.
Thank you, Anya. I call on Diana Armstrong. Diana.
And at the outset, I'd like to thank the proposer of the motion and speak on principally towards the amendment brought by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the rising cost of food in Northern Ireland is one of the most pressing issues facing households here, and it is having a devastating impact on families and especially children. In the run-up to Christmas, as others have said, many families will feel an even greater burden as the cost of Christmas presents and food stacks up. Recent statistics from the Trussell Trust are startling, to say the least. In the last 5 years, food prices have increased by 37%, while the cost of a frozen turkey has risen by 41%. But the reality is, families may not even be able to afford a frozen turkey. The average Christmas dinner for 4 people has increased by around 15% as of 2024. And as my colleague Andy Allen said, in 2024 the charity found that 520 people across Northern Ireland were food insecure. To put the figures into perspective, that is almost 1 in 4 people in Northern Ireland, and even more worryingly, 130,000 of this number were children. Furthermore, the National Energy Action found that in 2024, 40% of adults were experiencing food poverty and spent more than 10% of their salary on household energy costs. The rising cost of living is pushing more families into poverty and deepening health inequalities. Parents are being forced to choose between heating their homes and putting food on the table. Members, we are failing in our duty to protect the most vulnerable. The recent 50% hike in school meals by the Education Authority adds yet another layer of pressure on already stretched household budgets. 50p may not seem like much, but when you factor in 5 school days alongside multiple children in a family, this cost quickly adds up. For many children, their school dinner is the most substantial meal they receive in the day, and making these meals less affordable risks worsening child health and child poverty. Our party's amendment to this motion aptly calls for departmental decisions to align with the objectives of the Executive's anti-poverty strategy and develop practical measures to help reduce poverty. Making important decisions on school meal pricing and increasing the eligibility threshold for free school meals would go a long way in reflecting those commitments.
Yes. Thank the member for giving way. Can I just say that, would the member agree with me, I was quite surprised when I learned through a written question that the Minister for Education confirmed that the nutritional standards for school meals were considered, reviewed in 2021, but because he doesn't have enough money, none of those nutritional standards have been put into practice. Is that something that we should be pushing for as part of the anti-poverty strategy, is to make sure that where and when we're feeding children that they get the best nutrition possible?
Thank you, and I thank the member for her intervention. And yes, it is critically important. In many cases, this is the principal meal of the day for a child, and so the nutritional elements within that really do need to be considered, and I thank you for that intervention. Making important decisions on school meals prices, as I said, and increasing the threshold, these are important first steps that would make a real difference for low-income families. Beyond these simple measures, the draft anti-poverty strategy must be strengthened to include ambitious but achievable poverty reduction targets with clear actions to address food and fuel poverty. I urge members to back this amendment, to back the motion, and send a message that the Ministers for Education and Communities, and indeed the Executive, must help ensure that no child goes hungry this winter. Thank you.
Diana, I call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry.
Speaker, as others have indicated, the cost of living crisis doesn't make as many headlines these days, but it's still very much with us. And just because prices aren't rising as much as they were maybe 2 or 3 years ago doesn't mean they still aren't rising and they haven't came down. It's felt most acutely by working class communities, by families struggling to feed their children, especially now the fact that the cost of school meals has been hiked. It's felt by low-paid and minimum wage workers who are denied the most bare minimum of pay increases, Deputy Speaker. It's felt by unpaid carers, 1 in 4 of whom live in poverty, but who save the Executive £16 million per day in care costs. 1 in 3 children in my own constituency of West Belfast, Deputy Speaker, disgracefully are living in poverty, and the 2-child benefit cap is one key reason for that shameful statistic. And I hope the Chancellor does the right thing and scraps this cruel and nonsensical policy in the upcoming budget. But it's hard to remember the last time this Labour government made any decision that benefited working class communities rather than hurt them, and I'm unclear from the Minister for Communities' answer earlier on to myself what his plan of action or intention is. 1 in 5 households here haven't been able to afford heat or power at least once in the past 2 years. That's 20% of the population live in misery in cold, dark homes. And since 2019, the number of people using food banks here has increased by 93%. This is a shameful statistic and an indictment on the powerful parties both here and in Westminster who are content to let the rich get richer while the rest of us are condemned to a life of poverty. And make no mistake about it, failing to tackle the cost of living is a political choice, Deputy Speaker. The spiralling cost of living is a crisis for some people, but it's a bonanza for others. Maybe it's best to call it a record profiteering crisis. The 500 richest people in the world, for example, have more than £8 trillion in net worth. These are the people destroying our climate and exploiting workers, yet our governments cosy up to these billionaires and trillionaires. There's more than enough wealth in our society, but it's in the wrong hands. And locally, there are plenty of things this Executive could do to reduce costs for people struggling to get by. In the past, families living in the North have been protected from the harshest impacts of poverty because of relatively low housing costs. But since COVID, housing costs have risen through the roof. Rents here are rising faster than anywhere in Britain, including London. Our wages are stagnating, and workers in the public sector have seen their wages fall in real terms. The poorest quarter of tenants living in the worst quality housing in Belfast are spending 50% of their monthly income on rent, a huge figure. And private rents continue to rise, Deputy Speaker. When inflation soars and wages stagnate, our poverty levels will skyrocket. And it's entirely within the Executive's remit to introduce rent controls to stop landlords from rent gouging and exploiting their tenants. But the Minister here refuses to act. He continues to parrot landlord propaganda. State subsidised private landlords to the tune of £300 million each year in the form of housing benefits and universal credit housing costs. And we don't hear a lot about these massive handouts, only focus on so-called benefit scroungers. And look at unpaid carers. According to economic analysis from Trussell, as others have said, protecting people from hunger and hardship would benefit the economy and public finances by over £2 billion each year, as well as an additional £360 million of savings in public service costs. Tackling poverty makes economic sense, but more importantly, it's the correct moral and political choice. Poverty is cruel, but also it costs money, it costs lives. Tackling poverty requires a strong, ambitious anti-poverty strategy with measurable and time-bound targets. This should be a fully funded strategy that puts money in people's pockets. But instead, we've got an unresourced strategy featuring reheated actions and strategies already in development, and next to no concrete actions from this Minister to increase people's incomes in the face of an unending cost of living crisis. It's an insult to the expert panel whose work the Minister binned and ignored. It's a slap in the face of the working class communities that have been destroyed by poverty and deprivation under the Executive and his watch as well. And the Minister should go back to the drawing board, listen to the experts, and that includes experts by experience, and implement a proper anti-poverty and fuel poverty strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call on Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to speak just at the end of this debate to give my thoughts on it. Over the last number of years, really in many ways for the last decade and a half, but particularly since 2022, we have been living through an extraordinary spike in pressures facing ordinary working families and the most destitute. Costs have increased exponentially. We support this motion. We also support the useful amendment to it. Ordinary working families here have had for quite some time the lowest level of disposable income, certainly in the UK and these islands in general. We have the highest levels, as we know, of economic inactivity. We have the highest levels of, some of the highest levels of child poverty, and indeed some of the highest levels of precarity. All of those things are a shame on our society, and they've got worse over the last number of years. They've got worse, yes, as a long-term consequence of some of the decisions made by UK governments in relation to squeezing spending, austerity as it's often called. Yes, as a result of international pressures, including the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Yes, in relation to price gouging by lots of big companies. All of those are things which have international and broader consequences and challenges. The key thing, as multiple people have said today, is not that we come into this chamber and complain about it, but that we take practical measures to help those people, the people who sent us here, the people who we promised to help, the people who many people have said are facing real hardship this winter, whether they're elderly people struggling to heat their homes, working families, or indeed families where someone's out of work, thinking about how they pay for Christmas gifts, whether the parent has to go without in order to feed the child or to get them that extra treat at Christmas. All of those things should be pinching upon our consciences, and they should be at the front of mind every single day. That's why we need practical measures, not simply gesture motions. So while we support the motion and indeed the amendment, it is important that I say, further to what my colleague Mark H. Durkin said earlier on, this motion is problematic for a number of reasons, but particularly because it's the lead party in government bringing forward a list of complaints about policies that they have overseen in a government in which they are the biggest party. There's a problem, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when our politics is defined by lack of responsibility taking. It is true to say that successive British governments have made appalling decisions. The two-child limit is an appalling, indefensible, immoral thing. I hope it's reversed. I hope it's reversed in full. But you can't, on the one hand, take credit for some welfare mitigations while also avoiding responsibility for the executive's failure to mitigate the two-child limit, something we put forward a practical proposal to do last year. We said how we would pay for that. We said we would change how vacant property relief worked. We said we would use the rates revenue, which arose as a result of not what's in the Sinn Féin motion today, but a Sinn Féin minister putting up a tax which did impinge on working families, despite what this motion says. That we said use some of it to mitigate the two-child limit. They didn't do that. Sinn Féin Finance Minister could have chosen to do it, and it wasn't done. So don't come in to the chamber today as if you have no responsibility. The only people who are ever responsible for bad things are the Brits or the DUP, because they are responsible for bad things. But if you take responsibility, if you seek office, then you have to be accountable for decisions that you do and don't take. And there is a problem when we are presented with motions like this. It's particularly disappointing to hear people talk about the refusal, how awful it is to ever raise revenue in any possible circumstance. If you're a party on the left, as my party is, you have to be honest about the decisions you want to make. People, as Mr. Kyle said, who have broader shoulders should pay more in order to help people who have less. But Sinn Féin have not made that decision when they have had the Finance Ministry for the last half-decade, and indeed before that. How? We had an indication from a previous Sinn Féin Finance Minister they were going to abolish the domestic rates cap. We have no direction, and that will be a small increase on people with more expensive homes. No indication of whether or when that's going to happen. We heard today Sinn Féin Economics Minister lambasting APD, which is a tax I would imagine largely paid by people who fly a lot, who are by definition people who can afford to fly. It's a small tax. It's critical to getting people to reduce the amount they fly, but that apparently is an awful thing which has to be abolished. So I just say to the people moving this motion today, take responsibility. Don't gaslight people who are facing real pressures in their everyday lives. Don't pass meaningless motions when you have the First Minister, the Economy Minister, the Finance Minister and the Infrastructure Minister there to take real steps. Let's take responsibility. Let's use the power we actually have rather than simply transfer blame to others at every opportunity.
Thank you. And I call upon the Minister. And Minister, you've got up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to respond to the debate. And first of all, I think it is clear to everyone in the chamber that we all care about this issue. Of course we do. And I certainly don't question anybody else's determination or ambition in regards to tackling this issue. We have a deep care and compassion for those who are suffering most. And we all, I hope, came into politics because we want to try and make the lives of people better. And that is certainly where I am coming from in this regard. I want to enhance and uplift all of our communities. I want to make Northern Ireland somewhere that is the best possible place for people to live and to bring up their families. So I don't doubt the sincerity or the commitment of others in this chamber, and I trust that they don't doubt mine. And we will all know, and I certainly do from contact that I have had with my constituents and community and voluntary organisations, how deeply the increasing cost of living is affecting everybody across Northern Ireland. I know that money and financial pressures are particularly acute as the winter weather sets in and we find ourselves in the run-up to Christmas. Now, this is also something that the whole of the Executive must recognise as well, including ministers from the party opposite who brought this motion. And although it is something that I've said before, I find myself having to repeat it again, my department alone cannot tackle poverty and socio-economic disadvantage by itself. Now, the motion today mentions my anti-poverty strategy, but let's remind us all again, and the SDLP have also reminded us, as well has Kelly Armstrong, that this is a strategy that all parties in the Executive have collective responsibility for. We have all signed up to this in regards to its publication and going out for consultation. I asked all executive parties if they had further strategic actions that they wanted to be included. No further actions were added to that, and then executive ministers agreed that the strategy be published and that they were content for it to go out to consultation. So I think it is important that we recognise that this is not for one minister alone. I'm more than happy to be taking this forward. I'm more than happy to be standing in this place, answering the questions, putting forward our proposal. But I will give way.
Minister acknowledged that actually in our amendment we highlight the fact that it is an executive anti-poverty strategy.
I do, and I'm grateful to the member for doing that. So maybe it highlights the fact that it's actually only Sinn Féin that are not aware or willing to admit that this is an executive strategy. And I did have to laugh actually whenever Mr Gildernew was speaking, because I think he exposed this. Whenever the executive, whenever something good happens, it's the executive that can take responsibility. Whenever something bad happens, it's all down to me. He said that in 2022 and before, Deirdre Hargey brought forward welfare mitigations. But last year, whenever I brought forward welfare mitigations, it was the executive that did that. So I think it exposes where he is coming from. Fair enough, he's wanting to highlight that. But I think the important, I'm more than happy to give way.
So I said that the executive had allocated the money for it.
The executive allocated the money for it, which is true. It's also true that I was the one that brought forward the paper and secured that funding as well. But look, I am happy to work with others to make sure that is the case. But I do think it is important to remember that this is something that we have to tackle altogether. But even when we do that as an executive, it's not going to be us alone that tackles poverty. It's been said in here that poverty is a political choice. But with the best will in the world, and even with all of the money that the executive may have, executive alone isn't going to tackle this issue. Executive alone can't deal with this. This is going to require everybody to work together, not just the executive and voluntary and community organisations, but people themselves that are affected. Because there are many out there that are struggling with poverty, and there's things that we need them to do. We need them to come forward and make the call to make sure they're getting the support that they need. We need them to look at the opportunities that can be presented to them also. So I'll talk a bit more about the anti-poverty shortly, but I do want to address some of the work that is being taken forward currently by my department. Firstly, a fuel poverty strategy is well underway and due with the executive before Christmas, and Mr Gildernew in particular asked about that. And that will contain a brand new energy efficiency scheme for low-income households. I have said before that we cannot tackle poverty if we are not tackling fuel poverty. It is one of the things that we spend most of our income on, so it is important that's tackled, and we will bring that forward. The Affordable Warmth Scheme, since its launch in 2015, has supported over 30,000 households with more than £136 million invested to date. The Discretionary Support Scheme is there, and it delivers tens of millions of pounds of emergency financial assistance year after year, and £2.8 million in 25-26 to support social supermarket projects in every council area in Northern Ireland. A £100 winter fuel payment for every pension household in Northern Ireland after the SDLP sister party decided to cut that. It's this kind of support that plays a vital role in safeguarding the well-being and dignity for those in financial distress, especially amid the ongoing cost of living crisis. I would also like to ask everyone in the Chamber to remember the Make the Call service when they're speaking to constituents who are struggling. It's one of the most effective ways of ensuring we're getting support to those who need it most. And Make the Call generated £62.1 million extra of annualised benefits for 12,025 people in 23-24. Mr Deputy Speaker, there's also vital work being carried out by voluntary and community organisations, and I want to once again express my gratitude to those from the sector who continue to provide support and advice which supplements what government can deliver. And finally, one of the most important things my department does is helping people to ensure they have a safe and secure home to live in. Good housing is fundamental to the health and well-being of any society, and consistently it seems sometimes that I'm the only one that's actually talking about that. I want to make sure that we do have sufficient money for the Social Housing Development Programme, and again I would appeal to the Finance Minister and other executive ministers to make sure that we have the money that is needed for us to properly deliver on our housing targets. Yes, I'll give way.
Just on that, thanks Minister for giving away. Is he having conversations with the Finance Minister about a multi-year? Obviously his department will have put in a return, or it will be in the process of putting in a return. Is there a specific amount you have asked as a settlement over a multi-year period for the multi-year budget, and what is the upshot of those conversations?
So yes, I have had those conversations at ministerial level to highlight the demand that we have and to make sure that those are met, and obviously returns are also put in to make sure that we can achieve our housing targets. But more than that, I am looking for innovative ways. I'm not just saying give me more money, I'm saying what are the other ways in which we can subsidise housing? So how can other departments help in terms of public land to make sure that if they're not able to give up cash, that perhaps we could look at the transfer of public land? And I hope that that will get executive approval. Look at what we're doing in terms of utilising financial transactions capital, in particular around intermediate rent, that new programme that has been brought in, what I'm doing in terms of the revitalisation of the housing executive as well. So I will do everything I can on this issue, because I believe if you get housing right, if people have homes to live in, if they have warm homes to live in, that deals with so many of the other issues that we are facing as well. We need to make sure we have a strong, growing economy which provides well-paid jobs. It's something that wasn't really touched upon during this debate, other than by a few members, and I think that Maurice Bradley put it best whenever he said that we need to make sure that those jobs are there, they're available to people, and there's a safety net if people cannot work. Working is the game changer. We've heard a bit here about Tory austerity and now UK government austerity. Why are we in the difficulty that we are in right now? It's because growth has been so low. It's because there are so many that haven't been helped and supported into work. We talk about the tens of millions or sometimes hundreds of millions of pounds that we need in order to deal with some of the issues that we are facing. Let me take the disability and work strategy and the plan that we have. If we can get the number of disabled people in work from 40% up to 50%, closing that gap will generate savings of £750 million a year. £750 million a year. That is massive. And that's one of the reasons we're in the position we're in, that we don't have enough money to do all of the other things that we want to do, because we are having to support so many other people. People who can work, people who often want to work but haven't been given the help and support that they need. That's why I've extended the Job Start programme this year, because we know how effective it has been. Over 80% of people either stay in employment or go into further education or training. That has the potential to be a real game changer. Never mind others that could work but are not working. So we need to do something on that issue, because we know that that not only helps in terms of the economic return that we get, but we know it's better for people in the longer run, being in employment. We know it's good for their health, their mental health, well-being, and the stats are astounding. And there is an exceptionally strong correlation between the number of people in unemployment or not working and deprivation in certain areas, and we see that in our own constituencies, and we know that the most deprived constituencies are often those that have the highest levels of economic inactivity. So let's do something about that, because that will release the funds to do some of the other things that we want to do. I just want to address some of the concerns and comments regarding the anti-poverty strategy, though sometimes I question whether I should do this, because I've said it so many times here in the House that I feel maybe just people are not listening anymore. Now certainly, of course, there will be measurable targets and outcomes within the final anti-poverty strategy and or within the action plan. I am more than happy to make sure that we are held to account on these issues. Now, the executive will not be responsible overall for poverty, because it's not only the executive that deals with or tackles these issues. There will be other worldwide factors outside of our control, but I think that we should be held to account and that there should be objective measures, targets, and there needs to be implementation of those and recognition of those as well. So I have no issue whatsoever with those being in. I think those need to be in there, and that's the right thing to do. But there will be more that comes in terms of the changes, because it was a genuine consultation. It was not the final product. We, as an executive, said this is what we are able to do, this is what is funded, this is what we are putting forward. Over to you, the public and the voluntary and community organisations, to have your say and tell us what you think. And I look forward to that data being published in terms of the feedback and the support for the policies that we have set out. But of course we will consider and analyse different recommendations that come forward and see what is doable and what will actually make a change. So I look forward to that as well. But what I'm very keen that we do not do is simply put together a list of policies that might sit on the shelf, not be funded, and not actually make a difference to people at all. We could have developed a strategy which was a wish list with no recognition of reality, and I could have made vague promises for action 5 or 10 years from now that no one would hold me to. I'm not here to make empty promises. I want to make promises that I can actually deliver on. And that's also why we're going to have an action plan that will be a living document that changes and develops as our evidence base evolves, and importantly as resources become available. And I would encourage all members in this chamber to join in this work so that we can make a real difference. I just want to make a couple of comments on some of the issues that were raised. I am very, very keen to make sure that we put in place those things that actually make a difference. And Shan Mulholland raised this. She talked about the lived realities, absolutely, and that has been taken on board. And she's right to highlight some of the issues that she has. I have no issue whatsoever. I don't bristle whenever she mentions Scotland. I'm dealing with the basis of reality and the evidence that has been presented, and I don't think that has been overwhelming. And also, I don't believe that it's a long-term solution. I think that our energies and our focuses, first and foremost, should be put on where we can actually tackle those root causes, and that's why the strategy is formatted in the way that it is as well. I was also very taken to the comments made by Maurice Bradley, as already outlined. It is important that we support people into work, and I've mentioned that already. I want to thank Andy Allen for recognising that work has been done, that this has been taken forward further than it ever has been before. And again, I've already addressed the issue around clear outcomes and measured targets, and I understand that in relation particular to food and fuel poverty that he has raised as well. And I also want to associate myself with the remarks that he made in relation to unpaid carers. My time is coming to a close. I'll just finish with the hypocrisy of Mr O'Toole, who complains about APD, but his own party members are supporting flights between the City of Derry and Dublin. Perhaps we could have more consistency.
Thank you, Minister. I call on John Burrows and John to wind on the amendment. And John, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure actually to wind this amendment. I'll say at the outset, it's so refreshing to be discussing issues that really are kitchen table politics, that are directly relevant to our constituents up and down the country. And I just want to start with one thing, and that is to say that, as my colleague had proposed, the amendment said it really does strengthen the motion, and it is a constructive amendment. And I want to just begin with pointing out a couple of points about the rate of inflation, because inflation is one of those things that's of great interest to economists. But the figure 3.8% is, of course, in many ways irrelevant to those who are actually in the real economy, because inflation affects different people in different ways. Food inflation, as my colleague Ms Armstrong said, is actually running at 11%, and over the last 4 years has been 37%. It far outstrips the overall rate of aggregate inflation, and that's what really hits working families most. You'll hear from people when they go and do their shop, they know that the price of things that they put in their trolley has got so much more expensive. That hits working families because A, they have more mouths to feed, hungry children and teenagers playing sport, but also because it's a non-discretionary spend. The inflation rate also includes other things like new cars or holidays and all kinds of other things. They're often discretionary, but the food increase is non-discretionary. And that's why the amendment is right to link food security and food and school meals to the motion. And I do want to come on to school meals, because we have opposed the 20% increase in school meals, an increase that outstrips inflation. And yes, there hasn't been an increase since 2017. I think the difficulty with that is that actually becomes more difficult for parents to manage the jump. In hindsight, it would actually be better to spread the increase incrementally if you're going to do it year by year and achieve your 20% at the end of that period of time, as opposed to holding off and jumping by 20%. It is potentially the straw that breaks the camel's back. Now, food prices have increased, which puts pressure on the cost of school meals to produce. I accept that. One of the things that we have been very clear about as a party is that it should be the last thing that is increased. And there are other savings to be had in how procurement is done. Ask any school teacher. It is cheaper to go out and buy printer paper directly than do it through procurement. These are ways that you can save money if they're done properly, as opposed to front-loading it on to schools. And my colleagues and many others, and I'll not summarise what everyone else said, were quite right to say that the school meal, particularly for those who can just about afford it and who are eligible for free school meals, is critical. Because with that rise in food prices, it is the square meal that they're guaranteed to get. And it is so vital that we do not increase it. That's why we also call for the eligibility for free school meals to rise. And it did rise. It was by £390 the last time it rose, a figure that is wiped out, more than wiped out, in terms of the increase in inflation, in terms of what working families can afford. So I will give way, yes.
And the member also acknowledged that while it was not hugely significant in amount, it was even less so given that the threshold had fallen down significantly with the migration of so many people to universal credit.
Yeah, that really compounds it. And just to make the point really clearly, if the figure was £15,000 of income qualified for free school meals, it then goes up to £15,390. That reflects about a 3% rise in inflation. But the real inflation felt by working families who have children, who have to pay those non-discretionary inflationary rates that actually run at 11% a year, wipes out. I will give way very briefly.
Say that The cost to Northern Ireland Government of increasing school meals costs is actually a cost to the Department of Education itself, because it's the Department of Education that pays the Education Authority for the school meals. So while on one hand we've got working families who are going to be in trouble, we're actually going to have the Department of Education that's already in trouble with its budget now facing higher costs to provide these meals.
Yeah. Yes, and it's a valid point. So I think, there is a consensus emerging that the increase in school meal prices should be reviewed. There's also a side issue I'll not explore in detail now, but there's a lot of wastage in school meals at primary school level because there's insufficient ability for the school to tailor the menu to the needs of the children. And it is an overly prescriptive menu. And I've done a little bit of touring around different schools, and I get in figures of up to 40% wastage in primary school meals because the catering departments say, look, we know what the children will eat and we're unable to tailor the offering. Why is that relevant? Because if you were in actually a commercial setting, of course, if people weren't eating half the food that you were supplying, you certainly wouldn't get away with increasing the price. Food banks are a real significant feature in our society. I used to volunteer in one before I came into this place, and I know it was a heartbreaking experience to see people who waited for that delivery of food so that they could feed their children. And one of the particular difficulties is, of course...
Could the member draw his remarks to a close?
So I would commend the amendment. I think it strengthens the motion, it is constructive, and I would encourage you to support it.
Thank you. I call on Emma Sheeran. And Emma, you've up to 10 minutes.
Agus Lash Concordia, and I am glad to hear a somewhat united voice in response to this motion that we've brought, because we want everyone to work together in support of the workers and families that we all represent. And as has been said by others throughout the course of this debate, poverty is indeed a political choice. And at the heart of my politics, and the reason that I got involved in political life, is my rejection of the fact that we are forever here in the North at the whim of whatever British government are in office, and as a result of their decisions, the people that we represent often suffer. So we're calling on the Minister to work with colleagues to mitigate against the worst impacts of this latest British government and the decisions that they make. We see the impact of pulling us out of the EU and the loss of all of the EU funding that we previously were able to benefit from, whether that be particularly in an area like mine in Mid-Ulster, the loss of CAP funding supporting working farmers and their families, the loss of rural development programme and the impact that that's had on our local community groups and small communities across the North. We see the loss and the cliff edge with the replacement of the European Social Fund and European Regional Development Fund, and how that helped local groups and people who need support getting into the workplace. We see pressure heaped upon working people with the threat of the inheritance tax on our farming families, I suppose compounding the pressure that they're under, the planned raise to the pension age, seeing our elderly population and most vulnerable worrying about how they're going to fund the last years of their life as a result of that. And at the same time, there is always money to fund billionaires' interests. There's always money for capitalist projects, and that's what we object to. We watch as the British government tell us very proudly that they are increasing their defence spending year on year, that they aim to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence by 2027. How disgusting is that? And today we had DUP member after DUP member question a minister who attempts to prevent public funding going towards the creation of Israeli genocidal
Emma,
war
can we keep your
weapons
remarks to the motion, please?
In this jurisdiction, something that I object to, because the British government have shown us that they will always prioritise weapons over workers. They prioritise warfare, not in any of our names, contribute to famine in a foreign land as opposed to families here at home. And what we want to see is a common voice coming from this Assembly, working together to mitigate against those worst impacts and to support the families and workers that we all represent.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Andy Allen, Robbie Butler, John Burrows and Diane Armstrong be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, the question that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item number 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber.